You've got to convince me that you know what this is all about, that you aren't just fiddling around hoping it'll all come out right in the end.
Well, I surely hope it comes out right in the end, but I don't know. I've never picked up a fiddle. John, you ever pick up a fiddle?
I have.
Have you?
My daughter started playing the viola
Violin.
a little
viola.
bit. I didn't learn much on it, but it's kind of hard to play.
Play that fiddle, play that fiddle. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is opening call, and we're ABBA. Yes, we are. We're ABBA. Let's get ready for a great day today. Yesterday, boy, what an experience. I hope we're all learning from how markets can change, and with the news coming out, and how we sort of have to watch what's down the road before it hits us right in the forehead. So what we're going to do here today is we've got a big show today. Big show. So I want you to be a participant. I want you to be part of the team. I want you to be part of the community here. We've got a lot of great people here in the community, and you'll see that. If you're new here, welcome aboard. Come on and have a seat in, and make yourself at home. But otherwise, I'd like to say hello to the guy right next to me with his Grateful Dead Peanuts shirt on. I like that shirt.
One of my faves.
Cool shirt. John, A.K. the Hoag, Hoagland. Johnny, good morning, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Happy Wednesday, October the 2nd. Rocktober it is. It's good to see you, Eddie. It's good to see everybody here. At the top of the chat, seeing Dan Trader, Flyer Jim, Ezra, Nick Nichols, Mike Godfrey, Command is here, Dan Trader, Ricky, John Jones, Theo's here, Bill Phillips, Angie, Pete, and I see Eddie Horn at the bottom there. Just the top of the chat, but good morning and welcome to you all.
All right. Well, hey, let's get busy here. We've got lots of news. If you are just here and slept yesterday, lots going on here. But we did see the U.S. stock futures pointing a little bit lower here today as investors fretted over the escalating tensions in the Middle East that weighed heavily on equities in the prior session. We did see the Dow contract falling by 0.3% here right now. S&P down 0.1, and the NASDAQ also down 0.1%. Now, yesterday, main indices on the Wall Street slipped, and this was sort of pulled down by the Iranian missile attack on Israel. The Dow Jones Industrial down 0.12, the benchmark down 0.08, and the composite down 0.7 here. Despite the broader market weakness, shares in the energy group rose, mirroring the oil prices. Now, defense stocks. Oh, of course, yes, those defense stocks, Northrop and Lockheed Martin, also moved. Can you guess? Yes, they moved much higher. Iran. Yes, Iran. Not this morning when I was younger, but the country of Iran had said that its barrage on Israel, its largest ever on a country, is over. But it warned that it would resume attacks if there is any further provocations. Meanwhile, Israel could launch a significant response in the coming days that may target oil output facilities inside Iran and other strategic sites. This is according to our friends at U.S. News website, Axios. So trading crude once again, watch. Gosh, this crude skyrocketed here, but pulled back very quickly. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has promised a retaliation on these Tehran strikes, saying it's yesterday. It was made a big mistake and will pay for it. The U.S. also said that there will be severe consequences for Tehran's actions. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin adding that Washington is well postured to defend its interests in the Middle East. So the Iran assault was sparked by recent attacks on Israel, ongoing war in Gaza. Also, if you turned on the TV last night, boy, oh boy, oh boy, U.S. Vice President candidates J.D. Vance and Tim Walz clashed over the qualities of their respective running mates and the achievements of the last two administrations in their debate yesterday. I watched a little of it. Although the conversation became heated at times, there were no fisticuffs, no kicking, no punching, no screaming. The encounter as a whole was notable for its relatively civil tone compared to the prior onstage exchange between Trump and Harris last month. So that's what I've got so far. And Johnny, what can you add to this wonderful Wednesday in October?
Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, the mortgage rates came out this morning. Mortgage rates rose by 1/100% from 6.13 to 6.14% in the last week. Applications, however, fell from 11% higher the previous week to minus 1.3%. At 7:15 this morning, Central Time, the ADP employment report came out in saying that there was an additional 143 private sector jobs added when they were only looking for 124,000. 9 o'clock today, we have the Dallas Fed PCE for August coming out. 9:30, of course, the EIA petroleum status report is due out. Talking Feds this morning, apparently Hammock is going to be speaking here at 8 o'clock. We haven't seen much on the wire as far as anything from that. But we do have Mausoleum. I just can't stop calling him Mausoleum, but 9:05 a.m. Central this morning, Chicago time. He is due to speak. Bowman is due to speak at 10, and Barkin is due to speak at 10:30. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's already up about 2% this morning, just under 20 at 19.63. Dollar index also higher this morning, 101.43, and the yield on the 10-year also up this morning at 3.8%. One of the things I do want to mention here this morning is looking at these domes, looking at these markets, there is a lot of illiquidity. Markets have become very illiquid. Keep that in mind when you're placing stops. You're probably going to be experiencing significant slippage today. Markets move a lot faster when there's less liquidity. Don't forget that. There are a lot of uncertainties out there, and they continue to mount. Just to mention again, the port strike and the escalation possibilities in the Middle East. Just keep track and keep your health, keep yourself covered. As always, we say ACH, anything can happen, and CYA, cover your ass. That's what I've got for us this morning. Eddie, dude, where's the crude?
Crude, I'm going to tell you where the crude is, but with this port strike, I had some groceries from Walmart delivered yesterday, and the driver was swamped. And he I guess they told their employees or their drivers the reason being behind it. So a lot of people ordering food. So make sure you got your necessities: water, toilet paper, Pop-Tarts, Hot Pockets, whatever. Make sure you got those in the house just in case. Always just in case. All right, let's take a look at the crude. Dude, where's the crude? Johnny wants to know. My goodness, look at this range in crude overnight. Hey, 72.49 top to high here, all the way down to 67.05 for the low. We did see that crude prices rising today, continuing from the previous session. Sharp gains rising in the rising because of tensions in the Middle East. And that definitely puts concerns on the crude output that could be disrupted. Brent climbed 2.6 and 75.50 a barrel, and WTI, yes, the one we trade, 2.8 higher at 72.49. 72.49. Both crude benchmarks surged more than 5% yesterday. It was after Iran's attack on Israel. Elsewhere on this beautiful planet we call Earth, OPEC countries and its allies, known as OPEC Plus, is due to meet later in the session, but no changes to output are expected at this point. But like John says, anything can happen. U.S. inventories fell about 1.46 million barrels for the week ending September 27th, compared to a expectation of declines of about 2.1 million barrels, according to the API, American Petroleum Institute. This is the official government inventory report, and it's set to release today sometime. All right, let's hit the tip of the week. Let's see here real quick. Tip of the week. What do we got here today? Adapting to personal growth and learning. I find this very important. Adapt to your growth, okay, and your learning. This is regarding skill development. Markets are dynamic, and it should also be a trader's skill set. Be willing to learn new techniques, right? Because the market is forever changing. Adopt different trading styles. Have this in your arsenal, all right? Not to say extremes, but know when to shift gears when the market is also changing. So keep that in mind. Also, emotional discipline needs constant work. Traders must learn to adapt to the psychological pressures that come with different market conditions to avoid recklessness, impulsiveness, and sort of blowing your markets. And real quick here, Johnny, before I pass that to you, speaking of the psychological, we do have Sean Sawyer going to be with us here today at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Johnny, what do you got for our tip of the week here?
Well, I think this tip of the week is really well timed because we've seen a lot of changes in the markets in the last 24 hours. And, if you're unable to adapt to it, you're going to find yourself behind the eight ball or, sometimes adapting to the current market state just means staying out a little bit. If you're not familiar with how things change this quickly, give yourself time to adapt to the new market situation and, look for your opportunities. I find when the market gets a little bit more volatile, slow means fast. I tend to slow things down, make sure that the market comes to me and look for the opportunities that way. So it is going to be an interesting period of time in the markets here for the next month. October always tends to be. We have to adapt to it. Very well timed tip of the week this week.
Yeah, it was. As a matter of fact, gosh, as a matter of fact, yesterday we sort of brought the tip of the week forward later in the day a few times. So anyway, let's get busy here. We got Rip's going to be joining us soon. Johnny, what do you got for our traders today?
All right. Well, as always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps, we have it coming off recent all-time highs. We got to get to the charts here. There we go. So here's the daily in the S&Ps. Recent all-time highs did occur in the regular trading hour session. We don't expect those to be lasting highs, but when things change in the markets, the things will always change. Uncertainty has brought fear into the marketplace. We've kind of broken out of the 4 or 5 day balance that we were in to the downside here. Volume was relatively good yesterday. I wouldn't consider that huge volume, but yes, we did increase volume to the downside yesterday, and we lost about approximately 7,000 in open interest. Now, that's probably all going to be long liquidation, longs either in money or out of the money, just saying, you know what, I'm not going to hold on to these longs anymore. But I don't view that as a very deep drop in open interest. So I think there's a lot of folks still hanging on here. The overall upside structure, of course, in the longest of time frames is still to the upside. I think we've still got some space down below before we're really going to start to think about breaking any medium or longer time frame structure. But beware of any more bad news. These markets are going to be very sensitive. They are going to be on a hair trigger. If any news does come out, you can expect volatility to strike at just about any time. I kind of think of markets in this kind of situation like they have a sore toe. If you have a sore toe, odds are you're going to bang it on something. So, and when you do, it hurts a lot. So just kind of a hair trigger or a sore toe effect in these markets for the time being. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So we had this 4 point, at least 4 point trend line to the upside. We were looking at that as, kind of shorter time frame buyers continuing to try and push price higher. When we opened and we left that opening range at the high of the day yesterday, and this news came out, we had to figure we were probably going to be in trouble. It's very difficult to get into a market that is that directional. The market has a tendency to keep you out. So if you miss the move to the downside, don't feel bad about it. It's just something that the markets do. All right, let me get rid of that. Okay, so opening range was left at the dead high yesterday. The market drove to, in essence, last week's low in the S&Ps. Last week's low I have here at 57.45 and a quarter. The market is really kind of centered around there. I also have an afternoon pullback low from the past here down at 57.42 half. This area I was kind of viewing as an important level yesterday. It seems to be an important level today. The market does have some overnight shorts, a little bit of overnight shorts in it, but we are opening in range and inside the value area from yesterday. So that gives us the opportunity, I think, to be a little bit more patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. The profile yesterday was a B-shape-ish, indicating long liquidation, which was supported by a loss in open interest, albeit not a huge loss in open interest. So as a normal variation, B-shaped profile indicating long liquidation, which I agree on, not all that big of a number of long liquidation. Again, the opening range was the dead ass high of the day. That can be the first indication of a potential trend day to the downside. There were a lot of signals that we could have said, hey, you know what, we're opening below that trend line. We looked below it, back above it, opening back below it. There was some indications that the sell side was going to be the side to be on yesterday. And again, if you missed it, it's okay. There's always more opportunities every day. These markets are opportunity generating machines. All right. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ is, again, in a little bit different situation. We are not just coming off a fresh all-time high in the NASDAQ. We did have a degree of balance here that we were kind of holding. We did break down below that balance and a move to outside of balance with momentum and volume says we have to go with that break of the downside of that area of balance, which did prove to be, again, true yesterday. We had a little bit higher volume in the NASDAQ, of course. We lost about 3,000 in open interest yesterday. Not a huge loss. I don't think that we've scared any of the longer time frame traders into adjusting inventory in or out of the equities at this time. I think we're still more looking at shorter time frame traders just wondering what the heck is going to happen next. Seeking new data, yes. The NASDAQ closed near last week's low and the 5% level off the all-time high. Again, that level is a 19,935, I believe is the correct number there. We have the last week's low, 19,953. So this whole area here seems to be magnetic as traders and investors look for new information. They're looking for anything that can give them a clue as to what might happen here into the future. Of course, we can't see into the future. So a lot of folks, I think, are sitting on pins and needles. Again, this market, these equities markets especially, are in a sore toe or a hair trigger type of situation. Any news with the lack of liquidity can create a lot of volatility in a very short period of time, as in almost instantly. So make sure you are covering your ass today. We don't know what's going to happen. A lot of the things that we know about are in the market. It's the things we don't know about that aren't in the market that could cause some real issues for us today and in the future here. So here's the 30-minute chart. And again, we left the opening range at the dead ass high yesterday. A B-shaped profile indicates long liquidation, which is supported by the loss in open interest. no real overnight inventory in the NASDAQ. The market has really just been hanging inside of value and inside of the range from yesterday, which again says this market is seeking new information. As new information comes, opportunities will arise. But again, this tells me that maybe, just maybe, there's better trade locations that might happen later on in this session because again, we've opened in range and value. These markets are seeking new information at all times. With the new information that came into the marketplace yesterday, with everything that's going on, these markets are going to be on a hair trigger. So just be cautious, look for good opportunities. If you're going to respond to any news that happens, make sure that you protect yourself. I'm looking at the dome in the NASDAQ right now. And yes, we are pre-open, but there's 3 or 4 prices between the bid and offer. Most of the time, the S&Ps, we're only looking at double digits and usually mostly below 50 on the bids and offers. These markets are thin, whippy, volatile, illiquid. You're going to see a lot of slippage on stops today. Keep that in mind, especially if you're trading anywhere near your daily loss limit or your max drawdown. The profile again yesterday, B-shaped, supported by a long liquidation. Opening range, the dead ass high of the day. Be cautious. I'm kind of excited about the idea that the market is giving us the opportunity to be patient this morning by opening inside range and value. This is the daily in the crude market. So we took a look below weekly kickoff low yesterday. That was rejected, of course. 66.60 is that weekly kickoff low. We've got basically a full rotation now back to last week's high and weekly kickoff high, which remains the same from last week. So these Mideast tensions have brought a full rotation from weekly kickoff low to weekly kickoff high. Big volume yesterday on that push to the upside. However, we lost about 3,300 in open interest. So there was some probably trap shorts that decided they were going to get out. We don't see a big accumulation of new business here just yet. I'm looking for that accumulation to occur once we break out of the current range that we're in. Weekly kickoff high, 72.60, the upper extreme of that range. Weekly kickoff low, 66.60, the lower end of that range. So I'm playing balance to breakout rules. If we fail to break out above this 72.60 level, that could bring another rotation back to the low end of the balance. If we do break out and we show signs of acceptance, that's something that you're going to have to go with. Always looking for opportunities to limit risk. That's going to be a bit of a challenge if we do end up breaking out the upside of this and we start to see the market really pushing to the upside. What we're looking for outside of these weekly kickoff levels is longer time frame traders to be forced to adjust their inventories. And that is what we're going to try and join, is when those longer time frame traders adjust inventory. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So we did have a gap that we finally closed almost to the tick, it looks like, here in the overnight session. I'm looking for that to close during the regular trading hour session. And as we continue after the open here, looking like we are probably going to be getting to that level where we're going to close that gap after all. So the market opened above value, but in range, and seems to be rejecting value and range as we speak. Man, if I'm trading crude oil today, I'm really going to be focusing on last week's high, 72.40, the weekly kickoff high, 72.60, which has remained the same for a couple of weeks. Last week, we did take a look up there at that 72.40 weekly high. We were unable to break out above it. We turned all the way back down. We checked the low of weekly kickoff. Now we're back to high of weekly kickoff. I'm really going to be focusing on this 20-point range here between last week's high and weekly kickoff high to see if we fail to hold price up here, then we can see a rotation back to the downside. There is a lot of information out there. There's a lot of things that can change that in a heartbeat. Keep your ears and eyes to the news if you're going to be trading anything today. Profile yesterday, P-shaped profile. Short covering, which is supported by the loss in open interest. So we didn't see a lot of new buying coming in. Where I think we might see the big new business coming in is if we do get a breakout and continuation above the weekly kickoff high. Right. Back to gold now. So here's the daily in gold. All right. So This 2665 level is last week's weekly kickoff high. We broke out above it. We held Monday. We looked back down below it, so it's really kind of becoming a pivotal area for us. The short time frame range has now been established with Monday's low around 2650. We've got last week's high and weekly kickoff high at 2708, 09 area. We're right in the middle of it. Be careful here. When we're in the middle of range, of a balance area, it just seems like anything can happen. We did hold the overnight at 2665 last week's weekly kickoff high. We added 3,500 in open. 5,300 in open interest yesterday on an up day. Excuse me, I apologize. On an up day, so we did see some buyers coming in off that low from Monday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so we have a gap from Monday to Tuesday. Overnight, we tried to fill that gap. We traded right to that weekly kickoff 2665 level. We found buyers there. We're back in range. We opened outside of value. If we get back inside of value, that could bring a value area acceptance play, which could bring us back up to settlement, perhaps, or even points higher of 2692.10, as I'm seeing on this platform, as value highs. So value low, we're looking at on this platform about 2679.78 area. If we start to show signs of acceptance, overnight inventory being short could bring us right back up to settlement, which is 2690.30, or even again value high, which is a little bit higher than that. Let's call it 2692 approximately. So the profile yesterday was normal variation, extreme. It kind of looked like we maybe trapped some longs in this yesterday because we did kind of continue this push to the upside, adding 5,300 in our open interest in the overnight inventory to the short side. We can break this structure to the downside. Overnight inventory again, pretty short in the overnight session, and already looking like they're getting a little bit nervous here. So value low could be an interesting opportunity for us to look for an execution. Let's call that 2679, 79.80 on this platform. So, ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today and every day and all day. Please remember to pray for peace. It looks like I got a little bit windy there. So let's get our guy Rips in here and see what he's thinking about these markets.
Oh boy, we got a big fast market here today. Let's get Rips in. Andre, MP, Nick Vertick, Rips, Hoag, Coach Jay Stanley, and there he is. Good morning, Rips. How are you today?
I'm doing well, Eddie. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you very much, sir.
How about you, Hoag? That was some great analysis there. How are you doing this morning? You sound like you're feeling a lot healthier.
Good, man. I'm feeling a little better every day. Still trying to get over this nasty whatever it was I had, but feeling better every day. Thanks, Rips.
Yeah, of course. Love to see you back to health here, and hats off to you last week for putting it in when you were not feeling well and still being that voice of reason on the sidelines. There was really, really nice to have you here still. It was really, really great. So appreciate that so much.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
So we are looking at the NASDAQ here over on my end. We are seeing what appears to me like we had a breakout of these highs and a big draw of liquidity. This looks like some smart money snatched this liquidity up here and was the counterparty to those buy stops being popped, selling the market short. We are coming back down to this area of liquidity. You can see here on the volume profile, it's kind of sticking out. That purple line right here is the point of control. That means this is the area where most of the transactions have taken place today. So seeing all of the transactions down there makes a lot of sense. Market's opening here in about 50 seconds. So I want to make sure that we're all in the gates before that. And we can do a little analysis here after the open.
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Hey, here we go.
MP's here.
Right, well, we're inside a minute here. Let's fill our slots here.
I'll see y'all later.
There he is.
Boy, I just got a breakfast sandwich. They call it a Sammy.
You're awesome. Hooting hollering. It's out of nowhere. Oh, what's up?
Let's get our olive branches in the gates. We have a lot of peace here, but otherwise, pass it back to Andre. Bell going to be hitting here in 2 seconds.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Looks like we got Rips in the house. We got Nick for a tick in the house. You heard him talking already. Mr. MP in the house. We are now open. So what do you do right now? Go to our main man, Hoag. Hoag, what are we seeing on the open here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ? Oh, Hoag.
That's $5.
$5.
Hey, $5. Sorry about that. Point of control yesterday, 19,929. Points of control from the overnight, really right in the neighborhood. Where do we open? Right at the points of control. We're inside range, we're inside value, or inside range and inside value from the overnight session. To me, this says to me, be patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. On the open here, I don't see anything to do, and that's just in my time frame. We got some other experts on here that are looking things at a little bit shorter time frame. And but that's the way I see it right now. I'm just looking at the NASDAQ opening right in the middle of range in the overnight and yesterday's session. Be patient.
Yeah, so
what headlines do we have going on?
We got headlines. Yeah, headlines. We'll keep an eye on the news all day. I've seen gold popping up a little bit, up about $7 out of the gate right here. Go to Nick for a tick. Nick for a tick. What are we looking at here in the NQ and ES?
In the NQ, we're, Hoag said, we're basically opening kind of around, yesterday's point of control, but a little bit below that, we have a low volume node from a longer time frame the last couple of weeks, which has pretty much marked the low of yesterday. So if you took a stab, went long at that kind of LVN, I think it was a level we had talked about on my Sunday show as well, to potentially be looking for buyers to passively rebid down in that area. I also saw a ton of put buying that would have pushed us down to around 5,700 yesterday on ES. It was basically the 5650 and 5660 strikes on SPX. So that's an area to watch today for maybe a temporary bottom, if anything. We'll have to kind of watch the options activity and as we open here in the next 30 or so minutes. But that's kind of what I'd be looking for is, do we go down, retest yesterday's lows and maybe fall back into value, or do we break them and potentially go kind of make a run at some of those lower spots from August?
Okay. All right.
Hey, gold's running north here. We got a 76% long here in the tilt.
Yeah, it looks like we're coming out of that area that we talked about in the just that quick 5 seconds before the market opened here, and it looks like we are going to return back above to that draw of liquidity above 987 halves here. So definitely looking for a potential trade up there, and we'll see what happens. Right now, it's just kind of doing its thing off the open here. A lot of exchanges happening, a lot of volume coming in. So I think it's best to kind of wait for this 15-minute opening range to form here.
One last little reminder, man. These markets are thin. Liquidity has dried up considerably. Just keep that in mind when you're looking at these opportunities. And if any news comes out, these markets are like sore thumbs. You bang a sore thumb, it's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, order book depth on Bookmap right now is like 35K on ES. So nothing to get excited about. Even being slightly under 40 has been the norm of late the last few weeks, but this is, a few thousand below that too. So not exactly the most liquid market. And last night, even during Globex, we were seeing 2 to 2.5 point spreads at times on NQ.
Very, very. Market's on edge right now, big time. Starting to see the Dow fell out of bed. NQ staying a bit bid, and ES seeing a little bit of sell pressure. Again, he said we had a 76% tilt in gold. Gold's catching a bid last trade, 26.79. Rips, keeping an eye on the headlines today. I know we traded it up very well yesterday. How do we attack in such thin markets? I know you wanted to wait for the 15-minute opening range.
Yeah, I think that's the most prescient thing that we can do this morning is waiting for that 15-minute opening range to form. We're right now just in between that balance range that we were talking about here, basically 975 all the way down to 925. There's a 50 handle range that we're kind of chopping around in right now. We had the Tesla delivery numbers that fell short of expectations this morning, and that gave a lot of pressure to the downside in the NQ, as well as in Tesla equity itself. We are seeing Meta and Microsoft not being able to catch a bid here, which is, one of those things that we want to be keeping an eye out for when we're trading the NASDAQ, because there are large effects on Microsoft is the number 2 weight of the NASDAQ. It kind of jockeys between number 1 and number 2 with Apple. So watching that kind of fading to the wayside here is a big deal. So we'll have to see if that can create more downside move. If we do step below 925, we'll be looking for 900s to give out and potentially trade much lower there.
Nice. All right, MP, we got the house coming up. These guys will be shouting out their trades as we take them in real time House Conway back in these trades as well. But right now, it just looks very, very thin. Like Hoag was saying, it's about 20 up in the S&Ps. You don't see that very often.
No.
So the markets are on high alert right now.
S&P's already kind of testing near yesterday's lows.
Yep.
Opening range in the S&Ps remains the high of the session, but the NASDAQ has traded both sides. Let's take a look at the Dow here. Dow opening range, the high of the session. So, the NASDAQ actually looking to be a little bit more buoyant than the S&P and the NASDAQ at this time.
It is. Interesting.
Rips, I noticed you drinking Celsius out of a straw.
Yeah, that's a drink of choice. Why do you ask, MP?
I don't know. I'm on my coffee game still.
Whoa!
And you know what?
Did you make it through that whole case of Celsius by now?
The last three got somebody swiped them. Somebody here in the office, co-working space over there.
I got to send you more.
Wow!
Hot commodity.
Hey, pull up in the
got to swipe some Celsius.
Yes, you do. Pull up in the chat. Straight up bullish or bearish on into the open right now. It's 160 votes, but 68% out of the gate saying they are bearish in the poll.
Wow, 68% bearish. Tilt's not showing that. 50-50 open positions here at Topstep. Thousands of open positions and about 55-45 to the long side bias.
Hey, make sure your mic, you got the right mic as input right now, Michael. Mike, you might have your I think your computer mic's picking you up and not the main mic.
Yeah, MP, if you sign out, just make... Oh, there he goes. Will he come back with a microphone? Stick around, Topstep TV.
He will.
I do think that if we are breaking below this 906 level in the NQ here, there's a good chance that we'll tag those 880s. So a lot of ifs. And I think we're just better to sit back and wait.
Andre, I think your mic is muted.
19,917 last trade. SSS short from 19,935.
My sweet summer children.
I hear them now.
We're seeing equities just fading super hard here. We're seeing Microsoft off a cliff alongside Meta and Apple here. Google also following suit. Amazon did perk up off the open here, but it's then now returning back to its midpoint. So just watching to see if NVIDIA starts to roll over here. It's certainly making the case for a much lower. Microsoft is hitting the lows here on the day, trading 417, almost evens here, but bouncing around off those lows. So we'll see if that can have continuation to the downside. If so, there's a good chance we could break down into that 858 halves target to the downside in the NQ here, and then potentially trade all the way down to 760 if 858 and a half doesn't hold.
19,858 half. Gotcha. There, you're back. Hey, 71% long in crude oil. 72%, only 73% short in NASDAQ right now. Average price in the NASDAQ. 19,925. Average short price. So they are in the money right now as we continue to sell off in the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on that. SSS is one of them.
You got me now?
Loud and clear. Selling off.
Old computer likes to default to a different microphone.
Yeah, it's a pain like that sometimes.
73% short now, NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Yes, tagging the previous day low or a tick above it.
Short from 35s.
Well, coming off of Coach Paul, Coach Paul's mentioning NQ heavy under daily pivot. The 042 is a lack of responsive buying short with a target of 19,752. So he's also adding that treasuries are breaking hard, not helpful to equities. Thanks, Coach Paul.
Well, these price targets keep getting lower and lower, guys.
Right. S&P's trading below the overnight low right now and just pushed right down through yesterday's low. Opening range of the high of the day, we're short.
Yeah, I'd like to see a short through 858 here if we can actually push down into that level and find some weakness there. Given that equities are rolling so hard, we're seeing a little bit of a bounce from Meta here, a little bit of a bounce from Microsoft. So if we have that continuation pushing through, there's a good chance that we would fail to the downside here. But right now we're kind of bouncing off of yesterday's lows. Let's see if we have that continuation to carry us all the way down through 858 or not. If we reject at 906 here, I think there's room for a trade back to the downside. But a big contingency on whether or not we reject at 906 here.
Perhaps a short at 906, or you just want to see how it reacts to 906 as rips?
I want to see how it reacts, and if we get up there and we find weakness, I think there's room for a short for targets of 858 and a half.
Yep. Cool. All right, MP. Watch the 906s. If there's weakness at 906, we could perhaps. Is the house account worthy there, rips?
I would think so, but again, we have to find clear rejection there at 906.
Just browsing the old daily right now. The old daily charts.
Daily. Oh, there you go. Look at you. Top down approach. MP still's a trader.
Top down. I always pictured it like a satellite out in outer space, looking at the planet. Kind of
Google
top
Earth.
down. I see what's going on, high level. Pretty high level.
Earth.
And then I just start cruising closer. Google Earth. Do a Google Earth. Exactly like Eddie said. You start all the way out there. You're on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart. And you're looking at the planet. Then you go all the way down to your hourly, to your 5 minute, to your 1 minute. To your 1 minute, that's like your front porch. So that's kind of how I call it. Think about it.
I love it. Oh, I think we got clear rejection. That was 906 as rips.
We
would you
did.
agree? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we'd say, yeah. So next time we get something up to something like that, maybe we start small. We got a 500 lot to the upside here in the S&Ps, and the 5730s.
And my guys, my traders here in our Daily Levels Discord team, Brooksy, Million Ticks, Coach Paul, we're all looking very heavy here, looking for this downside market. So it sort of adds up.
Yeah. Lee Tard, have you ever considered working with good, consistent U.S. bond traders instead of banning them? Lee Tard, we only ban people if they're violating our terms of use. Financial instruments are a group that is violating straight up. How many people here are okay with somebody taking thousands and thousands to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars of almost free money getting paid out? Or would you rather work your ass off and actually go through a fair evaluation, go through building up your account? So those people that are banned are the ones that have gone through a rigorous review. And we'll talk
NASDAQ has given up the overnight low here, guys.
Thank you. We'll warn them, and we'll even give them the right to appeal. But if you're gaming the system, he gone, as they say in the White Sox world, because we don't deal with that. Nothing against bond traders. We want bond traders. But that is the topic of last week and all over. That is something that we are seeing, and that is something we are eradicating from the system very swiftly.
There's our 858
Nothing
target
to do
on the
personally
ticket.
with your trading.
I'm going to go ahead and cover most of my position right here. And I'm up $3,000 in my live funded account.
There you go.
Nice job. All right, MP, we got to take some of these trades.
I mean, yeah, is what it is.
We 100% allow bonds at the live level. We have bond traders before. Buying at the bid, selling at the offer, and trying to game the system. We see you. You will be gone. On to the next one.
Well, I got another vote for a short day. Carlos coming in here talking about looking like another short day here. Point of control for the highs in NASDAQ overlapping with the VWAP. So even if we make it back, it'll be difficult to break. Thank you, Carlos.
All right, so stopped out there, $3,100 total. I feel like that trade idea was kind of clear.
You got to take, but you got to say, when we say clear rejection, you got to be maybe a little bit more concise and more just forthright. Just be all.
Yeah, help us out, guys. When you guys get into a position, we want to know ahead of time or right in time. I understand you guys got your own trading going on. It just helps the viewers too, so we can also get the house account behind it when we get on here. I get it. When you guys are on, you guys are dialed. Both anybody we have on here trading with. So, but good trade.
Well, this $400 that I'm up in my XFAs was a short from above 20. They're basically 20,000. So that hurts a little bit, but very similar to yesterday where I got out of it before the open. So it is what it is.
Oh, you got out of it? I got out of it
before as I was setting up to get into the show. So around 8 o'clock, I kind of was like, I'm going to do what I need to do to be prepared for the show.
When do you guys first on? If you looked at your stats, when would your first trade typically be? What time?
After, probably the first 5-10 minutes. I mean, sometimes I'll jump into a trade in the open, but it's more like around this time, maybe my first trade of the day.
Yeah. Rips, are you before the open ever?
Oh yeah, I trade pre-market all the time because we have the news releases at what is it, Central Time, 7:30 Central Time. So yeah, I often am trading. I'm an events-driven trader. For you folks that know and watch me trade, yeah. I'm definitely an events-driven trader. So that's where I thrive when we have a lot of volatility that is derived from these events that come out. So like this morning, we had the ADP Junior. That's the non-farm junior. So we had the change in non-farm payrolls. Friday, we get the major non-farm, the real NFP. So trading that a little bit, it left a lot to be desired because it was such a thin market. It came, it went. I tried to trade around it. I made a couple $100. It was no big deal. But an opening trade like that we just took, that's something where I'm using specific key levels in transactions where you have to imagine that we're in a room here. This is all one big auction. And so when the price is coming back up to that 906 level and we're seeing that price action starting to slow down and fail, that's what I would consider a clear rejection of price, where if we wanted to find buyers over 906 and people are auctioning that level of 906, they're in a room and they're saying, who wants 906? Who wants 906? And that's actually a value price for people. They're going to eat it right up. In this case, we went up to 906. We rejected off of it. I sold into that and we took it to our target of 858. That to me is a bread and butter trade.
Nice trade. It definitely was. I mean, it basically just ticked out at 906 too.
Yeah, and that again, if we're calling for 906 as a level, a clear rejection is exactly that. We come up to 906 and the price says no. We will not buy it there at 906.
100%. It ran for the hills after the touch of 906. All right, get back in there. Hey, MP, so that heavy tilt in NASDAQ, they got paid. So something we'll keep an eye on. It was 72, 73% short. Or did it fall out?
Yes, sir.
So yes, pushing back above the previous day low, back in range. This is where it may get a little interesting if we start getting the value trade back up into kind of that 40s and 50s area on ES, which I guess is pretty much the opening range.
Yeah. And this again, too, is why we don't go into these trades with hungry eyes where, even though we auction lower than 858, having your targets in mind when you are setting up your trade ideas is extremely important. So whether you're a veteran trader or a newer trader out there, always make sure that you have targets in mind, that before you're pressing that button to open your trade, you're looking to see what is the potential of this trade. Where is the extension going to go? Where is your trade finish? Where does your trade make profit? And even though like on that trade, we auctioned all the way down to 33 halves, taking the majority and the bulk off of that trade at 58 and 50, that makes sense to me because even though it could have auctioned all the way down to 760 on a break of 858, we don't have hungry eyes. We let runners run. We leave a stop in place. If it ticks our stop, the trade's over.
All right.
Are we going to get range bound today?
Range bound? Oh, boy.
I hope not.
We've got 1,000 votes up on the poll. Bullish or bearish into the open? Over about 1,100 votes, 76% bearish going into the day.
I mean, with the headlines that we had yesterday, it's kind of hard not to, I guess, have a little bit of a bearish bias. But at the same time, with war headlines especially, it's very hard to want to trade and want to get too bearish because the second things slow down or it's not as bad as expected or something changes or there's a ceasefire or whatever, the market just will absolutely just blow you and just blow your stops out to the upside every single time. So I've always tried to either not trade them or not get too excited or just kind of get my points and run and wait for the next day.
Definitely. Very
John, if you're listening, Hoagland, I'm curious if you think that this would be considered a failed downside auction.
Man,
it's a little early for that. I mean, a failed downside auction by definition would be below the initial balance and then a return back inside the initial balance. But looking at the S&Ps, the S&Ps traded within about 2 points of the September all-time high, which was 57.21 quarter. I still have that on my chart because a lot of folks are probably going to be looking at that. That's the September contract all-time high, 57.21 quarter. If I were short into that, I would certainly be lightening up. So I agree with you, Rips. When you have an idea for a target, you take it at that target. Doesn't matter what happens afterwards. But yeah, this is a pretty stiff rejection. We've
Sure
looked
is.
below the overnight low and the range from yesterday in both of these markets, and it is showing signs of rejection. So this could end up being an excess low for the day for absolutely. We don't know what's going to happen, of course, but that's what this is looking like.
We also have to consider, too, that there are multiple stops that could have been ran below that price, given that yesterday's low was the price that was ran. There's going to be stops that are purchased below that, and that, again, can be a trigger point for smart money that if they're looking to say, the sell-off from yesterday was over-exaggerated, we want to come in and intercept that on the bid side. We want to get price action going down. We can be the counterparty to that trade. We can start bidding that up, and then we can take this higher. So this could be the lowest low that we see for the entirety of the week. Based on that rejection, that's definitely something I consider to leave in the table of possibilities here. Is that going to be what it is? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and some of the smart buyers were waiting for those stops to get hit to scoop them all up.
Interesting. Hey, top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. I know I've got them up on my screen, or you can even overlay them on your charts here on Topstep X. Make sure you have those. We'll be referencing those throughout the day. And Hoag will as well. But, man, that was a serious rejection to the downside there, Rips. I hear you say this could be the lows for the week right there.
That could be, and if you're just looking at a multi-day pattern, you do have to understand. Let me go ahead and show you on my chart what I'm looking at. I'm going to bring up the ES here. So if we're looking at the S&P, and we'll go to the 15-minute bars here. Wow, I have some beautiful drawings on my chart from yesterday. That's the hot dog pattern.
Hot dog, yeah. That looks like a dog.
Hot dog. We were making hot dogs yesterday.
That's a classic pattern, of course. It's similar to the London Bridges pattern. We call that the hot dog and mustard. So if you see yesterday here, we had this very exaggerated move here to the downside. We are continuing to the downside here. The trend is showing us that we are moved in the downside. But if we're looking at yesterday, we have sort of a low that is formed right around these levels here. The biggest low here, of course, but let's just say like an average low somewhere around that price. So what I was kind of trying to describe earlier is that there's a lot of sell stops that are below this level. And if smart money is looking to go long, they can force the price down lower, start popping those stops and become the counterparty to those trades, where they are the bid stack that is buying into those stops with the idea that we'll take it back somewhere to this midpoint. Because if we're looking back at all of these transactions, the point of control is nestled up here, which is where we could take the market much higher. Now, if you're a buyer from here and you triggered all those sell stops, you can get out of your position here. You can hold for us to sweep these highs up here. The potentiality for having a successful trade off of this sweep of the lows is pretty high, as long as you have the war chest to have as much money to take all of those contracts. So that's what I see in this type of positioning. This could be the potential of this happening. A good confirmation would be back above these levels, and we're starting to pop what should be buy stops above this level to take us back up to that 5788.
Good stuff. Love it. Well, you've seen the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Please share some swag, some memes, trader station setups, live funnest trading certificates, even your performance dashboard analytics, anything you would like for us to share with the community. Turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours or so. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at TopstepTV. And let's get back to these markets. Like Riff was saying, we saw a fierce rejection in the downside there. 57.24 low in the S&Ps. We just snapped right back up, a 20-point bounce in less than 5 minutes. Last trade, 57.45 in the S&Ps. NASDAQ saw a similar rejection to the downside, bottomed out at 19,833. Last trade, 19,910. My goodness, that was a fierce snapback there. Keep an eye on the gold. Gold making new highs on the day. 26.82 high of the day, about $1 below that current trade. Got crude trading $72 even-ish. Trying to figure out what to do the $72 level, but we'll get back to these traders right now. We got 76% long in gold right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Nick, for a tick, I know you like to keep it light and tight. What kind of levels are you looking for? I know you muttered to yourself, is it going to be a range day? If it is indeed a range day, what does that tell you?
That the market's going to remain in balance, and you kind of have the bottom of that range around 57.30s on ES, and the high kind of back towards 58.20. So a pretty wide balance range, almost 80 points that we've been in for the last few weeks. So you're at the very bottom of that now. If we were to get that rotation, I would expect at least to move back up towards 57.90s, I would say, is probably where I'd be looking for if we get additional upside and can kind of push out of some of this overnight range.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Nick. That's definitely the levels that I'm watching as well. That makes the most sense to me. Now, you also have to consider that after an extreme day like we had yesterday, where the indices were down as much as they were, you'll often find one of two things. Either we give back the entire move and we find our way back into balance initially from where that news broke, and we go much higher, say 58.15 or so, or we remain in this kerfuffle where we have an equal number of buyers and sellers and disagreement in price, where people are saying, well, that kind of sparked the sell-off. Let's get continuation to the downside here. And then you have people saying, well, these are value prices down here. Let's bring the price back up. And there's an equal number of those parties. Therefore, you end up in this range-bound kerfuffleation type of day where it's maybe a 50-point, 100-point, 200-point day, but it's stuck in that range.
Good stuff. Well, I was taking a look, like Rip said, what'd you call it? The non-farm junior? You call that ADP?
Yeah.
The non-farm junior? Yep. I like that. Yep, we got non-farm on Friday. First Friday of every month. Non-farm junior. The Wednesday before the non-farm is ADP indeed. But I'm looking at the calendar here. I see some things, but typically I miss things. That's why I always go to my man, Eddie. Eddie always got my back on what we got on the calendar. Eddie, what do we got on Eco Calendar today on the second day of the fourth quarter of 2024? Eddie, what do we got on the calendar?
4 minutes remaining. We've got coming up here. Well, you get missed the 5 minutes, but anyway, we got the Dallas Fed PCE minor number coming up in a Larry Bird. 33 minutes. We got our crude oil inventories kicking it back here, scrolling down a little bit. We've got Michelle Bowman is going to be speaking at 10 o'clock today. Also, we do have not Barry Larkin, but we've got our FOMC Barkin going to be speaking at 11:15. And basically, that is about it for the day. So back to you, Andre.
Andre, you like that, don't you? Barry Larkin.
Great shortstop.
Thank you for that, Eddie. You were on point today with your Larry Birds and Barry Larkin references. And RIP to Charlie Hustle, Eddie. My dad wanted me to make sure that I brought up. I said RIP to Charlie Hustle today. My dad wanted to make sure that I did that today. So, Dad, if you're watching, RIP to Pete Rose.
Charlie Hustle.
His favorite ball player. Anyways, let's get back into it.
They let him in the hall now. I'm not going to be happy about it.
Oh,
BS.
That would do him. That'd be doing him so dirty.
I agree.
Dirty. But yeah.
Stop. He's already dead.
There it is. That's the other side of it. Yep, here we are.
Don't remind us.
I'm going to get text messages from my dad now. Don't tell him to disparage that guy. He's the hit leader. Anyway, Andy in the chat. Pete Rose innocent. I don't know if he was innocent, but he was the hit leader. So he gambled on his own team.
I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole, but it's hard to keep him out when every single one of the major sports organizations is just pumping sports gambling and taking all the money from it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah.
So that's the last I'll say on it. But that's the logic.
That will not be the last you say on it, Nick. I know you've got takes. You've got takes on this thing, but hey, you're not wrong. But yes, they're making money hand over fist. Hey, wow,
so
what a
keep
snapback.
in mind, in about looks like about 7 minutes here, we're going to be hearing from Alberto Musalim, who's not a voter. He's not a voting member of the Fed, but he's going to be kicking off the Community Banking Research Conference, where we will actually be hearing from voting member Michelle Bowman. She takes the stage at 11, and we'll have to wait and see whether or not she is going to have any kind of remarks on the path forward. Those remarks may add some volatility to the market, given that it is very unlikely in the next 6 to 8 hours that we're going to have any Middle Eastern conflict news coming out, unless it's something of peace talks.
Hey, Rips, can you give us a quick scouting report on Bowman if you have a chance? Again, Bowman speaking in about 1 hour. But Rips, my man, always has the scouting report on his FOMC speakers. Typically hawkish, dovish. What do you think? What do you know?
Bowman's known as a hawk usually, and she generally doesn't comment too deeply on monetary policy. She has had some long-winded approaches in some of her speeches. I think it's contingent upon whether or not we're going to have audience Q&A. It's pretty unlikely that it's going to be anything beyond a opening remarks type of thing. Just a regular, she's doing the keynote speech. So it's going to be just probably some little touch and go on, the economy's this, we got to wait for more data, and then moving on to the regular keynote. So I'm not expecting all that much, but it's at least worth paying attention to and knowing that the times that she's going to be speaking. So that's going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central time here.
Awesome stuff, Rips, man. Always counting Rips. Scouting reports on Fed speakers like that. All right. Well,
Maybe
NASDAQ
looking to short 57.49, 57.50s, really depending on the reaction. That would be kind of the 5700 SPX option wall that I may lean into to test a short. Nothing crazy, just to see if it holds, given that we opened below it and have been kind of just, moved lower, but I kind of want to see if that option wall will hold. So far, there's been some iceberging up there.
MP
right near
49s.
VWAP as well. Right near VWAP as well there, Nick, for a tick.
Summarize.
You might want to work 5 at 49, perhaps. Work 5 at 49. We can scale in a little tester at 49.
49,
If it breaks
ESP.
above, like that's a situation where that can be a tight stop, like because if it breaks above that option level, it's probably going to go.
Yep. 40. Work 5 49 S&Ps. Spoos.
Will it stop at what?
Tight stop. Nick for a tick. Tight stop. What do we got?
Johnny's where I need your help pulling this stuff.
Cool.
Johnny, let Johnny pull stuff like this, and then you drive. Johnny, this is where I need help. So Q&As and then summarize, and then I'll just work it.
Oh, we're just looking at VWAP there in this area here, 57.46. I mean, to me, a move back to settlement, which is 57.59.75 would negate the short.
59s.
Yeah, and you probably know if you're wrong before that too.
Mm-hmm.
Oil moving to the upside here. Last year, $72.28, about 20 cents off the highs there. Ken, we're always going to keep one eye on the gold and crude markets today with what's going on in the Middle East. Rips, do you think most for the time being, most of the conflict is essentially priced into equities and crude and gold? Is there still more room to the downside based on headlines coming out of the Middle East in equities?
I think there is more room to the upside and downside depending on what the next piece of information is that's coming out. We had a bit of an overreaction yesterday on the news, and I think that was it kind of sparked those flows to the downside that were sitting there and waiting. So I think that the news was a catalyst to set off the market structure actions that we saw yesterday. So do we have more continued downside? Potentially, if there is worse news that's coming out of that region. However, if we have anything coming out that negates those headlines, I think that a lot of those shorts will be caught with their pants down and we will be seeing a bit of a short squeeze. So anything's on the table for me. I like to play it as it lies. So I don't want to make too much speculation on either side. I just like to see if we have a recovery today, does that squeeze come into play where those shorts from yesterday are getting squozen? There's a lot of different scenarios I can see playing out. So it's just best to use the market structure to your advantage. For instance, we are now breaking out in the NQ here. We had a volume profile shelf from 905 all the way up to 930. We did see a breakout here of 930s. We are seeing stops being popped, and we are driving much higher here to the 950. So we have left that point of control from earlier this morning, about 925, and we are driving here. And what we're seeing is a micro short squeeze here to the top side. 987 halves would be my target here.
And we just took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps. It's looking more like a values acceptance play, which could take us up to 57.23, 57.73, I should say. Let me take another look at this. 57.73. If we hold above the opening range here, which would put us above 57.50. Then we can see this. We can see this market. It's already ripping back to the upside. Point of control from yesterday is 57.61, which could be a target, and then the ultimate target to the upside would be a value completion at 57.73 half.
No shorts then, Nick?
Not yet. I mean, if we fall back into value here or inside the 50s, absolutely. I think we could, but I don't love that reaction.
Very good. Market generated information.
That's it. Market generated information, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Ultimate. MP biases. What, Michael? You have biases lightly held. What is it? What's that?
Strong opinions, weakly held, flexible bias. You get it.
There it is. Thank you. Lean on you for a ring-a-ding-ding. Oh,
ring-a-ding-a-ding.
What do we got?
Hey, we got this coming over the wire here. Going to be joining us at 10 a.m. a drop-in. We got Coach Jay and coming in right after him at 10:15.
Nice.
Stanley is going to be joining us here in Fast Markets. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I like that breaking news sounder right there. Yes. Coach Jay with the VIP update, as well as Stanley, Pass with the Pro. See if we get him over the Finish line, we took a bit of a drawdown yesterday. Nothing too crazy. See if we can get them across the finish line today with new edition of Pass with the Pros, Fast Markets Edition, we'll call it. All right, Nick, I'm keeping an eye on these 5750 level here in the ES.
We are reaching the upper end of the broader volume shelf off that opening range. If we're considering the pre-market highs as well, we did kind of reject there. We did hit a high of just above 970, and in the NQ are rejecting. We're seeing similar price action there in the S&P, so it is nice to see them trading in tandem. When you have that sort of confluence, it makes for an easier trade because you have both of the indices moving in, both of the broad indices moving in the same direction here.
NASDAQ traded right back to settlement. 975.
Short, Nick? Nick, you're short?
Yeah, I'm short 949s NASDAQ.
949s, MP.
Do it.
5749. Boom.
We got 48, 70s. We got 49s.
Now, Nick, our session high today, 56 quarter. Do you like that? Do you like anything above that for a stop?
No, I'd be out.
You'd be out before the session high right now.
I think you said 66.
Like 57,
I'm going to probably be out
58.
above 60s.
About 60s, okay.
Gold new highs here. Thank you, Coach Hoop.
John, you got to help me out on that. What is that?
Stop at 60.
Thank you, sir.
The order that
Beautiful
shall
trade
remain
there, Nick.
unspoken.
Gorgeous.
And I'm looking to cover this 920s to 910s, kind of that 906 level that Rips was potentially talking about earlier. Let's see if it still acts as kind of
you sold the NASDAQ? Oh, you sold NASDAQ. Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought I said that.
Yeah. You sold 49s in the ES, correct? You're looking to cover at what price?
No. I sold 949s NASDAQ.
There's also 49s
Same
in the
prices.
ES. Thank you.
It's crazy that we're actually trading 49s in
like
both right now.
I know, man.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Why do they do that?
No, it's not your fault.
I guess that makes sense.
Sometimes they line up.
Right.
Sometimes they line up.
Too
Sometimes they line up.
perfect there. Come on.
Too perfect.
Markets.
That was crazy.
We would have been roughly fine either way, roughly.
Well, we're both in this together, so let's hold hands and jump in this pool together.
all that sorry, all the talking there. I might have gotten out, but let's see if it breaks again.
We're still
we are seeing a bid stack below that's basically 22 stacked to 40 here, so it doesn't look like we're going to see that confirmation lower. On that failure from 55 all the way down to 27, we did see some hefty bids coming in, absorbing a lot of that price. And usually when we see that, it makes it a lot more difficult for shorts to take
Not a
control
huge
of
fan of this trade in the S&Ps.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm going to flatten this.
Got it.
And then it's going to roll.
$90. $90. Nice job.
It rolled as soon as I get out. There was too much going on there. I'm just going to say that I should have managed that and kind of been watching because the same buyers that Rips was talking about, I was looking at, and my fault. Should have been clear that we were in NQ, not ES, and probably should have covered that.
No.
Hey, that was the initial one I was looking for.
You keep trading.
That's questions we can be asking you. So we'll add that to our process. We'll ask you guys questions so then you don't have to get distracted to feed us. Yeah. That shouldn't be your job anyway.
My brain always defaults to the S&Ps, and they were at the same pricing, so that was interesting.
We are seeing this trade kind of negating now. We are seeing bid stacks coming in here. So if we do see a clear confirmation of 55s holding here, there's a chance that we could be attesting to breakout of 75 here. Above 75 brings us two levels, 987 halves and 20,012.75 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, and we still covered that trade for a quick $200. So no worries.
Not all was lost. Very nice. Great trade.
Get back in. You want to get back in?
Well, that could have been a very quick 25, which you guys know me. I love to kind of scalp NQ.
We'll get a better fill right now.
Points.
Yeah, if you love 49s, you love 60.
I love 55s now.
55, 60.
So in theory, in ES right now, that trade is still valid. We are still kind of holding below, 57.50s. In NQ, I just sometimes don't love it just because the way it can kind of whip you out. That's why I was kind of saying like I was going to use like roughly a 10-point stop because if it gets back above 960s, I do not love this trade.
Well, we are actually holding there the 55s again. So go ahead.
Here we go. Yeah, so it's about 60% of the time this happens to everybody. They place a trade in the wrong market or the wrong account, and I have been in both of those. So
Well, the rule of
Thanks for
thumb
the
I
poll,
always use
guys.
with my trading
That's great.
buddies is it's 3 digits for NQ, 2 digits for ES, and
There
that's
you go.
usually so everyone knows what you're talking about.
I like that. 954s in the NASDAQ and 48s. Yes.
Never. I work at Hindsight Capital.
Like that one?
I saw that in the poll question there.
Looking at the tilt here, we got pretty much 50-50 in crude. Again, we're going to have always one eye on crude. 72% long in gold right now. 72% long in NASDAQ as well. Average price
getting heavy longs right here.
943.
If you like the 49s, then you're going to like the 53s. You're going to like the heavy side. Got paid last time. They got paid last time. We'll see. But that was the shorts getting paid last time.
Correct.
The longs are now entering the market. They're about 13, 15, 16 handles, 20 handles in the money.
Yeah. As I said, as long as we see these 55s holding, we will see this test of that 75 for the breakout on the highs, and those two levels, 87.5 and 20,012 and a quarter, 3/4.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, keep an eye on see Musalem. How do I pronounce that, Rebs? I'm not want to say Musalem, but how do I pronounce
Muslim.
Muslim.
That's what I call a mausoleum, especially in October.
Not a voter, you say. Not a voter, but we'll keep
That's good. Along with Austin Goolsby.
Boo. Hey, just want to give a quick shout out to Grant watching in Lawrence, Kansas. Shout out to Grant.
Hey, let's do a thing. Let's do a Halloween contest that the person that dresses up and looks like one of these Fed speakers the best and submits it and posts it online online. I'll do some banger fun thing for you. You know, like whatever, like if it's a free whatever or whatever. Just let's have some fun on Halloween when it comes. That would be hilarious. I'm throwing it out there to anybody out there. I don't know what the winning prize is. But if you would like to post yourself dressing up like in the Halloween costume, like let's see if we could do it.
I was trying to see what day.
That's the only one we really see.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Halloween's on.
But if you wanted to have all of them, you and your all your buddies wanted to sit around and say, "Hey, dress up like all these guys real quick. Let's take a picture." I don't know.
Just make sure anyone dressed up like Jerome Powell, you have your purple color tie ready to go.
Exactly.
It's not like it's that hard.
Being used.
Yeah.
Right. Purple tie and no pants.
Yeah.
And a printer that you have to carry around.
Yes. Waller lifting weights.
Oh.
There's options.
That's a good. I like that. Carrying around a printer. I like that.
Money
Not
printer.
if there's
Money
a
printer.
trade coming in, but I want to hit a few stories real quick. Two of which are
24%.
very, 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 very important. First, we have an interesting trend. I hadn't seen this before, and Lord knows they could be down today. The share prices of recruiting firms may be pointing to higher U.S. job openings.
Interesting.
You can see this correlation here going back to 2013, and there's been an uptick in those stocks. Maybe it's because they consolidated and fired a bunch of their people, which would kind of prove this wrong, but something to keep an eye on. And now to the really important stuff. Danielle went hog wild and sent a lot of Danielle stories. So here we go. The first of which, Lamar Odom is keeping young with the salmon sperm facial.
Yikes.
Yes,
Nick.
you too.
Nick.
Why is it every time I'm on, we get like just this is what I get. These are the stories, and I just have to give a natural reaction.
Nick, what are we doing?
You can't even. There's so many jokes that you can go.
Rebs, what are we doing with this? Sorry.
You've taken a big
I feel
payout
like
recently.
Salmon was his nickname for P. Diddy.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Are we talking?
All right, keep moving, Jack, please.
All right.
All right,
We're not talking
$3,200.
salmon, right?
Oh my
Like a
$3,200. You
Oh, my
too can have your face injected with salmon sperm.
$3,200.
$3,200. That's nothing for face stuff.
Oh, wow.
All right.
I'm not going to comment.
The next Danielle
they're
story.
swimmers.
They get better. Surveillance video captures
Yeah,
man
this dude.
hiding under vehicles at car wash to stare at women's feet. Danielle was wondering
Nick, what are we doing?
the
What,
mechanics
Andre's
of
cousin?
this. Apparently,
Can't wait for Lost
Is that your
Trader to
cousin?
Photoshop Andre
Is
on
that your
this.
cousin, Andre?
Looks like Fat
Yeah,
Andre.
Andre.
It looks like Fat Andre.
I will give Hungus or Lost Trader 6 hours before this is on the Power Hours segment.
Yep. I have a feeling that's a meme.
Apparently, he was sneaking under people's SUVs while they were vacuuming to look at their feet. And I guess my question is, I thought this was America. I'm not sure what crime this breaks.
Yeah, he's doing his job, making sure everything's checked.
Oh boy. Okay.
Well, I don't see. That's what I see. I'm like, do they have clear? Like, my brain goes like, hey, they have clear floors. Like, how the hell? What do you mean they're doing? Like, they have they're literally sitting in the car still while he's vacuuming around their feet. What's going on? That's what I didn't understand here.
He likes it. So. That's his thing.
All right.
I mean, like, kind of a bright idea for these folks, but why wouldn't you just go work at a shoe store if you're obsessed with feet?
How about there
Doesn't
you
that
go?
make more sense? Is that just like too obvious?
You're being too
work at a
logical.
shoe shop. Why work at a car wash? Seems a little bit kind of making your job difficult there.
Yeah. Very good. He's working at shoes. I like that. Rips does bring up a good point. Go to Nordstrom, sell shoes.
No matter how hard you try, there's always going to be ones that just don't get it.
Making it more difficult on themselves. All right, let's get back.
Wake up every day, made it harder than yesterday.
Yes. Last trade, 57.50. House account did take a brief short, 57.49. No, Nick took a short at 9.49.
Smarter, not harder. Tony goes, work smarter, not harder. That'd be a perfect example of it. Hey, buddy, you really like feet, huh? Yeah, I do, boss. Well, right across the streets, a shoe store just opened up. That's your home.
Oh, go hit up Foot Locker.
Exactly.
Go hit up Foot Locker.
Easy, much easier, Rips. Anyways, all right, 57.50. Still keep an eye on this price. We're keeping one eye on gold, one eye on crude throughout the day. If we do see a spike in both simultaneously, might be getting into
Topstep found out about the foot fetish world when we had a website. One of our rebrands. We did a rebrand. We did like 3 or 4 rebrands. Total rebrand came to Topstep when we dropped Topstep Trader. But the website had a guy sitting on a couch, and we'll show a picture of it with bare feet. And, you know, we didn't put 2 and 2 together. And then people were like, yo, like, who puts a barefoot on their homepage? Like, what, he's sitting on the couch on trading. And come to it was like people were talking about it for foot fetish people. They're into that. I'm like, oh,
I got it, MP. I'll send it.
Oh, okay.
Really? That's incredible.
This was a strong rejection, by the way, in the NQ off of 45 there. We just had a big sweep of liquidity up towards 75. It looks like we might be breaking out here. Trigger point in S&P is going to be 57.60. We are seeing NVIDIA wrestling here at the 118s. We do see a clear breakout of 118s. Next level on NVIDIA is going to be around those 120 halves. And if we do see Microsoft coming out of this gully of despair, that can give that push to the upside here. We're seeing a push in both in Meta and Apple right now, alongside NVIDIA. So a lot of strength coming out of the Mag 7 here. We'll see if that has continuation to push us through 57.60 in the S&Ps.
57.60. You're looking perhaps for a buy stop or push higher above 57.60 there, Rips?
Yeah, I don't know how big of an exchange it would be, seeing that we have a lot of foot traffic at 57.80.
Wow.
So we could potentially see
I see what
a rejection
you did there.
at 57.80. But
did you say foot traffic?
Points.
Oh, that guy. I read that one.
Yeah, look at that guy. I know. That
guy has zoomer neck too. Not only does he have bare feet, but he's got zoomer neck.
No, we had to cut off his head and put a new head on. That's what they told me. I didn't do any of this. They're like,
is that Dolby with frosted tips, by the way?
Yeah, it's Dolby with frosted tips.
Norwegian Dolby.
Norwegian Dolby.
Stockholm Hammerjack.
It really makes you wonder, though, MP, when you're talking about stock photography, who foot the bill for that picture?
Oh, yeah. Old Oslo Dolby.
Oslo Dolby. All right. Keep an eye on these 57.60s in the nice job production, getting that picture up quick.
Camping at the fjords this weekend.
Man, look. No comments out of the speaker yet. Nothing I'm seeing just yet.
We are seeing stops getting popped here. 987.50s on the ticket is leading us higher here. Again, 20,012 and 3/4 is the level we're tracking to the top side. Congratulations to anybody in the chat who grabbed this along here. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
Oh, yeah. That was a tough one.
Right, way to cut bait on those shorts.
Yep.
Does not comment on monetary policy. Thank you, Adam M. in the chat.
I did not like that short. You got value area acceptance coming in here, almost to the point of control from yesterday in the S&Ps, 57.61.5. So that kind of lines up with 57.60's rips level.
Okay, nice. Yes, it does. Excellent. Tilt getting paid today so far, MP. They're 2 for 2 with a heavy lean above 70% on the NASDAQ.
Good notice.
Can we give a shout out to Yolanda Washington in chat? She just passed her second combine.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job, Yolanda.
There you go.
Nice
Nice
trade.
catch, Rip.
We need to do more shout outs. I think we're starting to skip some. We are starting to overlook all these people.
We got
passing
them.
their-
We got them. We
them.
have a product.
Good.
We got it.
Nice
Money's all
job.
over it.
Nice work. Good job, Yolanda. Everyone give some love.
So we did tag those 12s. The high of that ticket was 14.75. So we went level to level there. Got that from 50 all the way up to 12.75. Nice rejection there at 14. So we wait for the next leg now. We are tickling up against those 57.60. So we'll have to see whether or not that can push on through that level. So this is usually where we'll have a slight rejection, which is exactly what we're seeing right at that 12 level. And then we kind of wait to see, do we have some strength in bids showing up at these 980s or not? If not, it's just a stop run. We hit our levels. We're out of the trade. Simple as that.
Yeah, NASDAQ looked just above the overnight high and then had a nice little pullback off of that. We're still not there yet in the S&Ps. Overnight high is just above that RIPS level. Right around 63.75 is the overnight high in the S&Ps.
Really nice. Yep. All right, everyone's flat. Let's just do a quick roundup here. Nick for a tick flat. Rips flat. House account flat.
Yeah, I am flat, and live account is up $3,100.
Well done. Let's go.
It's a good day, too. I always like to look at my commissions to see how spazzy I was in my executions. Today is one of the days where we kept things nice and clean. $21.80 in commissions today.
Very nice. You'll take that.
$31.73 on the ticket. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. It's definitely one of those days it feels
efficient.
Good.
Very efficient way to get
exactly right.
Profits. Taking a look at the tilt here, 63% long. We did see 74% long in the NASDAQ. That leveled out now to 54% long as we see us pull back off those highs, 20,014, those highs. We're about 40 cents beneath that. So probably some profit taken there from all the sim traders here at Topstep. Good job. Trade 71.
Right back, 5,700 SPX, and as well as the breakout level on NQ, that kind of 70s area that we just took off from. So falling back into range now, which is interesting.
Yeah, and that's kind of goes back to what you and I were both talking about, Nick, on a day like today after a big move yesterday. Yeah. I mean, you can call it a big move, you can call it a small move, whatever. It's a move. It happened yesterday. We had a single directional move to the downside. We had a couple pops and drops, but for the most part, the direction was to the downside. And after a move like yesterday, as you were saying, we both agreed upon that we will see this being more of a range-bound type of tape where we can go to extremes and then we'll come back to balance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that look above the overnight high in the NASDAQ seems substantial information to me.
Pulled off that
what do you mean by that?
Quickly, didn't it?
What do you mean by that, Hoag? What's substantial information mean?
Well, when we look above an overnight high or an overnight low and we eject really quickly, that's usually at least a good scalp to the downside in this case in the NASDAQ. But it can also kind of indicate that there's still sellers up there that may remain from the overnight session.
Like Coach Jay likes to say, that price meant something to somebody. What was the time to sell? There we go. Rips been calling these levels nicely in the NASDAQ, I got to say. Shout out to anyone that's getting
Sometimes you get lucky, Andre. Sometimes you get lucky.
Blind squirrel, get out of here. No chance, man. Yesterday as well. It's been great to watch.
It's nice being on the program back to back. This is the first time I've been on with Nick for a tick, and let me tell you, it's like a treat. This is a treat. This is a real treat to share the stage with such a talent.
We're going to get
Nick for a tick has been on the top 10 leader the entire year, if I'm not mistaken. Top 5 for the half of the year.
Nick.
This fellow right here, that is pure raw talent in trading right there.
Look at that, Nick for a tick. Throwing the roses, throwing the bouquet of roses at Nick for a tick's feet. How about that?
Call me Krispy Kreme this morning because we are glazing.
Glazing, baby. We are glazing. It's all in good fun. Yes, I was wondering if this is the first combo of us four, but I like that.
It is.
Awesome.
It is. It was. This is the first time, which is actually kind of shocking, I guess. But yeah, I'm glad Rips and I finally get to come on with each other. I do enjoy listening to Rips in the mornings when I'm kind of doing some of my pre-market prep and just settling in, looking at charts. When he does his, it's like 7 a.m. Central time show for me. It's just it's a good voice in the background. He's very soothing and it makes me laugh. So I enjoy it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate
you. Rips, you're in Vegas. What time do you get up?
I wake up at 2 a.m., but I go to bed at around like 8, 9 o'clock at night. So I wake up super early because I write this morning memo that goes out to all these brokerages. It goes out to, and I'd love to get it on Topstep too. It'd be fantastic. Yeah. It goes out to Schwab, Webull, E-Trade, goes out to all these big brokerage houses, and they publish it in their news report.
On futures?
And it goes out, and I share levels for all sorts of different things on there. So, like this morning's morning memo has levels for SPY, Triple Qs, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, Tesla. Also, I give like a short little wrap up on what's going to happen for the day, as far as the news and everything. And, I love producing this because it allows me to be grounded in the market and see I read the overnight news, I read the morning news, and I go through everything that happened in yesterday's session. And it allows me to see the levels and the price action for specific equities that have a huge influence in the price of the NASDAQ and the S&P. So it also helps me by producing this, and that's why I love to do it. So that's why I wake up so early. I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning and writing that thing, and usually start
my friend.
Talking to my group like 4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah, grind. Life is boring without grind, right?
But you have to grind. They're the ones that get paid in life, success in life, whatever. Watch any documentary about anybody who's been successful, and they said everything's a grind. Stuck with it. They didn't jump around from flashy thing to flashy thing. Stuck with it. Grinder to perseverance to grit to whatever you want to call it. They wore out the other guy.
Yeah, there's always something that I've had that's driven me in business and anything that I've done. I like to call it the invisible challenger, and I try to picture somebody who's working harder than me, and I try to outwork that person. It kind of has been a driver throughout a good portion of my life. I always imagine, what is the competition doing? What is the other guy doing? How much are they outworking me, and how can I outwork them?
I've always had that. Yeah. That's why I always kind of
these ears. Yep.
Yeah. I always jab at myself. I got a 2.67 GPA. I didn't care about school. I knew I could outwork anybody. I knew that. You put me in front of it, I would outwork you to almost to my death. Honestly, there's been a couple of times where I knew I came very close to having a heart attack and things like that, just because it's just like, too much. But I mean, it's always paid. It's always paid since 18, since sticking with trading since I was 18, trying to figure that out, trying to figure out the prop firm world, trying to figure out another company that failed in the gaming world, video game world, and competitions and things like that, and trying different companies, trying different ideas, blah, blah, blah. So came back to what I know, stuck with that, and just been doing the same thing my entire life.
NASDAQ ripping back up to that high we just left above the overnight high. This could be impactful up here.
Well, why, Hoag? What are you looking for up here? I know we're almost at the bottom of the hour here. What are you looking at?
I'm looking for the S&Ps to finish the value area play, which I just said was up at 73.5. So I mean, if we get back above the overnight high in the NASDAQ and we start to see some buying coming in, this can be impactful. We've got value high in the NASDAQ from yesterday 45. At 33, 45. So it's not a big stretch to get to that level, but this is an interesting area up here. Yeah, if at the very least, because we can limit risk up here. Ribs, what do you think?
Well, again, it's same levels here that we're coming up to 57.60, and that 2012 level is still intact. We have an air gap level above that that's all the way up at 82.75. So if we do start to pop stops in an extreme way above 20,012, let's just say we start tickling into the 20s and 30s, there's a good chance that we could see a run all the way up to 82, and that would be fueled by the confluence that we're seeing of S&Ps at 57.60 right now. So we definitely want to see that. MP, I have a question for you. You're talking about the grind and the hustle and all that. One of the things that I found that drives me a lot too is waking up every single day with the idea that I still have to prove to myself that I am able to do what I'm able to do. Do you have that same feeling when you wake up in the mornings where, you're sort of challenging yourself. I feel like there's a lot of people who don't tend to do so well in life, where they wake up feeling like they're the best thing since sliced bread, versus, entrepreneurs and grinders who wake up and they say, I got to prove to the world that I still got it.
Every day I wake up and feel I have to prove. Every day I wake up and I feel, no matter how, like, Topstep's like a 10-year overnight sensation. It's like, 10 years of just grinding and all that. But like everything, I think that mentality you have to have, because the minute you get complacent and think you got it is the minute somebody else or the laws of nature or the trading gods slap you and say, no, you don't. However. So I think everything, it has to be a grind. Obsession. Who said obsession is a key in here? Jeremy Miller. Obsession is the key. Obsession is the key. And hard, like, dedication, commitment.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and when it gets hard, it's like pretty. And when it gets hard, you have to still stick with it. I call it the off fuck it moment. I call it that. I have them. I've had them in my life where I'm like, things are going really, really stressful, really hard. It's getting to like a point where like, I'm going to break. I don't know how I can keep up with this. I can't juggle so many balls. I'll be in the shower and I'll be thinking about all this, because like you get your best thinking in the bathtub or shower, says a lot of people. And even Alan Greenspan said that when he was talking one time about Fed stuff. I get out of the shower, I dry off, and I go, oh, fuck it, here we go. And then I'll just hit that problem until I'll work my people around me. I'll talk to Hoagland. In the trading world, I'll talk to certain individuals in my personal life to then help me make the best decision, because I'm going to be making decisions here, and these decisions have to have a good batting average, or else I'm going to start failing at it. And then I'm already at the lows of my failure because I had the F it moment. So that's kind of then, that's the buckle down attitude that I get.
Well,
it served me well for 45 years.
You're 45, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like saying that word.
All right, let's see what we're doing here. We're still holding bid here on the NASDAQ. 20,008 high today, 20,014 and 3/4.
We're seeing the same thing in the, go ahead. This is DOE numbers, I'm guessing.
No. We've got it. We've got it here. Just let you know that we had the crude number coming out here at 3,889,000. They were looking at negative 143, and gasoline inventory is 1.119. They were looking at 2 million. So those are, gas inventory numbers that did come out. And next, we'll be watching for Bowman and Barkin.
Awesome, good stuff. I got a 500 lot to the upside here in the S&Ps, 57 and 3/4.
Andre, I know you like to hear this, so I'm gonna drop it on you. But how about some market internals?
Let's do it, my man. Let's do it. It's about that time. We're an hour into the open. Hit me, Rips.
We got the NYSE volume at 145 million shares. That is 4% above its 1 month average. So today is showing some volume today. Advancers are even with decliners today. So like I said, and like Nick said, we're seeing that push and pull, that tug of war, that market remaining in balance here. Same thing over the NASDAQ, 1.82 billion shares traded so far, 14% above its 1 month average. And advancers are even with decliners. The VIX is down 1%, sitting at 19.14.
Nice. A little bit more higher volume than average in the last month. Interesting.
Yeah.
Like that. Well, interesting. We are staying bid above here, Hoag. I know in the next 27 minutes we'll get a little bit more information. But Hoag, after we got an hour into it, what are we thinking with the price action here in terms of more movement to the upside? We're just put in a new high in the NASDAQ, Hoag. So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that we still have the potential for value acceptance play. The value area high that I have off of T4 is based off of TPO charts in the NASDAQ, and that's that 33 number. The volume value area level is much higher than that, but I tend to look at the TPO levels. I'm still looking for the S&Ps to take out the high here and see if we can't get to value high from yesterday, which I have here at 57.73.5, and that's the TPO value high. It's a little bit different on the volume. We're extending now above the initial balance. As long as we stay above the initial balance high in the NASDAQ, that's 14 in the S&Ps, that's 61.5. We can see continuation, but we're at risk now of having failed upside auctions in the S&P and the NASDAQ. We've looked above the initial balance. We've fallen back down inside the initial balance, and this could be, it would be a very preemptive short here. But we are at risk of having a failed upside auction. If you look on my charts here, I can show you on the TPO charts that I have here. We've got the IB high in the NASDAQ, 14. We looked above it. We've looked above the overnight high. We got pretty close to value high from yesterday, 33. That's the TPO value high right there. And we've pushed back into the initial balance. If we leave this excess high up here, that would be a failed upside auction, and the market could rotate lower. But we do have a lot of time to wait before we can see that proves to be true. And anything that proves to be true is only true until it isn't.
Yep.
Just saying.
That's the tricky part of those. All right. Well, we're gonna. Yeah, it does. Well, yeah. Basically, we'll see if there's any more gas in the tank to push us higher. If we do run out of gas in the next 25 minutes or so, it could call it a failed upside auction. Rips was looking for perhaps a failed downside auction earlier this morning. It's safe to say it was for the time being.
Hey, a couple things really quickly. I want to shout out. Big Ben, how big are you on mental health? Rips, I'm going to ask you that really quickly, but for me, Big Ben, huge. So much so that stupid question they ask you when you do passwords and whatnot, and I'm going to give you mine, is what books do you read? He gives you a list. I don't even know. I'm like, I think self-help. I did I do self-help books all the time. I used to do them all the time. Now I'm just like the trading psychologist that come on here. I work with a therapist every now and then to help me get to know myself better, my thoughts and all that kind of stuff. I think that's all really good. Getting to know upstairs is, to me, the most valuable thing. And you get tested on it so much in trading more than really anything. Or when your back's against the wall, you start, getting to know who's, kind of speaking to you type of deal to get yourself out of whatever it is into a better spot. Rips, do you have that? And I say Nick as well. Do you guys focus on mental health?
100%. And it's interesting because everything we perceive is all in our own control. Everything that we perceive in our life is processed by our brain, and we control our own thoughts. We control how we perceive the world, and we control how we act around those perceptions. And in fact, the brain is the only organ in your body that actually named itself. So you have to take that into respect, that this is a very powerful thing that you are in complete and total control over. And if you do not have a good relationship with that, with yourself, with your own mental health, you spiral out of control. And that's why I asked that question from you, where, at the just about 10 minutes ago, about whether or not you wake up doubting yourself. You're in control of those feelings. You're in control of your destiny with that. And if you set up certain specific parameters in your life, like, I wake up doubting myself, I want to prove to the world that I still got it, I start from zero every single day, you're in control of that. And then you can do great things with that type of motivation. So yes, I think that it's extremely important.
Like that. Speaking of which, I think we'll have Sean Sawyer joining us this afternoon, 1:00 Central Time. Please stay tuned in for that. But before we get there, I want to throw it to my man, JD. JD, hit me with some stats here.
What's up, guys?
Wednesday. What's up, JD? Happy Wednesday.
What's up, JD?
Happy Wednesday to you. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are. We've got shifting nearly 13 grand trade in the NASDAQ. David A. splitting time between the ES and the NQ. Where did it go? $1,036 from the ES and $10,096 from the NQ for a total of $11,132 in profits for David. Faye was trading gold, $10,711 worth of gold. And Daniel and Eric both trading the NQ, $88.74 for Daniel and $77.58 for Eric. All right, while I change up this overlay for the XFA P&Ls, who wants to take a guess at the total number of payouts from yesterday?
Total? I'll let Rips go first.
I'll give you a hint. Let me give you a hint.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to give you a hint. It was on the lower side. That's the only hint.
Say 784,000.
Yeah, that's the thing. The new lower. It's higher lows to say higher highs and higher lows.
Higher lows. Higher lows.
Tuesdays have been around
60.
Around that.
700. MP, you have a clue? You have a feel for this? I think you have an idea.
I'm starting. I just kind of like Mondays are over 1. They've been typically averaging that many weeks now, like Mondays. And Tuesdays and Wednesdays is a little bit lower, under 1. I know that.
Okay.
Very true. Very true. All right, let's see it. You ready? Total number is $841,951. That's a low day now, guys.
Crazy.
I got to
recalibrate.
I got to recalibrate all
payout. Average payout is staying constant too. We're averaging above 2,000, or pretty close to averaging above 2,000 in the last 3 months. It's been real close.
Hey yo! Wow! Jab, 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 people. Jab, jab, jab.
100%.
Jab, jab, jab. These are impressive numbers, no doubt about it. All right, we've got XFA P&Ls from yesterday. You ready for these?
Yeah. What are we looking at here, JD?
It sure did. All right, a lot of NQ traders. We got Justin Scott. Justin, almost $30,000 trading the NQ. Scott K, copying trades across a couple accounts for a total profit of $46,642. Not a bad day for Scott. Then we've got Jacob also trading the NASDAQ, $20,504. Nathan trading the NASDAQ in silver, $20,157 for Nathan. And Tigbeer trading the NASDAQ, $16,925. Nothing but huge numbers coming from those XFAs. We see it every day. They just keep getting bigger and bigger, don't they?
I love the cha-chings.
Good timing, Eddie. Good timing.
Yes. Big time.
All right, I'm going to jump back on at 10 o'clock for a little VIP update
streaks.
When Coach Jay gets here. We'll do hot streaks too, yeah.
Yes, everyone's stay tuned to see if Delesh has taken it to day 61. That would be the 4th month. There's about 20 trading days in a month, or 20 trading days in a month. He gets to day 61. That would be month 4 of the streak, Michael. Month 4 of the streak.
Dre?
Yeah,
Andre,
what up?
We're talking about Michael's jab. JC, here in the chat, my new combine, 4,500 today, max profit and courage. He lost 3 of his XFAs yesterday, and he's back in the game. Jab. Also, Corey, saying that I've been away for a while, had to redo some things, really focused, passed the combine, and made a payout. Jab. And Theory.
Nice.
Locked out 3 accounts in the green, and not like yesterday where I kept trading to finish in the red. Jab.
Oh yeah,
100%.
jab.
Thank you, Eddie.
Keep going.
Like a boxer.
That's what I've
Floyd
got.
Mayweather,
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Let's take a peek at these
Everyone,
markets here.
Back to the grindstone. In a 9-to-5er corporate world, yeah, that's horrible. But in trading, it's kind of exhilarating. It's always been.
Got to. Screen time.
Stop.
Even though this thing comes with freedom, screen time cannot be replaced. Hopefully, a lot of people learned yesterday when they saw what a headline-driven market looks like.
Woo, yeah.
Yeah, that was a learning lesson for everyone. You saw Rips absolutely crush it with the headlines coming out. And he said, once that ran through the news cycle, Rips, you were pretty much done for the day early in terms of trading. You didn't walk away from the desk. Essentially, you were done trading. You kept watching. But that first 30 minutes out of the gate was basically all you needed because you have the experience you're relying upon.
Yeah, it was. It's one of those things where you have it's a news-driven move, and even if the news is only the catalyst of the move, and the market structure is responsible for the rest, we still have that move. And then once that move happens, the probabilistic odds of having a follow-up trade that are going to produce the same results. And I know this from my own trading history from back early on. I've been trading for about a decade now, and back early on in my career, I would notice that I would have these huge moves, and then I'd try to get a follow-up trade that mimicked what I just saw in that move. I always learned to realize that once the move is gone, the party's over. And if you're trying to mimic what you just saw, chances are you're going to be oversizing into a move. You're having FOMO. You're anticipating something that's just never going to happen. So for me, after those types of moves happen, I tend to pump the brakes and take a little break there.
Even if you missed it, Rips, even if you missed the move, you'll still sit on your hands and be like, it's just, I missed it. I got to live with it and move on.
And I've found, the longer that you are in these markets trading, the less and less a one single trade matters. And that's one of the things that newer traders struggle with. They miss a trade and they think, oh my gosh, I'm never going to have this opportunity again. In reality, you're going to be trading for a long time. You're going to have thousands of trades in your career. One single trade, whether you miss it, whether you miff it, whether you just bungle it, it's not a big deal. You move on to the next trade. It's just one trade.
You can really do. Let's do a quick recap. Then we have some announcements coming up. Let's go around the horn of the markets here. Last trade, NASDAQ staying right up near the highs. High of the day, 20,030. Last trade, 20,012. So about 18 points off the highs there. S&P staying bid, staying strong. Last or high of the day, 57.63. We're about 3 points beneath that. Still staying strong, though. Sellers are trying to keep push this lower, but they can't take it. They're going to give it one more shot right here. Looking at gold, 26.77 last trade. High of the day, 26.84, so about $7 beneath that. Gold or oil, right on VWAP. Last trade, $71.67. So everything's kind of in a bit of a holding pattern. We'll wait and remain patient. We do have some more speakers coming up at the top of the hour. We got Bowman coming up. We got Barkin still. But without further ado, Eddie, what do we got for announcements, my man? What's up, Eddie?
Hey, that's me. Hey, you want to pass with the pros? Let's do it. Try to pass your trading combine with us on air. Well, you know what? Stanley's going to be here in maybe about a half an hour. So, hey, I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you feel that you are close to passing your combine, definitely fill that out. Come on aboard, and let's see what we can do together. Also, mentioned earlier today here and throughout the day, Trader Mindset question and answer with Sean Sawyer. Sean Sawyer, Top Step Trader and psychotherapist. Going to be back here at 1 o'clock to answer your trading mindset questions. And I posted the link there. I'll post that link one more time. And hey, if you're new here and you're not in our Discord, Top Step Discord, you like what you're doing and you want to interact with the Top Step community a little bit more, join our Discord. And I'm going to put that link also. So I'm going to be posting a few links here, but I'm going to pass it right back to Andre. Andre, back to you, sir.
All righty. So the mindset part. I know we had a mental health question earlier. So I forget the name who asked that, but stick around for that. That is going to be great. What is some background on him again? Yeah, can we give some background again on him again, Eddie?
Background
on
Sean or who?
We're seeing some size offers continuing to come in above price here in the S&Ps. There's 500 on the offer at 61.75. That just keeps coming in. It gets filled, keeps coming in. Gets filled, keeps coming in. Just pointing that out, guys.
What price is that? Sorry, hold on. I just got back. Just 61 in the orders.
Yes, sir.
57. Okay, cool. I see the 500. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Regarding our Top Step mindset, Sean Sawyer is a Top Step trader and a psychotherapist. And he's been with us a few times with John, with Mr. Hoagland, and he's going to be with us here at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you. 1 o'clock today. The mental health questions, anything you guys have as far as your psyche, managing your emotions, everything going on back again upstairs is what we got to figure out. That's your brain. Tune in, 1 o'clock, Chicago time. CT, Chicago time. Also Central time, but Chicago time.
Yep. All right, Hogan, keep an eye on these 61 3/4, 61.75. Look at the ladder here on the ES. Nick, when you see this iceberg, Nick, would you consider that an iceberg order? You see the guy keep coming back in at 57.61.75? 500
in
times?
theory, yes. I mean, I'm not seeing it in a ton of volume just yet. I'm even checking Bookmap right now, but yeah, nothing crazy as far as like very, very large, like 100-lot icebergs. I guess you could also say like our buyers losing a little bit of steam as far as trying to push it up, and they're just being met by a passive seller up there. We'll find out. I was trying to get short, but I flattened it for a couple points loss to see if we were going to go take out the overnight high in the S.
We've got
what I've noticed, Nick, on the tape, and I'm curious.
Well.
Go ahead, Hoagland.
Go, Hogan.
I was saying there are a bunch of bids popping in and out below, and then it's not the spread guys. It's not the spread bros. It seems to be more real.
Yeah.
Not
I was
seeing
just
real like iceberging activity, but there was just a lot of offers that just it kept coming in under the current session high. They don't seem to be popping back in again right now.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that I've noticed on most of these flushes here that we are seeing a lot of passive bids showing up. Are you seeing the same thing on your end there, Nick, in Bookmap? I'm seeing it on the NQ here, where every single time that we find sellers trying to gain control of this tape, we have a lot of passive buyers that are stepping in and holding the line.
Yeah, you you definitely are starting to see that on each one of those little like 5-minute candle lows that we were kind of making. Oh wow!
Yeah, here's the breakout that we're talking about probably about 20 minutes ago. Having this breakout of the 30s gives us that invitation all the way up to that 82 level if we can get there.
So get long.
We missed the move. It was a breakout trade of the prior highs of 30s, so we've missed that move now. It's not worth chasing.
Yeah.
You know, now I'm sitting here wondering,
close this next 30-minute bar above the IB high. It's looking like buyers from this point forward as long as we hold that IB high.
Is this an extreme that's just going to come right back down to the range?
It could be, and that would be a failed upside auction if it does.
Yeah, it could very well happen. What I'd like to see after a move like this, that we are seeing a slight rejection above 50 there, I do want to see if those same firm passive bidders are showing up on the tape, because that will give us confirmation that if we can withstand a small, slight move back to balance with a low point of, say, like 20,000 evens, the idea is that if we have passive bidders on the tape, it's pretty likely that we will see this auction go higher.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at Topstep daily levels right now. We're in zone 3. Lower end of zone 3.
I do have an anchored VWAP from yesterday's high that just came in at 20,057 on the 5-minute chart here. That just put in the high. The anchored VWAP off yesterday's opening period high on the 5-minute chart just traded right to it.
All right. That was a cheap short up there. Those that took it, like MP was saying, perhaps extreme.
Let's see if we can open the next 30-minute period in the S&Ps above 61.5 and in the NASDAQ above 14.5 or 20,014.5, I think, is the IB high. 14 even. Yep.
14 even. Okay. Again, we got more coming out here. We got a drop in for a VIP update from the head coach of the Lunatics. We got, gotta be Coach Jay. We got Stanley joining us, Pass with the Pro. We got announcements. We got some hot streaks. We might even have another Series 3 question in the wings. There he is. There is Mr. Series 3 himself. If we want to do it, I'm ready. Markets are starting off a little bit. Oh boy, that voice. What's up?
A number of us will be taking the Series 3 in the next month, so it's crunch time.
I'm waiting to get the final schedule on mine as well. I will be taking the Series 3 as well, so I'm just waiting for that final schedule.
I take the Series 30 on Wednesday next week. I'm just gonna keep piling on, staying ahead of you guys.
Is that just because you want to 10x the competition?
I want to 10x the competition. It's things that you need to have, all that kind of stuff. So I can talk to you more about it offline.
All right.
Maybe beneficial for you.
With that, I believe this is a question we've asked in the past, but it is important. We have new viewers and got to test you guys to keep you sharp. I will also be announcing the day that I take the Series 3, the day after I take it and pass. All right.
Smart. I like that.
Hindsight Capital.
Love it.
Here is today's question. All of the following make up the carrying charges for a cash commodity, except A, margin interest, B, insurance, C, storage fees, or D, interest on borrowed funds.
I know this. I saw this.
Let's let chat get a few answers in there.
All right, I got it. I've been studying, Michael.
I know. If you nail this one, you're ready. Jack, we're going to need, as everybody's digesting this, we need more equations, like ones that do the basis and
I don't
if
like
I
those.
hedge this, those are the ones that take up a bunch of time. These ones you'll be able to fly through.
I'll give
These
you a
are good.
tidbit. Basis equals cash minus futures.
There you go, buddy. Yes.
That will take you a long way. But there are a lot of questions. There's a lot of math, like the math-based questions do involve carrying fees or carrying.
Yeah, you got
carrying charges.
It's A.
Yeah, they do.
All right, everybody, let's see what the answer is. It is A. We're trading futures, you dingbats.
Andre, you ready?
There's no margin interest. It's for stocks. Things that make up your carrying charges are insurance, storage fees, interest on borrowed funds. Usually in the questions I've seen, they just give you the quotes for the insurance and storage fees per month, give you a number of months, and that basically adds to it. This is also what leads to contango in most of the markets. Because
keep this one here. Also, they'll slip in transportation, I think, too, as an accept. Because transportation shouldn't be charges of cash, right? I've seen margin interest. Yeah. So they're going to slip in other ones, but yeah, transportation is I remember on mine because it said accept. Jack, let's get a couple that will help these folks. We got a lot of people piling through that are. I did this in futures. I did this in cash. So they can understand the basis, they understand the futures, and then there's questions around those two. Those are the tough ones that take a lot of time. But even if you do know that equation, you still need, you put them in a box, kind of a box format, like this month, this price, got long, got short. What was that profit? Okay, there. This is on the cash market. I sold the commodity at this. I got short futures when the price was $4 at the cash market. Now it's $3.50, and I'm delivering corn, and I'm covering my short position. That right there, those equations are difficult. There's I'd say about 6 of them to 8 of them in there that I remember.
Yeah, and then someone asked, "Don't you get interest on the money in your account?" I mean, maybe, but that has nothing to do with cash carrying charges. This is like if you have a silo full of corn.
Yeah, you have the physical.
Mm-hmm.
And there are carrying charges for other things too. I mean,
I'm ready.
Not to be confused with a silo full of porn either.
Hello. Yes, not to be confused.
Hello.
We got a few of those. Got the strategic reserve being refilled. All right, I'm out of here.
You leave on that note, Jack. Thank you. He just pulls the ripcord, says, "I'm out." Hey, Nick, for a tick, while we were doing the Series 3, I saw you kind of get a little upset with yourself. Like, I missed it. What was that reaction to?
The push into the 70s and then the immediate failure back inside balance now. Trading at 59s. If we lose 57, I would not be surprised if we make an attempt to go traverse value back down towards the 50s, the 46s, VWAP's down there for the session too. So a range bound day seems to be, we said it very early, but it seems to be what is likely to potentially happen today.
Right. So we're here. It seems like, all right. So you heard it from these guys.
Back inside initial balance.
Yep.
It just seems like it's the logical play now.
Okay. Very good. MP said this. It looks like we're just going to hit the extreme and come back in. That's what Nick for a tick was just saying. Hoag's looking for something similar as well. So, all right. I think we're locked in. Perhaps we have the range, upper bound and lower bound set. Again, we'll know more in about 2 minutes here. But coming up shortly, we're going to have a VIP update with Coach Jay.
Yes.
Head coach of the Lunatics, the VIP program here at Topstep. I do know, Michael, seeing a lot of people in chat saying, when's the next round of the VIP happening? How can we get our hands on this amazing program at Topstep? And Pete, any insights as to when perhaps
we have at least 100
second round of VIP?
Yep. We have 2 new coaches we brought on board.
Damn.
Vetted, thumbs up and approved. We have a team for them. And then we are picking up, or we're going to be opening at least, it's more than, how about that? It's more than 100 invites. So we're going to be doing that here very, very soon. 100 invites. This is on us. It's 3 months completely free, 2 resets a month completely free. You pass your combine. It's a 100K combine you get completely free. And then when you pass it, no activation, completely free. You get a private group.
Wow.
Here you go, right here. You get a private coaching Discord room with a coach. It's going to get to know you. You have to be open to, here's what we expect. You have to be open to being coachable. You have to be open to being cool, not an asshole.
On Topstep
Those are going to be prerequisites. We look at all your books, like, hey, he called in here and reamed our blah, 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 new one. And we're like, what? No, pass, no. So we're all working together here. And this is our way of giving back and saying, hey, we want you and we want to work with you. We want to get you funded, stay funded, and get a payout. And then, you get all that. And then we were going to ask you to at least come on here one time, assuming we invite you on because of something you're doing that's interesting to share to the community. We expect you to come on and chat about that. You can do anonymous, or you can do not anonymous. You can do no camera. It's okay. But we do want to get to know your handle, whatever your handle name is. Doesn't have to be your real name. I would never do your real name.
All right. Well, without further ado, I see the head coach of the Lunatics right here, top of the hour. Folks, we have a failed upside auction. And yes, for now, we'll keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, let's bring them in. JD, if you're there as well. Yeah, JD's running. Yeah, there, you guys go ahead. We got Coach Jay in the house. Head coach of the Lunatics. I'm throwing to JD right now. JD, how are we doing on the VIP with Coach Jay? Go ahead.
What's up, guys? Let's take a look at the leaderboard overview real quick, if we could. Throw that up, please, James. There it is. Coach Jay's Lunatics right there on top. No, not much change last week for the Lunatics. Still 51 total traders, 10 eliminated, 40 potential combines still open, 1 XFA, 1 payout worth a total of $1,000. Coach Ray's Stop Hunters did lose an XFA trader yesterday. We had an elimination yesterday. So Coach Ray's got 3 traders left in the XFA. We'll see who that was in a second when we take a look at the leaderboard. But he still has 38 traders eligible for funding. Total of 2 payouts worth $3,836. And Coach Vincent is still hanging tough there. He's had 11 traders eliminated, 38 potential XFAs still in the works, 4 current XFAs, and 2 payouts worth $1,945. Coach Jay is sitting on a 21.5% pass rate with his Lunatics right now. But let's take a look at the leaderboard. We got the bottom half. There it is, Lunatics. Yeah. Lunatics taking over the bottom half of the leaderboard. Everybody shifted up a spot with our elimination yesterday. Andrew V was number 4 on the leaderboard going into yesterday on Coach Ray Stop Hunters. Again, he maxed out. I think he lost $2,300 yesterday and another $1,500 on Monday, hit that max loss limit. And Andrew V is out of the competition. So that shifted everybody up, and we got a couple trading combine members at the bottom of the top 10, Dana E and Joshua on the market makers and Stop Hunters. All right, 1 through 5 on the leaderboard. All right. Stop Hunters right at the top. Monique, not much change here, except for that number 4 spot. We got Travis from the Lunatics still hanging out in second place, and then the market makers taking over the bottom half of the top of the leaderboard. Does that make sense? 3, 4, and 5, all of Coach Vince's market makers. There is your leaderboard. Let's take a look at top 5 on Coach Jay's team real quick.
Is it Lunatics?
Here are Coach Jay's Lunatics. We got Travis, who's number 2 on the board in that XFA, sitting on a 62% win rate with a $3,200 balance in the XFA.
Hell yeah, Travis.
Travis is doing it.
Boy, Dana, right?
We got Dana getting real close. Dana's real close to funding. Just a couple more $100 to get over that line, jump into the XFA. Same with Joshua. Joshua's less than $700 away. Jack and Johnny both got a little work to do, but they're sitting on decent win rates right now. Trading the NQ and the MNQ down there. Jack and Johnny. But Coach Ray, I know you're in contact with your team quite a bit. How are these top 5 stacking up against the rest of the pack, do you think?
They're doing well. So the thing with the Lunatics, our name, it sounds crazy, but we're taking things slow right now. We have a couple of guys coming up that we drafted and are coming up in the ranks. Have a couple past combines going into XFAs. Shout out to Andrew, who's going to be starting his XFA on Wednesday next week. Is eligible today, but said, you know what, I'm going to take it patient. Don't want to rush this. And that's what we're all about here, right? Consistency over time. So shout out to the team. JD, your first leaderboard with the 6 through 8, I think those were a different team, but I'm going to claim them anyway. Shout out to a trader, Tommy Guns. We had Tommy Guns in the VIP voice chat yesterday. Said he took his first payout from this VIP account as well. I believe he's on Coach Ray's team, but he was at my practice. So Tommy, you're an honorary member of the Lunatics. We're going to claim that payout as well. So I think we're somewhere near 2,500 with Tommy's donation to the Lunatics. It's been going really well, though. It's been going really well.
That number has not caught up with our data boards yet. As soon as it does, though, we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Maybe we'll get that information tomorrow on that payout. Nice job. Thanks, Coach Jay.
We'll put an asterisk next to Tommy because he's an honorary member of the Lunatics. But the calls have been going really well. We had a VIP session yesterday where, again, we have traders come in, share their trade reports, share executions. We talked a lot about, yesterday we talked a lot about realizing payouts and what that means for your trading going forward, right? We had Travis take the payout last week. So I asked him, hey, that was your first payout ever from Topstep. How has that changed your trading? And, he said, and I think we've all been there, you try to recover what you paid yourself, and that changes your trading, right? So again, reminding Travis that, hey, what you did to get to that point, you kept it small, you were patient in the process. And just doing the same thing, right? You don't need to take another $1,000 payout in a week. It could be at the end of the month because that's what it took to build up to that point. So again, reminding the team to take it slow. There is no rush in this. I know we had 6 months in that initial VIP program. We're nearing the end of that 6 months. But I think our traders are trading really well, which is what I want to see, whether it be in the VIP account, JD, or in their own other XFAs. Either way, traders taking out money from the markets is what we want to see.
Amazing.
Yeah, that is excellent, isn't it? Great job, Coach Jay.
It is.
Again, sitting on the 21.5% pass rate, pretty solid. These traders are all looking real good right now. Can't wait.
That's really good. That's a good pass rate. That's a good pass for a coach. That's a really good pass rate.
Looking forward to seeing Joshua.
It beats like the average. The average pass rate is lower than 20.
Right.
That's with no coach. That's with no coaching. You get some coaching, and that's kind of what we're trying to show here. That hey, who's coaching their players is great. And that's why I said you got to be coachable, because these coaches are going to have the opportunity. And Coach Jay is going to have some open spots on his team. He's going to decide who on his team or how many spots on his team are going to be open. He'll let us know. And then that'll be part of that. But we have 2 teams for sure, so it's 50 and 50. So that's why I said at least 100. At least 100. How do you get a part of this, JD?
We're going to be sending out emails to all new potential members. So keep an eye on your inbox, and that should be going out in the next couple weeks. I'll confirm a date when we start sending out those invites, but it's coming real soon.
It'll be a bit of a surprise, folks. Some people will get the pleasant surprise. Some people just pass and not do it. But we're going to be hitting up people that have there's some criteria that we're looking at. And again, if you've had issues or whatever, you're just like emotional with our support reps. With some of this, like, who don't we want here? Because we don't want people that are going to be in here and they're complete, just. Again, jerk. We want coachable. We want coachable people. We want coachable people because we're pairing you up with a coach. We're spending. Topstep's investing in these coaches. They are not doing this for free. They are kick-ass at what they do because we're vetting them, and we're going to try to pair them and then also put them with a team. So we also want you to play nicely with the team too. So you just don't bring on this guy's a jerk to the coach into the team. Boom, it just blows up everything, makes it horrible. So we're trying to build that all. And you'll be seeing an email if you got an invite. I would take us up on the invite, and you can still do your other combines or whatever that you're doing. But yeah, it should start showing up in your email here to those folks.
Yep. And I will say the last time we did one of these pop-ins, I did get a bunch of DMs about how to get on the Lunatics. I don't control that, guys, but like MP just said, there will be another opportunity for everyone to join. I also want to give a shout out to the Coach J chat in Discord. A bunch of really good traders in there. We had, some traders catching that long in the NASDAQ from 19,833, based on some levels, and just really good conversation in there. So even if you're not a VIP and part of that community, just really great trading. And Rips, Nick, good trading today as well.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Wow. Appreciate you.
Rips, your levels, bro.
Fire.
Spot on today.
Yep.
Thank you, Coach Jay. Ever since you had that Bobby Knight moment, about a couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, I might throw a chair across the board. The Bobby Knight moment turned everything around.
Yes. He's like, I'm gonna have a Bobby Knight moment. Like, throw the chair, man, throw the chair. And then his team,
throw a chair. You got to
be called the late bloomers, because you guys are coming up. Yeah,
came on strong.
Exactly. So excited to see the progress everyone's making. The goal is for everyone to take money out of the markets. It's a tough thing that we do, but it's better to do it with the team. So excited to see everyone's progress.
Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great work over there. And then eventually we're going to be having teams come down to Vegas and have a big Vegas powwow. Team, hopefully we'll have everybody with their jerseys, so to speak.
Oh, that's going to be good.
The Lunatic jerseys. Yeah. And Rips can show us around.
Chat is loving it right now.
Would be happy to do that.
Chat's loving it. Hey, click subscribe if you like that. If you want to get a poker. Oh, yeah, we'll play a couple hands.
Yeah, the poker room.
Shout out to
Mr. Rips.
Yep.
Good to see you again.
Yes, you again, Mr. Rips.
The usual.
Hey, so shout out to Coach Jay and his Lunatics. Again, make sure you catch Coach Jay at the Buzz at 3:15 Central with Coach Paul. Coach Jay nailing levels.
Here's who we will not be.
Volume. What's up, Michael?
Yeah, here's who we will not be inviting. I'm just trying to guide you guys to better trading behavior. We will not be inviting somebody who resets all the time, like every day. We won't do that. We'll have somebody talk to you and tell you to slow it down, but we're not going to. You need to get yourself under control. So that's one of them. We don't even like seeing that in our terms and conditions. We actually say any active or multiple transactions in a day is not something it's in there something. We ping you. We have an automatic where we ping you and say, hey, some people need to have to pump the brakes. So if you're pumping the brakes and you can reset a day or a week and all that kind of stuff, just those ones that are just habitual. So slow down there. So don't be that person. Be a person that's been trading with us for at least 6 months, period. It's fair to everybody that you've been here some time. If you've never been funded, you have a higher probability of being invited. If you've never been funded, you have a very high probability, higher probability than you would than somebody that funded would be. If you're active here in the chat, if we see you here often, all these things we're making note of. So there's not going to be set criteria that we're going to share. It's free. It's our invite and saying, hey, pull you aside. You're doing really awesome. We really wanted you to be a part of our VIP program. Would you like to join? That's kind of what it's going to be like. So
we just got an update while you were speaking, MP. Another lunatic passing into the XFA. Shout out to Mayor Wright. The Lunatics are on the rise, like never been the same Lunatics in the early 2000s.
As we speak.
Let's keep going.
As we speak.
How about it?
Air horn for that individual.
There you go.
My man. Love it.
And guess who you get to work with? You get to work hands-on with Coach Jay. I mean, if you're part of Coach Jay's team. But we're going to be announcing the other coaches, the other team names, and they'll be coming on here and talking about their style, coaching style, and things like that. So you're hearing Coach Jay talk about his and the team he's working with and all that kind of stuff. So we're doing the trading gods work here, people.
Well, are we really? Is that right, Mike?
I mean,
all right, let's get back to the markets here. Thank you, Coach Jay. I appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Catch Coach Jay. Catch Coach Jay at the buzzer, 3:15 Central Time here on TopstepTV. Let's get back to these markets.
I know you can't see me, but Travis with another $1,500 payout. All right, guys, I'm out.
Whoa, nice.
Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Great job.
Yeah.
That's Coach Lewis.
All right, last trade 20,028, 20,028 here in the NQ. And seen gold and oil both moving to the downside here in the last 20 minutes or so. Last trade in gold, 26.64. Last trade in crude, $70.72. It's just kind of slowed down a bit. Again, we got some anything from Bowman, Rips? I have not seen anything from Bowman. Have I missed it?
Bowman came out and said that she is not going to speak on monetary policy, and that's why you haven't heard anything.
Thank you.
Classic Bowman.
Classic Bowman being Bowman.
I'm just upset with myself. I guess you had such a perfect setup to long like 830s, 820s again in NQ, like the previous day low, attempting to break it again, kind of retesting it and failing. Like, I'm just shocked that I didn't at least take a stab long looking back at this, because I love to hindsight capital these markets lately.
Yeah.
But that was a missed opportunity, because you truly did have that. Let's go retest the previous days, low, and see if we can break it. That was a low volume node that we talked about right when we came on air. We failed. We came back into range, and there kind of was no reason to not be at least attempting a small long looking back at this.
Right. Like right now we're looking for a breakout of 50s right here with a target of 82. I think that this is another area where folks would be looking for a breakout trade as long as we have these offers start to dissipate. So I think we're kind of in the same area of the market here. 57.60 is kind of holding. So if we break out of this area, I think longs are still in play here, Nick.
Mm-hmm. This is last week's value area low on the NASDAQ? Yep.
Yeah, we're starting to see the stronger breakout here. If we can hold above these 50s, starting to see some thicker offers here, but looking to take out today's high with some juice here to the north side.
ES is still having trouble with that like 63, 64 level at the overnight highs. There it goes.
There she went. Oh my.
Got a push here. Yeah. Finally.
They heard me calling them out.
That's the juice to the upside.
They were listening, Nick.
It's great. The ears were ringing. It's that perfect area where we started talking about it. You were talking about the longs from earlier. And there we found ourselves again in that same precarious situation where we're at that area for sweeping the highs. So good call out there.
See if we keep pushing here. Looking at the tilt, 50-50. Everything's kind of chilled out. We keep drifting higher here. I'm not seeing too much volume push in this right now, but the buyers have stepped in. See if we can make new highs here in the NQ. We got high of the day, 20,062. Last trade, 056. Now 057s. You guys might want to do the same. All right, cheap short, guys. We think it's a range. We feel like it might be a range day. We are seeing perhaps a double top up here in the NQ. Would this be somewhere you may perhaps take a quote-unquote cheap short? Or do we feel like there might be some more gas in the tank for this move to the upside? Go to you, Rips.
There's too much of a driver right now to get short, in my opinion. We need to ride this momentum to the north side with targets of 82.
My man, Rips. Asked and answered. Good stuff.
I've faded this type of move so many times in my life and not had it pay off. So I kind of lean with Rips at this point until we fall back in probably below like 56, 55s on ES and on NQ, kind of below 20,000. There's not really a good short here. You could take it, but you could also be stop runned 20 points very quickly on the NASDAQ, like in the blink of an eye as soon as you enter.
Yeah, so, we were 20 to 30 handles away from target. So if we start to juice, this thing is going to go up. It's the same thing we just saw at the 50s. So the same type of tape is intact here. So here we are pushing up into the 60s, looking to sweep 65s here. It's your standard bread and butter pitch and catch.
And Dakota and I were talking about that next level up at the same area. We kind of, I think we're making some decisions at portions of yesterday, that kind of 130s to 150s level on the NASDAQ too. So if we were to clear 80s, like Rips is saying, I mean, where's the next logical target? Up. If we get a kind of trend day in the second half of the day, that's where we're going.
Where is it after 82s? Like we get to 82s.
131 and a quarter
to 150s.
Wow.
See that? When your levels line up with pros like Nick, that's when you know that you're in the pocket for this.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
Feels like we look at market generated information the same way and actually do some light prep before I start my day and just start.
Oh, come on,
15
that's
here
putting
and
in
there.
too much work right there.
The thing with me, I don't know what you're talking about, Nick. I print out a piece of paper that has random numbers on it. And I just throw dung at it.
I mean, hey, I still think sometimes you could flip a coin and you're going to be right sometimes more than you're wrong, going with your own personal bias. So the old magic 8-ball for MP.
Oh, right here. And the alien. I got that and the alien. They both speak to me. Oh, boy.
We are 10 handles away from the target, by the way, of 82. We are 10 handles away now.
Just like
so there's your trying to short that intraday high getting,
and there it is, tagged on the ticket there, 82 3/4.
Here you go.
Mwah.
Here you go, folks. Nick and Rips in the house. I think it couldn't be a more perfect time. I did see that we got very first pass with a pro trader going to join us here very, very shortly. Got some price targets. We are ready to go. These guys are seeing the market very clearly right now, downside and upside. Really great to see. Really great to take part in this trading.
I would still love to learn to trade a breakout like that, the way Rips does, the way Dakota does. I am terrible at taking that trade to the long side at the top of the range, intraday, and just trying to ride it for that 30 to 40 point breakout to the upside. And I suck at it. I am so much more likely to try to short it than to take the long.
Let's talk about that, Rips. How do you get comfortable with buying near the highs? How do you do that?
When you go through this enough times, you just kind of succumb to reading the tape versus trying to let your own thoughts get in the way of what's happening. And when you see these patterns play out enough times, I mean, trading through different markets, I've traded equities, options, cryptos, FX pairs. I've traded a lot of different things, and you start to see these patterns emerge, and it becomes easier the more that you see these things play out. And a high is only high until it's broken. And, I can't stand when people are saying like, oh, you're always buying the tops or you're always selling the bottoms. Well, maybe for that trade, but you'll often see many times where the ceiling is shattered or the breaks come out from the bottom and the market just goes even lower. So you just have to be comfortable with your trade ideas, be comfortable with your targets, and look for high traffic nodes in the price action where the price is likely to settle. Because again, this is an auction where people are looking for value, and we have buyers and sellers across the state. Buyers are looking for value to get out of the trade. Sellers are looking for value to cap on trades. It's just a wonderful harmony here, and you have to be part of it.
There you go, guys. Good stuff there.
And we know the market's trading value most of the time, but it does not mean it's not going to break out like that and then eventually fail and fall back inside like the initial balance range today. It doesn't mean we can't move another 30 points before it does it.
Now we are doing a little tussleation here at 82 3/4. We did tick above that level. We did find some sell side liquidity coming in there. We do have a lot of those longs from that squeeze that are now taking off their positions. Now we just sit and wait. We just wait for, if we have confirmation over 82 and we find that as a strength point, we can see this auctioning all the way up to 131/4. If not, we find a rejection. We could come back down to those 50s.
Down to the 50s.
Yeah, and this is where on ES, I think Rips and I were talking about that full traverse of value, basically all the way to the top end of that balance range. I think we said 5780s, and if we were to get above that, it definitely could go retest 5800. So if we can kind of get above this 70 spot here, I would say 85s, 86s makes a lot of sense of where we could potentially kind of move for the rest of the day if we get that kind of trend to the upside.
And this kind of echoes back to what we were talking about earlier in the session here is that was an extraordinary squeeze to the north side there. We hit our 82 targets. Now, if you missed that move, you might say to yourself, well, the next upside target was 131. Let's jump on board and start taking this thing blindly long. The idea is that you want to wait for the market to return to balance. And here we are back at those 50s. As we said, if it rejects 82s, we'll probably see somewhere in this 50 balance range. Patience is paramount in taking these trades. If you miss a trade, you're going to find a new one coming right around the bend or, the next day, whenever it's going to be. There's just no reason to rush these trades. It's better to wait for the market to find that balance that Nick and I are talking about.
It's an opportunity-making machine, the markets are. Just because you missed one opportunity does not mean there are none left in the bucket. It's an opportunity-making machine.
Agree.
Beautiful rejection here off of those highs, off of 82 here, coming back into that balance area of 50. Now, this is the time where we are between levels. Now, remember the original level was 12 3/4 all the way up to 82 3/4. This is where you kind of enter into a potential of what I call the bone zone, where it's not really a great area to take a trade. It's just kind of, you just want to bone out and just take it easy. You want to wait for the price action to return to those price levels that are outside of that bone zone.
All right. Ding dong. Hold on. Where is he? Where's turn the camera on, Stanley? Rips. Stanley, turn your camera on. I think we got you ready here. Where is he? I heard the doorbell.
Hey, do you guys, as he comes in, is he coming?
Oh.
Do you guys watch I'm not getting into the debate last night, but we do. It's about a month away from elections. We're going to probably want to throw out there what administration you think is going to be running the government in 2025. I would love to see, not name. We don't need to get names. We can say independent, Democrat, Republican, but which administration will be running it? I want to do a poll on what we think will be running the government come 2025.
People's government, Michael.
It was a much more civilized conversation, it seemed, in the first debate.
Oh my God, I learned so much. I actually learned.
Here we go.
That's what you plan on doing, huh?
You've been loving these debates, Michael. You've been loving it.
No, I just want to know what you want. I just want to know what you're doing.
Chat.
I already know everybody's wacko. I already know that. But like both sides. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
They're going to do whatever it takes to get them elected, Michael. They're going to say whatever it takes to get them elected.
Well, if we all start believing a different way, maybe that comes to fruition instead of the other one.
It's almost like we've seen this movie a few times, and we just know they're just going to say what it's going to take.
I know. Either way, it's every year. It's like every 4 years is 50-50 almost. So.
Okay, all right, Stanley. I see your camera is on. Make sure in the VMix, keep one eye on that chat there in VMix, Stanley. If they do need to get, there you are. What's up, Stanley? Welcome back to Pass with the Road.
What's going on? All good, all good. How's everybody doing?
Not bad. We got Rips here. We got Nick for a tick. You got Michael Patak. Help you get across the finish line, Stanley. How have you traded it all today? And how far? What's your account balance? And how far away are you from passing your 50K combine?
So right now we need just a little bit over 412 to be exact.
Oh, we can do
to
that.
pass.
Hey,
we can do that.
So,
yo, you made up some ground. Very nice. All right, $400 away. Rips.
We made it. Yep.
You have two of Topstep's finest on here, Rips and Nick for a tick. You have the professor of the market.
Full team today.
You have John Hoagland. I serve no purpose here except root you on as a cheerleader. And Andre.
We got him, Stanley.
He's just a good friend.
I got my pom-poms out. Yeah, I got my pom-poms out. Anyways, we got Hoag here. Hoag, let's help him get across the finish line. All right, Rips, we were looking for those 82s, and we just see that pullback back into balance. Perhaps this is the pullback for a trending market higher, Rips. How are you reading this? I know if we do get to past those 82s, you like them push into the 131s. Talk to Stanley, Rips.
Stanley the Manly, what's happening, buddy? Listen, I'm looking for this to trade back down to the 12s, and then I'm looking for an opportunity then. Like I said earlier to Andre, we are in the no trade zone for me, so I'd like to see this get into balance somewhere down in those 12s or somewhere up in those 82s. I think it's a no trade until then. It's about flipping a coin right now. So just I think patience is the key here.
I completely agree. I was actually looking for a break of the 220.80 to head to 100, but I got clapped on that one. But all good because my risk was really small.
Good. I'm glad that you were managing your risk on that. On something like that, where you see an exchange above 82, you really want to be watching the order size as we break above those levels. So if you start to see on the offer and people are swiping at the offer and those order sizes become larger and larger and the trajectory of those trades, the velocity starts to slow down, take note of that we could be in the move for a reversal. And that's kind of what we saw at those 82s. We saw a lot of velocity of stops being popped to the north side there. And as we just ticked over 82, we saw heavier orders on the offer. We saw the velocity of the tape starting to slow down. And that tape started to get a little bit more compressed as we got higher there. We peaked out at right around 87 halves. We had a 700 lot trade there at 87 halves. And that's what you want to keep an eye out for. That doesn't show me continuation. That says there's going to be a rejection on the tape here.
And
right. Yeah. Somebody give this guy a raise.
There's a good fan of liquidity. It's pretty thin. So when there's a series of like 100 to 200 lots between like $4 on ES, it stands out. So I haven't seen the book that thick at, a number of price levels down there, pretty much around 57.50 to 57.46. At least 100 to 150 on the bid. And it's kind of like just a block of liquidity inside of Bookmap right now. Nothing crazy, but since everything else is about 50s, 60s, up and down the DOM, it is standing out a little bit.
Right. Yeah, what I'd like to see is an increase in volume here. The tape is starting to settle. Euro closes coming in 2 minutes, which makes for a very difficult trading session, at least for the 2 minutes around that. We're within that zone right now. So I think that, again, let's be patient. Let's wait. Once Euro close comes and goes, we can kind of reframe and see where we are in the tape at that point.
I like that. Okay, so we're going to wait to see what happens here in the next 60 seconds. Yep, Eddie said Euro close coming up. Stanley, you got some of the best in the biz here. Oh, there's that magical poll that everyone was just dying for. Get that poll up. And Michael.
Biggest economy in the world. Who's going to be running it? Let's figure that out. What do you guys think? What do you think?
The Mag 7 will be running it. But we can play along here at home. We should play along. We can play along at home here.
Mainly just the president of SPY. Jerome Powell and Jensen Huang are my presidents.
Jensen. Yes.
Powell, technically.
But anyways, there you go. Anyways,
that's our poll. There's polls flying all over. It's a month. What is it? A month before we go vote. Everybody go out there and vote.
Yeah. All right. Euro close coming up here, and Euro has just closed. All right, let's reevaluate. Buyers are going to try to step in here now. Looks like ES is the first to move higher here. See if the NASDAQ wants to follow suit. ES about 1.5 points off the highs right now. Looks like NQ might be lagging a little bit. Rips perhaps buy on the pullback here. Again, if we can pop these 82s, pop the 82s. Looking for pushing
an ideal trade would be
Stanley.
A rejection off of 82. We come up to 82, we find a clear rejection. That would be a nice trade. But again, we're in that area where we are between levels right now. You can see the levels that I have marked on my chart, 82, all the way down to 12. We're at this midpoint that we've been talking about right at the 50s. So again, even though it can look very enticing and it wants to draw you in, the market can be a siren sometimes that wants to tempt you to trade it. Just lay off, wait for it to come to your levels, wait for that price to come to you first. Be patient.
All right, I like that. Stanley, they're saying wait, be patient. Hoag, let's sort to Hoag. You got Hoag here. Hoag, what are we seeing here? It is we're half hour after the top of the hour. What are we seeing here? Failed outside auction. Looks like probably not in the ES. NQ, what do you think here, Hoag?
No, for sure. Here's the ES. The failed upside auction did not play out. It really, when you see a failed upside auction, you really want it to roll pretty quickly to the downside, which it did not. We took out all of those single TPOs to the upside, which is a sign that the failed upside auction is not going to fail. So I think the most important nuance in the S&P so far has been the fact that we opened in range and in value. We looked below value, came back in value. Now we're finishing the value area special situation play up to 73.5 with good probability. We could actually say it's already been successful. NASDAQ is the strongest of them all. And, value area finished here at 33. We talked about that 33 level. We had the potential failed downside auction. It did not provide enough price action to the downside to actually take the trade. So we're continuing to try and push to the upside. We're back up into the single TPOs from the big move to the downside yesterday. This area looks kind of interesting. I'm sure that Rips was pointing this out right up around 80, right, Rips?
Yeah, spot on.
82s.
Yep. And then, do we fall back into range? Do we continue is really the question. I'm liking the idea that if we can't take out the current high in the NASDAQ, I think we can kind of go back into range bound trade, kind of bordering the IB high, which is again 33. And in the S&Ps, we just put in a weak high here. Still looking to see if we can finish the value acceptance play. Not really a value acceptance play because we did open in value, but this looks like an interesting level for a target if it is reached and a possible opportunity for another opportunity.
All right.
Just a few thoughts.
Stanley, what are you thinking? What are you thinking here in terms of what you're seeing in the NASDAQ? I know you're a NASDAQ chair. You got a 50K combine, well, $400 away from passing getting that funded level. Stan, so what are you seeing here in the markets? Let's get inside your head a little bit here.
For me right now, I would have I would have loved to see, like I said, I was kind of waiting to break those 80s, and my target was the hundreds. That didn't necessarily play out. So now I see we rejected off of it, and we're kind of just in the middle of this range. So I'm looking to see what happens here. I mean, we kind of broke that high on the 15-minute here, and then we kind of rejected. So I want to see what's going to happen before I get into anything else. If we could go back down to the 20,000s, like even, and we get a rejection there, I'll probably be looking to take it back up. But that's if we get there.
20,000.
Yeah, I like how you're exhibiting a lot of patience right now too, Stanley. This is, of course, coming after a Euro close. This is usually when you have a lot of desks that are going to lunch, and they kind of let these algorithms that are lower liquidity kind of battle it out here. This can be considered a little bit of that zombie hour beginning here. So just be on your toes, waiting for opportunities, but don't be quick to react. Wait for confirmation, and by doing that, you can let the price action come to you, and that's what you're doing right now. So hats off to you.
Thank you.
Stanley, got to ask, how's your experience been? How do you feel like has your trading changed at all since you've been on Pass with the Pros? You're famous now. Are you getting autograph requests? How's things changed? How's your trading changed, if anything, Stanley?
It's been a great experience. It's been a great experience overall, and I'm just like super humbled to be here with all these like great traders. MP, thank you for the vision and just kind of making this all come to fruition. Yeah, it's been a great experience. Like I literally don't really have any words. Like I was speaking to my wife about it yesterday. I can't the amount of money I would have had to pay to speak to people like you guys to get the experience that you guys have is just it's not like you can't put a price on that. So I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity.
Very
And
cool,
I've just
man.
been soaking everything in. Even yesterday, the advice Coach Paul was giving, like you're talking about a guy that's been trading for over 40 years. Like I got into the markets yesterday. So like I'm like, just the fact that I had the opportunity to listen to somebody of that caliber really just and just taking everything in. It's been a great experience. I'm definitely, interested in that VIP program. What's
I
what's
bet
up
you
with
are.
that?
I bet you are.
So let's see what we can do about that. Coach, shout
All
out Coach
right.
J.
All right. One step at a
But
time.
overall,
Stanley
it's
for
been great.
president.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Brooksy, Stanley carries the show these days. I agree, Brooksy. Stanley definitely carries the show.
I like the hoodie today, Stanley. Solid
thank
hoodie,
you.
pink.
Thank you.
Solid, bro.
Thank you.
Hey, so you have a wife, you have kids, you have all that kind of stuff.
Yes. I have a 2-year-old, and then I have a newborn baby girl.
Wow,
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you.
You got a primary income, and you're working on this as your secondary income, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Perfect. You're out of Brooklyn. You've been funded before.
Yep, Brooklyn in the
You're
house.
taking a $1,500 payout ish, somewhere around there.
11. Yeah, 1100.
Solid. Did you lose money trading your own money before you came to the prop firm world, or did you go right into the prop firm world?
Oh no, absolutely. I lost my own money trading
How much?
options
Can you
and,
say
and
how much?
forex.
Roughly?
Overall,
Thousands?
roughly, definitely in the thousands. I would say in terms of adding everything all up between failed challenges, between small accounts, including all options, I'm definitely in at least 10K for sure.
Okay. All right. That's usually the tuition that
I
hear a lot of folks. I lost 90 grand. I've spent about 10,000 in education, lost $30,000 trading accounts between the age of like 19 to 22. Came to Chicago in 23, learned on a trading simulator that was free at this prop firm, but you didn't get paid. Had a bartending job at night and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, nobody should have to pay. I mean, you're going to pay something to get experience in anything. You shouldn't have to do it. Andre says to me, you should not have to pay that high of a tuition to learn how to trade. And that's where the prop firm world really helped out. And then competition in the prop firm world really helped drive prices lower, which is good. And now they're at a price that anybody can come in here and experience trading without risking, like you and I have kids, their kids' college fund. Find out if dad's even any good at trading. If dad's not good at trading, you're out $500. Call it $1,000. Call it $5,000. You put $5,000 in a personal brokerage account, not knowing anything, that could be gone in a day. So, good, yeah. But did you start trading
100%.
live your capital first?
Not with futures, but yeah, I did start trading my capital live first. And
so your
that
first
was
trade was your own capital.
That was a disaster. But it was a disaster, but I'm grateful for it because I saw the potential. I kind of saw it as okay, so and it was really immature at the time, but I saw it as okay. I mean, I was just on the wrong side. Okay, so I could have made this, I could have made that, and but once again, that's kind of what got me into it. And trading is one of those. It's one of those skills that, like I said, it's so scalable and you can it's endless. Like in terms of the amount of growth, like there's no cap on your growth. When you work when you work at when you're working for somebody or work at a job, like there's a cap. No matter what you're doing, there's some sort of cap. But when you're trading, it's endless, and I like that.
Yep. You,
Awesome
yourself,
stuff.
and I, every day. Yep.
Yeah, let's we got all right, Marcus, Rips, Nick. It looks like we're trading a bit sideways. I mean, we're sitting up here at the highs in the ES, about 3 points off the highs. This is a no trade zone. I'm looking at gold. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
We're holding above last week's value area low on the NASDAQ. So what that is kind of saying is if we can continue to kind of keep above that 20,040, it would kind of signal we probably are going to get that rotation, or at least accepting, back into last week's range more or less, and that we're probably going to move back maybe like we were saying earlier with Rips, 130s, 160s, and kind of go retest even last week's the majority of last week's volume kind of in the 200s. So all very possible if we can continue to hold above that range.
40s. Okay. So we're looking for
and I just haven't seen
40s.
anything. I haven't really seen sellers on the tape outside of the open. Like no one really aggressively trying to move price down. We've had a few attempts to fail even to push back inside initial balance. So yeah,
I mean, we called this out, Andre, in our conversation together. We called this the BZ, the bone zone. This is the area where we're likely to go sideways, and this is the area where you just want to wait until the market is done boning out, and we haven't seen that yet. We're just seeing sideways and zombie hour here.
Yes, we are. All right. Well, we'll continue to remain patient. We got about 16 minutes left here in fast markets. Oh, Rips. Anyways, we got to do the leaderboard. Let's bring in JD. JD, when you're ready, come on in. Let's do the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard, Michael. This is the leaderboard of all leaderboards, the Topstep leaderboard.
The leaderboard of all leaderboards. Right. It's called the right here, right now.
Asterisk active accounts. Active accounts only.
Yes. Yeah. Again, right here, right now. Those that are performing the best right here, right now. Some people have said, peace, I'm out. I'm going to take all my money. I'm going to go open a brokerage account. I'm going to go to the Bahamas. I'm going to go back to whatever I was doing. I don't know. These are the traders trading with us right here, right now.
Come on in. We've got JD ready to go. Let's bring that leaderboard in.
Yeah, good. I am sharing my screen.
Oh, we do it.
Let's say get ready to tag your foods.
Get your cameras ready, folks. Here we go.
Cameras
ready. All right. We had a couple of movers yesterday on the board.
Okay.
That was an Apollo Creed line, by the way, if you don't know. Get your cameras ready.
Is it? I did not know. Oh, the JD line.
Michael. Keep up, Michael.
All right. First mover from yesterday, we got Marvin jumped into 5th place. Marvin was copying trades across 5 XFAs yesterday for a total profit of $94,709. And he popped from 25th place up to 4th. Big move for Marvin. Then we got Jerome down there in 6th place. Jerome's no stranger to the leaderboard. Jerome's taking payouts, and he's fought back after losing accounts. This guy doesn't give up. He's been around for a while, and he likes being on this leaderboard. But yesterday he was trading 5 XFAs, and I believe he has another live account currently in the making. So he's making his way back into the live funded account again. So that's 6 funded level accounts for Jerome. Trading those 5 XFAs yesterday, though, he profited a total of $20,000 trading the NASDAQ and jumped from 58th place up to 6th. Nice job, Jerome. Then we've got Scott K. He was on our XFA P&L list a little while ago. Made a huge move, 150 position move for Scott K. Yep. Wow. He was on 165th place yesterday, now sitting in 15th place. He was trading in 3 XFAs and took home a total profit of $66,300.
Hey, what's the biggest rank change you have seen to date? Do you recall? Just off the top of your head.
To date?
150 is pretty large.
Yeah,
we saw
300,
JD.
Yeah, we've seen a couple in the there's some massive moves down towards the lower end of the list, like in the thousands, but there's a lot of people on
that'll be kind of fun to see the biggest rank change. Throws 300 probably is what you guys are thinking. Okay.
I believe we saw 300 recently.
We can
we can do that later, JD. No worries.
Yeah, no problem. All right. I hope everybody got your screenshot. Taking it down.
All right. Now you see it. Now you don't. Right here, right now, leaderboard. Thanks, JD. All right, Stanley. I'm seeing a push higher, a little grind higher, maybe a zombie move higher here in the ES grinding. Just put a new highs.
New highs in ES though.
Yeah, new highs in ES. Will the NASDAQ catch up? I guess is the question. See, they're selling the NASDAQ. This is tricky, Nick. Can we play leader laggard in this type of trade?
ES has to get to 73.5.
70.
Yeah.
Some Hoag.
I'm gonna look. Let me
gets to
hang on,
70.
let me see.
Okay, cool. Hogan gets to 73.5, and then what? Then
well, that's value high. Then the value acceptance move has finished. Then who knows?
Let's get to 73. Maybe cheap short up there.
The trading guys value here.
Hoag. Feeling it today. He's feeling it today.
Yeah, and Q is we're just kind of in the middle of this range right here, and the range is getting smaller and smaller.
This is September's point of control too on the NASDAQ, like literally right here where we are. So no surprise that we're just kind of chopping, consolidating, because think of all the volume that had been traded there in the last 30 days. So that kind of makes sense why we may be stuck here.
Very popular level.
Yep.
What is
Does anybody in here? Go ahead, Andre. I got a different topic.
Okay, well, yeah, I like you had that breakfast sandwich. Did you something today, Michael? You are fueled up today, man. Whatever that breakfast.
It's a breakfast Sammy. It's called the breakfast.
All right, well, that sounds. That breakfast Sammy did you good today. I really like. You got full stomach. Anyways, Hoag, what do we think? What's that level, Hoag? 73s.
Yeah, 73.5 is the value area high from yesterday.
Okay, cool.
Right there.
So go ahead, Michael.
Does anybody here in tuning in, do they trade Bitcoin futures? What I have right now on my screen is Bitcoin futures. I'm asking you this because of possibly Sam, buddy of mine, Sam, is sitting in here listening. So
one of my largest futures trades was actually on Bitcoin futures back during COVID time. Yes.
Really? So I got it up right here. Yeah, the Bitcoin community or the crypto community, we're seeing an opportunity there to work with some crypto folks because their community needs some guardrails, hand-holding, guidance, community that isn't YOLOing. So, yeah. More
it's
to
a very
come on
thin
that.
market. The micro BTC is very thin. Even the BTC minis are very, very thin. It's a thin market. You have to have a broader trade idea. It's not something where you can kind of just scalp around.
What do we take?
We just got long on one lot.
One, yeah.
I just want to see. No, I bought a Bitcoin micro.
Oh,
I just want to
BTC.
see.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can see it on my screen here.
Stanley, why are you laughing? What was so funny? Stanley. Who's chatting to you? Who hit you up? Who hit you up? Someone did. Tell us. I like jokes. We all like jokes around here, Stanley. Tell us the joke.
Nobody hit me up.
We all like jokes around here, Stanley. We all like jokes.
Look at my Bitcoin.
Stanley, don't worry. I have absolutely lost it and started laughing uncontrollably as one of my trading friends sent me something off screen, and Andre knows this, and I had to go off camera and go off mute for a minute.
You don't have to share it with us.
It's all good.
I'm just teasing you. It's all good. Yes, Nick for Tick has absolutely lost it. And then when you see that, you have to go full zoom in on them because it's funny. But all right. MP, talk to us about this Bitcoin. Right now, standing on a holding pattern.
Right when I bought it at 62,065, it's trading 62,180. Just like that. Micro.
Yes.
$16 to risk $6.
There might be an opportunity if you want to make a market on NQ or ES, Stanley, but it's probably not the greatest trade, but just trading this range, buying 53s and selling 65s. But all it takes is one misstep on that for that to have a breakout and negate the trade. So
Yeah, like I was saying, I see that the range is kind of just getting smaller and smaller right now. And then it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of sellers towards the 2080 level, like the 70s. So I want to see what happens when we get back there.
Question for you, Stanley.
Sure.
Oh, question in the chat. How did you recover some of that money since yesterday? Love Wetlands is asking the question. How did you recover some of the money since yesterday?
Yeah, so after I got off the air, I took some shorts as well. And they pretty much played out. It was one of those things where I was comfortable with, because I was only down 1% on the account. So I could have just locked it up, but I saw what I liked and I went for it and it worked out. So I ended up having pretty much a break-even day. But once again, it's, for me, one thing I've learned, especially even trends like coming to futures, is that no matter what you trade, if you can't really manage your risk, then it's just gonna end up ugly. Because nobody wins all the time. As much as that would be nice, but nobody wins all the time. So and then also one thing I've kind of learned watching, especially you guys, especially Nick and Rips, when they see something they like, they take it. Like it's no hesitation. They're like, yo, all right, I'm taking it. Here's the risk. Like, it doesn't matter if they're down. It doesn't matter if they're like, it doesn't matter. And I feel like that's what I've been working on. Because before, if I was down 1% for the day, I would have just been like, you know what, forget it. I'll come back tomorrow, close it up. But what I did instead of doing that, I was like, you know what, I'm okay with being down 1%. But let me see if there's any more opportunities. If I do lose another 0.5%, I'm okay with that. So, and that didn't. So, yeah.
Let's see what let's do a poll. If you're in shoes right now, what would you do? Would you get short, get long, or stay flat? Kind of put yourself in Stanley's shoes. He's on here.
Seriously, the courage to come on here and do this is pretty sweet. Hey, quick update, Michael. MP, you asked about biggest moves, rank changes in our leaderboard, right? JD behind the scenes just sent it to me. We've seen rank change at 369 spots, 349 spots, 320 spots is the top 3 biggest movers, MP.
Top 3 is wow. Okay.
369,
that would feel
349,
cool.
and 320. Yeah.
That
one
would
went
feel
from
cool.
One went from 393rd place and jumped all the way to 73rd place. That's the one that got highest. That's Daniel.
We'll call it the sandbagging record. Somebody whoever beats 369, whoever can beat 370, go from a 370 rank all the way up.
The leapfrog. Who can leapfrog who?
Leapfrog who?
Uh-oh. Here's a poll up in the chat. In NQ right now, would you long, short, or flat? How about this headline in CNBC? Michael Jordan sues NASCAR.
Short this.
Not sure what that's about. Nick, what'd you just say?
I said I kind of want to short this, but I don't think I'm going to.
All right, there's those 65s rips that you're talking about in the NQ. Nice little winning trade. It's tricky, right? It's tricky because the breakout, obviously, we can't stay in a range forever. We're coming down to the 50s now. perhaps.
Yeah, this is the area where you'd put in a bid and you just try to make the market.
Yeah.
But it's I don't feel comfortable with that when it's so close to be passing. If I had an XFA that was a couple bucks in the money today, that makes sense for that type of trade. If you had to trade this zombie hour right now,
this is crunch time right now. The last 10, we're on the 5-yard line. He's trying to get that ball across the end zone right now.
I know.
I want to wait for that picture
Unlike
perfect
the
A+ setup, and this ain't it.
Oh.
Yes, I got you 100%, man. 100%. This is unlike the Chicago Bears who run an option on 4th and 1. We're trying to
Put in the fridge.
perfect play. We're trying to call the perfect play here. Yeah, it is.
That was a flush
quick,
down to 40 there. Nick for a
flush.
tick saw that short showing up. So nice read there, Nick.
Yeah, but we bounced right up. There's the tape is just thin, you guys. It's just be careful today if you're going to keep trading the afternoon. I'm sure the lunch hour may be even a little worse as volume has dried up. Maybe it'll be a little better for power hour, but Rips and I both said it when we came on, consolidation after a kind of more violent move to the downside yesterday. No surprise.
Yeah. Excellent stuff today, guys. I got to say, Nick and Rips reading the market very, very well today. Got the VIPs in, got MP in here. You got Stanley. Stanley, your discipline's amazing. Keep us posted. We see you in the chat. Keep us posted. We're coming towards the end of fast markets for the time being. We do have power players coming up. Aaron Trades joining us after on the other side of this. But before we move on, we always got to do the appreciations, right? What are you appreciative for on this Wednesday, Hump Day, October 2nd here in the States? So before we do that, I want to throw to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for? Chat, come on in.
Start firing away. I appreciate X, Y, and Z. Go ahead and put it in there.
Yep, put it in there. All right, Ben, while we do it, let's go to Eddie. Eddie, if you're there, what are you appreciative for?
Stanley's actually in Eddie's spot, so Eddie's not here.
Got you. I'll throw it to Hoag. Hoag, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
As always, my God, my family, my country, and today, market-generated information.
Yep. Well, market-generated information. I like that a lot. All right, let's go to Stanley. Stanley, we're going to have you back on. We're not going to force this thing. It's going to happen naturally. We really want to see you do this, but we want to do it on your terms. We don't want to do it on our terms per se. Keep us posted on how this Combine Challenge goes. We want to get you across that finish line. So I think we could have a chance for that. We'll maybe bring you on tomorrow, sneak in for another fast markets. But anyways, Stanley, what are you appreciative for today?
I'm appreciative for God, of course. Appreciative for my family, my wife, huge supporter. I'm appreciative for Topstep. Like, you guys are awesome. And I'm appreciative for all the information that I've really just been learning throughout this journey. Trading definitely has shown me who I really am and like my characteristics as a person, and it's helped me grow as well. So I'm appreciative for that.
That's awesome. Very well said, man. We love you having around you here. Awesome stuff. Nick for a tick. What are you appreciative for today, Nick?
I'm appreciative for my friends, my trading friends, and my family, people that keep me laughing, have been supporting me. And I had a weird journey for the last couple of years, I would say, but all my friends and family, my little circle, has always been supportive, has always just kind of backed my idea when I said I was going to do this crazy thing and actually try to do this full time. So I'm very thankful for them this week and today. And I'm also thankful for my trading buddy Rips, who I finally got to go on air with and actively trade with. This was pretty fun. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
100%.
Rips, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Always give glory to God for sure, number one. And of course, give it up for our amazing community and folks in here like Stanley. Stanley came on. And just overall, his attitude, you could tell that Stanley has a really solid personality and just a really true, strong soul. And he's the type of person who's taking trading in a way where he's not trying to rush it. And I think there's a lot to be said. And I think it's setting a very high gold standard for the type of person that is going to succeed in an industry like this. It's very difficult to succeed when you're trying to rush things. And I see that Stanley comes on here, is not itching to take a trade. He's following the type of attitude that you should have as a trader, where you're not rushing into things. You're keeping your wits about you. You're staying strong. And I think that everybody in chat here on the program can learn from Stanley. So I'm appreciative for you, Stanley. And I really thank you for coming on the show today.
Awesome.
Means a lot.
Yeah, look at this. Love Fest. I love it on Top Step TV. Mr. MP, what do you appreciate
I'm
for?
appreciative of the support team. Not only I'm going to go with Topstep support team. I'm appreciative of all they went through to help support all of our traders, get the response time. That's incredible. I appreciate a support team, both that you get when you go home, people get when they go home to their families, that you get when you come on Topstep TV. Hell, my wife even went out with a bunch of Aspen moms or whatever, and they meet to talk about all the issues that they're facing. So it's like a support team. She came back glowing. You know, like having a support team is huge. And then I will give a massive shout out. When I first thought about this, I thought about Topstep support team, but then I'm like support team in general. We're here all supporting each other in a community way. But Topstep support team, I'm going to give you guys a final appreciative. You guys went through a hell of a journey and kept everything working so damn well. We don't even have the new tech stack in place that will come literally in the next 30 days. It's supposed to be this month, but it'll be November. And your response times are minutes. So you guys can see in chat, nobody's, complaining about not X, Y, and Z happening because they aren't getting support experience. So started there, and you guys did a hell of a job getting us through that. So thank you to all the support team folks here at Topstep.
Awesome stuff. I'm appreciative for all you guys. We're late on time, so we got to keep it moving. 2 power players coming up next. We got Aaron Luce in the house. Aaron Trades, you might know him. He moved from Australia now to the UK. Maybe to get on a better time zone so he can maybe be on Topstep TV a little bit more. We'll tune in down the other side to find out. Anyway, Stanley, you are the absolute man. Thanks again. We're going to have you back on. When it happens, it will happen. We're not going to force it. Love having you back on. Anyways, Topstep Power Players coming up next. Let's go.
Topstep X has landed with a feature you've been dreaming of, the manual lockout button. Did you ever have a day where you made money but then wiped it all out with the famous last words, "I'll just try one more trade," and before you know it, you've given it all back and then some? No more. With Topstep X, one click locks you out for the day, safeguarding your profits and forcing you to follow your game plan. Discipline equals freedom. Whether you're a seasoned trader or just someone looking to improve that discipline, you need Topstep X in your life.
power players. I got Aaron Trades with us. It's been a while, Aaron. How are you doing? And last I heard, you have moved.
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. I have since I was last on TopstepTV, I was actually in Scotland, and since then gone back to Australia, and now all the way back again. I'm actually here in Barcelona at the minute, which is cool. Awesome city.
Nice. Did you live in Scotland or just visit?
No, just visiting friends and family. I've been in Australia for almost 2 years, which is crazy. It gets flown by. Yeah, now just back in Europe for the time being.
Nice. What is it like trading in Australia? Were you trading? What markets were you trading when you were over there?
It's kind of when I first started, it was very tough because I thought, you got to stay up until 4 a.m. Just to be able to trade the New York session, which that's kind of the reason now I just trade more of gold because we mainly trade Asia in the London session, which you can still trade gold futures and gold still moves amazingly in them sessions. Where I think a lot of people have the misconception if you live in Australia, you got to trade all hours of the night, which maybe if you trade something like NASDAQ, maybe, but for us trading gold, it moves very well in Asia and London that if we just master them, it's more than good enough for us. So Asia and London's mainly what we prefer.
That's a good tip for the U.S. traders as well. If you want to trade an overnight market, you're saying the gold GC is a good mover?
Yeah, gold, and we just started to have a look at copper a little bit more, but gold is probably, if you want to just look at something like Asia, gold can move, if on trading futures, if you go for 10, 20, 30 ticks a day, gold in the Asian session gives you that. I don't want to say every session, but most sessions, even today, you had some great shorts on gold today. Looking at these moves down here, 70 plus tick move. If you get 20 of that, it's fantastic.
Nice. So did you always trade futures and commodity? Sorry, and like gold and copper, or what were you based in initially?
So I actually started more. When I very first started, I started day trading, and then that was too crazy for me. So then I did swing trading for about 2 years and traded lots of different currency pairs. Gold was always, to be honest, still one of my favorites. But then since it was actually during 2020, the COVID times, where swing trading was just incredibly difficult because everything was so uncertain. So we started to look at more intraday markets, and that's when we just started to focus on just gold, trading on the intraday time frame, in and out, 5, 10, 15 minutes. And actually, just gold. Well, I started trading NASDAQ when I first started trading futures because, when you move to futures, it almost seems like everyone who does trade futures trades NASDAQ. I was like, maybe I should start trading NASDAQ. And then I traded that for a while. And my results were kind of sometimes good, but then my losing days would be very bad. So then I was like, why do I need to change the wheel? Let me just stick to what I'm good at. So just focus on just gold, intraday time frame, and that's what works. Yeah, that's what works best for us.
That's awesome. So you also are trading the crude oil as well, right? So I can trade the crude and the indices. I tried placing a trade in gold earlier, and it didn't go through. But what are you looking at in gold currently for all the gold traders out there? And then if some markets you want to trade, I would love to look at some crude oil and maybe even NASDAQ or ES.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a bit of to be honest, gold. I mean, gold recently has been somewhat tough from a higher time frame perspective because you've been reaching all-time highs, which is great when we were buying into them all-time highs. But now that you're actually at the all-time highs, we need to create a bit of a range, which we are now, which is good because when you're actually initially hitting them all-time highs, it's like you don't really want to be buying up there because anyone who's buying gold is and anyone who has been buying gold is taking profit at all-time highs. And you also don't want to be the first one the market's trying to sell. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. You don't want to be buying because there'll be a lot of profit taken. You also don't want to be selling because you don't want to be calling the tops. But since last week, we have started to create a bit of a range, which is great. And I am looking for. I mean, the daily on gold is it looks like most markets have been a little choppy today. I'm not sure if you guys have seen.
Oh yeah,
NASDAQ's proven.
No, it's been very choppy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But looking at the daily on gold, I think maybe to come up and retest them overall highs one more time before a deeper correction. We do have NFP on Friday, so I assume that's why everything's choppy. But maybe during NFP we could get some some decent pullbacks. I don't like to call I don't like to call pullbacks when you're all-time highs, but it is starting to show early signs that we could be ready for a correction, which is actually looking quite nice.
Any levels in the gold that you're looking forward to, if we can get there?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the futures on the minute on an intraday, we've had a nice push down already this morning. We called some nice buys up, but we're now pushing down. To be honest, if we can hold above, I want to say around 2666 on the 50-minute, we're kind of creating this really nice sort of left shoulder head, come back down for that right shoulder, and then we can start to see this correction back up to the highs. If we do re-break these lows, then that's also fantastic. I'd switch the bias and be looking for some much deeper correction for some sells, which is great. That's the thing I kind of like to. I like to preach, not really predicting too much, more so trading what we see. So if we hold this level, I think a little pullback is great. If we break back below here, to see some sells back down into 2655 and then 2650 is also a lovely high time frame key level. But it's we have had a nice move up and then instantly retraced it. It was looking like we were going to start to be the move of if we do hold this level and push up, then overall, gold to come up into 26.95 is also a great level, which I was trying to see if we could get here, but then
nice.
Kind of be one of them days straight back down.
Looks like we're looking at pretty similar things. I happened to just eyeball those levels real quick and put them on my chart, and lo and behold, you're looking at a very similar situation. So do you kind of like this 4-hour low at around 26.66? Looks like we had, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles kind of bounced off that level. Do we think we can get some continuation off that little 4-hour range there?
That's what I was honestly thinking. Once this 4-hour here held this support and actually closed bullish, I was like, great, this could be time for gold to start to push up into even the 2700s. And then to see this 4-hour to come completely back lower. Now I'm like, well, if I do want some longs, to be honest, I would prefer to see price get back above there, because this is, once you did have this nice push, you did also come straight into this very, very key level, which is around 2680s, and instantly sold back off straight at that. So you kind of create a bit of a tough range. It's a very tradable range though. This is a 130 tick range on an intraday time frame. It's fantastic. But when you're kind of grabbing the lows, closing bullish, grabbing the highs and closing bearish, right in the middle, kind of, in terms of putting probability in our favor. If I want to be a buyer on gold, I want to be a buyer back at the lows. If I want to be a seller, I want to be a seller back at the highs. Anywhere in the middle, kind of gets a bit tough.
So I see that you don't have any indicators really on your chart here. Is that something that you had to work towards, or did you start with indicators first?
When I very first started, I must have had, I don't know, maybe 5+ indicators, and it just it just kind of got too messy, and I would just, it's not to say they didn't work, but for my personality, I feel like I would just rely on them too much. If I had some EMAs on my charts, the second it would hit it, say if we were hit, I'd all of a sudden think I should be shorting. And it just kind of hindered my bias a little bit. So I do have VWAP on here, but to be honest, I've got to a point where, and it's a point where everyone should get to before they look at indicators, is being able to read a naked chart and just understanding key levels. And then kind of, to me now, an indicator is kind of like the icing on the cake. I want to have my levels done first, and if it lines up with an indicator for an entry, great. But I don't like to use them as an actual bias. I wouldn't say gold's going to go down because we're below VWAP. I'd more so be looking at my key levels first, and then if I want to go long on gold but we're holding below VWAP, maybe I can say to myself, if we get back above there, cool. That's the market's confirming what I think. I'll give longs a shot.
Yeah, I mean, love the logic there, and I think a lot of traders have gone on that journey of getting a couple indicators, saying maybe they're not the right vibe fit. But there's like a real joy in trying to just have naked charts and just drawing the most obvious thing you see, and then trying to have the discipline to stick to trading those levels. We covered gold. We're talking in the green room about crude oil, because you're also a crude oil trader. That's where I started as well. So if we want to pull up some crude oil, let's talk some levels there. Now, we can take trades in crude oil. I did message Brett to see if we can get some GC activated on this account. But until then, crude oil is fair game. What are you seeing in crude?
Let's have a look. I'll do a quick little bit of. Let me just have a look at the higher time frame just to get an understanding. I know we're just bouncing off that 70, which is a very, very strong level of actually got broken yesterday. Broke back above the 70s, kind of holding it. But the daily has come straight into the resistance and already kind of having an aggressive sell-off. Again, it's like it's kind of on crude oil as well. You're kind of coming down into a really nice intraday level of support. But I also do look at this aggressive push down. I'm like, would I want to be buying against that just because we're at a level of support? Probably not. I think if we were going to have a nice pullback, I'd want to see it, create a bit of a range, create some space, pull back a little bit, and then probably continue selling off, maybe retrace some of this move, come back down, retest these levels. What's this, around 69s-ish? Maybe retrace some of this big move that we saw. Was that yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Before, then I would say overall pulling back on the 5 minute, because the 5 minutes is what we trade the most.
Yep.
What time is this? Was this the New York Open? Was this sell-off at the New York Open? It was a really nice sell-off there.
Yeah, 9 a.m. So yeah,
nice.
I think 8:30 is pit session open. So it did take a minute before it rolled over.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, if I was going to trade oil, I wouldn't. If I, sometimes, and this happens, sometimes, you jump on the charts and you've already had a huge move like this. When you kind of already see that, it's like, I don't really want to continue selling that because it's probably going to range or pull back, and I don't really want to buy against it. So for me on crude oil, I personally would have to let it create more of a range. Otherwise, I feel like I would probably just be FOMOing into that sell-off, because that's a big sell-off. Usually once you see a big push like that on oil, you have a big push up, you correct for a while, and then you continue. You push up for a while, you correct for a while, and then you continue. So I would say crude oil correct for the next hour or so, then you may get some continuations to continue selling off into these areas. But here, kind of bit of a tough area for me.
Tough area. Indeed, those 69.80s do seem pretty enticing, and they're not that far away. It's only about 40 cents. But I do have a thing with crude where you look at evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. And those levels typically tend to be pretty good for crude oil. And we bounced at 70s, kind of hanging out at 20s. We'll see if we can get down to 69.80. That would be a nice little stop run. I did talk to Brett. I could be getting gold added to this account here, so we could take some gold trades. I know you don't trade the NASDAQ or any of the indices, but just based off of your setups, do you see anything you like in either the ES or the NASDAQ for potential trade?
Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. So one thing I do, if I'm trading NASDAQ, I like to correlate between the S&P. So I kind of trade a lot of liquidity grabs. So if I was trading, NASDAQ, I like to look at these lows as a potential liquidity level to target. But then I also want to make sure I'm checking it with S&P to see if it's been grabbed. And yes, it has. So on S&P, it's already been grabbed. So NASDAQ probably doesn't need to grab it. So to me, this looks like a nice grab, nice hold of this support. And you're already starting to break out. So to be honest, already this does look nicer than I would say. I would say
need to get your
gold
charts up. Hold on. If we can get the production team to get there we go. Thank you. Cool.
Sorry. Did you see my ES chart?
No, they're up now.
Cool. So yeah, I was just saying I would look at, if I was trading NASDAQ, I always have to correlate it with the S&P because of these exact reasons. I trade a lot of liquidity grabs, price grabbing highs and lows before real move. So if I look at this on NASDAQ, you can kind of see you haven't really grabbed the lows. But if you go take a look at something like the S&P, and I've only just looked at this, you can actually see they've already been grabbed there beautifully. So to me on NASDAQ, you've grabbed these lows, you've held the support and already having a pretty nice breakout. So already I would say NASDAQ's probably looking nicer if you can come back down and hold these areas.
Is that 20,018?
Yeah, 20,018. How it was got 2020 is nice. It's a nice level because you've been in this range since after this big push down, and you're finally now just starting to break out of it. I think if you were to break back below here, you could probably look to pull back. But I think as long as you hold this area, to me this looks good to come up and maybe retrace into these areas. I like the look of Nasdaq more than
20,200s. Yeah, I mean, we could try to find a way to get long. Do you trade micros or minis? Would you have a preference?
It's kind of different. On gold, I would trade minis. If I traded Nasdaq, I would say micros because I know the contract sizing is very different. It's one thing to know if people want to trade gold futures is it's very different to Nasdaq. If I was trading Nasdaq, I would probably say micros.
Micros, okay, nice. Well, we can trade some size here with this account. So we could probably do a couple of e-minis, but it does look quite bullish here. If we go to the 4-hour chart, we're starting to get up to like 4-hour highs that I have drawn from a while ago. Kind of extended below the 4-hour range low, which I had 19,884 evens, extended below that, and then it's just been like kind of to the moon. But we are starting to get a little bit of consolidation at that 4-hour range high, which is right at that 20,080 level. And it looks strong, doesn't it, Aaron?
Yeah. It does. It does. It's kind of, again, you are coming into a very, very strong previous 4-hour level as well. So it's kind of something like even if you are trading the 5 minute, it's still nice to keep in the back of your mind that you are coming into that major 4-hour resistance. And if you start breaking down on the 5 minute, and maybe today's move up is just more of a fake out, then it's not also a bad place if you start breaking to the downside to look for some sells. Just keeping in mind that you are at that major 4-hour resistance as well.
I know. So there is a cheap trade available here in the Nasdaq. When you're doing a trade, what's kind of your risk reward typically, and how do you manage your trades?
I try to aim for a minimum of 1 to 2. But to be honest, I like to manage my trades before they. If I have a hard stop, I like to manage my trades before that. I kind of let's say if I was just say for whatever reason I was buying the Nasdaq here and my hard stop loss was down here. For me, I kind of cut my trades when they become invalid as opposed to letting it hit my stop. So if this was to actually close below this level, that would more so be my exit. In terms of actual entry, initial stop loss, so my exit could be here and it might look like a great risk reward, but if my hard stop's here, it only looks like a 1 to 1 or a 1 to 2. Some people might not be that fantastic, but by the time I actually manage my trade, if it goes against me, I'm looking to get out, and it can sometimes be 1 to 2, 1 to 3. But I like to, as long as I can see that when I initially get in the trade, I can plan for at least a 1 to 2. Sometimes it might only give me a 1 to 1. I don't really not secure a trade just because it's not at a certain risk reward, but yeah, I like to manage based off if we start breaking, back or below levels, and I can clearly see it's going against me. It's probably time to get out.
Yeah, are you more of like a best price trader or best momentum? What do you prefer?
As in, do I like to be buying off these levels or buying, with the momentum once we start actually breaking out?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of we took this copper trade on our London session on what day is it today? Yesterday, and this is one where I'm kind of very I don't want to say strict, but I'm very much I like to let the markets come to me. I like to, when we're breaking above here, I was pretty much saying that I like these highs to get grabbed to come down and push down into these areas, but I don't like to start just selling up here for no reason. I like to let the markets come to me and show me what I'm thinking is correct. So I'll wait for price to actually break down, show me that what I'm thinking is right, and more importantly, give me volume. And then I just want to be following that little rest of the move. I like to be in with the volume. My kind of worst trades are whenever I get stuck in a position and it just ends up going sideways. Not only does it mentally burn you out, there's nothing worse than being stuck in a position that goes sideways. So whenever I do get in a position like that, I try and get out as quick as I can. I like to be in and out with the volume. And if it does go sideways, I pretty much know that's probably not going to be a good trade. Let me try and get out of this.
We should get Coach Jay. I know Coach Jay is one of our coaches of the VIP program. He's a big volume trader. It'd be fun to get you two guys on together talking volume. Yeah, so NQ, we're kind of just stuck in this range up here. I have a 1 minute consolidation between 20,070 and 20,080. So there's not a ton going on. Longs would be pretty expensive because the stop would need to be around 20,030 at least. Shorts are cheap, but the momentum is a little bit suspicious. So that's kind of the name of the game we're playing right here. is which side.
Yeah.
I do like the range. Ranges are a lot of fun.
To be honest, I honestly, surprisingly, also love trading ranges. It's much kind of easy to call. Whereas when the markets are booming and I'm not in it, I kind of get fear of missing out. But when you're in like nice ranges, sometimes it can actually be good. This one's a little bit too tight for me though.
It is pretty tight. Yeah, I mean that's only a 40-point range as well. I mean they can get even smaller than that. But yeah, the shorts do look cheap up here. Maybe if we can get over like 20,090, 20,085, maybe we can find a nice short and just do a real tight stop. Also, I like your idea of going long here. What, say at 20,040s? Maybe you can test kind of down there. You have that on your chart. Yeah, 20,044. That'd be really nice.
Hey, Dolby time.
Hello,
Can you break down what's a cheap trade?
A cheap trade. So essentially, a cheap trade is, I mean, it's all relative, but it's a trade in which you feel that you have basically a better chance of winning than you do losing. And kind of what you want to do is have your stop based off of like market structure. So that way the market has to work harder to get you stopped out. So that is what I consider a cheap trade, is a way to set up a position in which a stop is hard to get, but the value is kind of easier to find. How do you describe it, Aaron? What's your opinion on the cheap trade definition? Ooh, really nice pullback as we speak about this in the NASDAQ. Maybe we can get these 40s and these 30s.
I honestly don't know if I've heard the term. I've never used it, but I would say it's like, if you're overall bearish on NQ, rather than selling it here, I guess you would say maybe it's cheaper where you're at than where you were early in the day, if that's how you would describe it.
Yeah. Oh, so you haven't heard of the cheap trade before?
No, it's not really something I use. No, I understand it, but it's not really something I ever kind of use. Yeah.
So I think
I got another question for both of you.
Okay. Yep.
You both like range trades.
Mm-hmm.
IO Crown's asking, how do you manage it when a range breaks?
Oh, great question. Do you want to answer that one, Aaron?
Yeah, sure.
This is now officially a range trading stream for the next half hour. So if you don't know how to trade ranges, you're about to find out, because we have 2 range traders on screen right now.
Right. That's why I'm asking, what are we going to do if it breaks?
So the way that and you'll actually find this happen a lot of the time on gold. A lot of the time on gold, you are in big major ranges. I mean, the only way that I will ever trade a range is if I'm, at the lows grabbing the lows, or at the highs grabbing the highs. If I ever jump on the charts, you're in the middle of the range. I don't know where you're going to break out, nor is it my job to try and predict where you're going to break out. But for me, if I have a decent area here, and you kind of grab the lows first, I kind of like to look at ranges as you kind of get that fake out before the real move. So if, let's say I have these lows marked on and I've got these highs marked on here, once you grab the lows first and then start closing back above, then I'm more confident to take buys from down here to try and catch the breakout, because that's kind of like my fake out. And if you do break out, depends. If the range is big enough, sometimes you can just be buying at the lows of the range and your exit could just be at the highs. If it's in a range like this, it's not worth it. But if it's in a major range like this, if you get buys from here, you're covering around these areas, that's already enough for you to be in and out. You don't really have to worry too much about if it does break out and how you're going to trade it. If you're already in the longs and it breaks to the upside, fantastic. But as soon as you hit the highs of the range, I kind of found if I was to hold a trade and hope that it breaks out and it just continues ranging and stops me out, I'd be more frustrated. So I'd rather, if I can get in the lows once you've had the big fake out, I'm happy to get out at the highs of the range as long as it's big enough, personally.
Thank you, Aaron.
Perfect. Perfect description. Yep. Oh, we got some orders working here, Aaron. I got 36 and 31 in NQ. So speaking of ranges, kind of got like a 15-minute range. We're going to see if we can buy the bottom of those. I think you get a target of what, 19s or 18s, though? What?
Where have you got yours? My would be looking at
for 20,018. I heard that was a level you were looking at.
I like the 18s, the 20s. Again, it depends. If this let's say 15-minute, how'd that previous 30 close? Kind of holding the support. Yeah, I like Anywhere below the 30s looks good to me, actually. Anywhere below them lows, I think if you can hold that level, if you if the 30 was or the 15 was to actually close back into the range, it wouldn't surprise me if you just keep ranging. But as long as you maybe if you can grab these lows, hold this area, buys are good. I think if the second you close back into this range, that would be kind of an exit.
So that's kind of interesting. So typically when I'm doing the range trades, I'll just put like a limit order in and just make the assumption that the range will hold. Sometimes you get stop runs, sometimes you don't. It sounds like you wait for the range to maybe get run and then come back in and then enter into the trade. Is that how you go for it?
Yeah. So I personally don't use limit orders. I used to use limit orders, but now I more so use stop orders.
Oh, interesting.
It just helps me kind of get in with the momentum. And for example, let's just say if I was trading this on NQ right now and I was wanting, this 30 to grab these lows, hold and drive, I could pretty much right now have a buy stop in here because I'm pretty much saying to myself, I have a buy stop in here. I say to myself, if this 30 can flip bullish, I'll get tagged in with the order and will drive. But if it doesn't flip bullish and it just closes back into the range, well, I just cancel my buy stop, no trade, no loss. So yeah, it's just kind of it for me. It just eliminates a little bit more of not trying to predict, more so trying to react. So I like to be in if the candle can grab the lows and flip bullish, as opposed to just trying to buy down here and seeing if it does. I would rather the market show me we can hold this level, maybe grab the lows, hold it, and then I could be in on the next candle trying to catch it up.
Okay,
just something to. Yeah, I love doing the stop orders, which is probably different. I don't know many people that do the stop orders, but yeah.
We're doing it. That's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, so I'm going to mark this line. We got 35s, 20,000 35s. So if we get below there, let me know how you would enter into this trade on the long side using a stop order. If it happens, we'll see if it happens.
Yep, absolutely, sounds good.
We're gonna live a trade in Aaron Trade's shoes right here. This is the house account. So Aaron, you've been gone for a while, but the house account is something we've been doing for a while. Essentially, it's a live account, real money. These orders go into the market, compete with the best of them, and kind of just bring on traders like yourself, and we'll take trades in that account on your behalf.
I like it.
Team trade action.
Has it been growing well?
No, it's really hard. It's really hard to get a bunch of people to all decide on something while the market's moving 20 points in about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So this range is pretty good. Yeah, this is good, nice higher lows so far. We'll see if we can get this break below 35. How do you deal with so since you're a fellow range trader, how do you deal with you maybe not getting filled at a low of your range that you want, or do you not have to deal with that because of the stop order system that you use?
No, I do, to be honest. Sometimes I could jump on the charts and be kind of maybe already bounced off the lows, and whenever we're in the middle, like if I was to look at this on NASDAQ right now, I'd mark on this. I'd mark on this 5-minute range like this, and for me, I literally will just on TradingView, and I'll set an alert here, and I'll set an alert down here, and I'll honestly just wait for my alerts to go off, and kind of actually, if I'm, because this is probably too tight for me to want to buy here and want to sell here. It's a bit too tight of a range. I personally would rather, we grab some lows, we hold the support, and then break to the upside. I'll have my alert goes off, cool, I'll fire up the charts once we do actually close, because it's very key to see that closure. But if I ever jump on, which happens quite a lot, I might jump on and you've already had a big move or you're right in the middle. I just try and think if we're in the middle of the range, it's almost like 50-50. So if I don't really know where the markets are going to go in the middle, then I'd rather wait for them to come to me, break out, or be back at the highs or back at the lows. And it's kind of alerts are my lifesaver, to be honest. I always have alerts on the charts. I love to always have alerts.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we should have those coming to TopstepX eventually. I know that's been one of the higher requested features for sure, would be to have alerts. Nice. I think that's a great way to trade too, because it allows you to go and do other things in your life, set your alerts, and kind of forget it, and you don't have to do anything until the alert gets hit, so you can live your life.
I know, and I'm sure we've all had it where we do trade these days, and you come off the charts, and not only have you taken a load of awful trades, but it's times like this where it really, me personally, it really mentally burns me out. By the time the breakout and volume comes in, I'm already too mentally burnt out by trying to force this range that I can't even catch the good trade. So now I'm like, alert down here, alert above there. Once we do break out with volume, fantastic. My mental capacity is ready to go, and then I'll execute.
I like that. That was a nice little point there about using alerts to help preserve mental capital. That's a pro tip. That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Good one. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm on the 1 minute now. I mean, it does look heavy, but you know, it's not heavy until we're kind of down below 35 and things start really pushing down. You know, 20,000 is also not really that far away. So that could be an easy little, you know, kind of side quest for the NASDAQ today. Get back down to 20,000.
I like that. I like that. You guys trade the 1 minute more. See, I go on the 1 minute. The 1 minute's almost a bit scary to me.
I think it depends on what like your stop is and your risk. You know, like what your risk reward is. But if you're like a range trader, ranges appear on pretty much everything. So you know, for example, if you can get like a long-term level and then get a short-term range at a long-term level, you can try to find a way to get, you know, your reward to weigh out the risk. So for example, like this little 1 minute range at around 11:15 Central on my chart here. Hold on, do a little party hat. This little range, right? That's a 1 minute range, but you're at a 4-hour high, and so yeah, you could set like a 20-point stop, and now you're playing a 4-hour level with a 20-point stop, and like you're still in a good spot. So the reward of that trade is insane relative to the risk. But does that mean you use like a 1 minute in like this kind of situation here between 40s and 60s? You know, maybe it depends on the trader and what your system is. But yeah. I think for NASDAQ, it's pretty good. When I was doing crude oil, though, the 5 minute range was like by far the best. By far the best.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Love the 5 minute range. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just saying, I think, honestly, the people who I see trade the 1 minute the best are always the guys who end up trading NASDAQ. I don't know what it is, but it's the same as, I think oil and gold are very similar in that sense, that if you try and trade the 1 minute on oil, it's, you know, it can just throw you around. Whereas you look at it on NASDAQ, it's like, it actually makes much more sense. But I look at it on gold and oil, I'm like, to me, this is kind of, can be all over the place sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what I found about the NASDAQ is that the 5 minute ranges don't appear very cleanly, like as they do on crude oil or gold, in which like they're very, very clear in your chart. However, I found the 1 minute actually shapes up pretty nicely in NASDAQ. And insofar as you get like those nice kind of like cubes where all the candles are just like in the same box. I find that happens a little bit more frequently on the 1 minute versus the 5 minute, which is I think why I kind of made that switch over.
Nice.
But yeah, every market kind of has its different time frame that kind of resonates with the market participants and your system, right? It all depends on the trader.
Yep, 100%. Completely agree.
Yep. Do you want to shout out anybody in chat? You're starting to get some love in chat here. Wheels loves you.
Very nice.
Got it. Anthony, yeah.
They told me this morning I have to come onto TopstepTV and convert everyone into gold traders. So that's the secret mission today.
You know what? We don't have very many. So we would love to have you back. If you want to come and talk gold, he's our gold guy.
Absolutely.
We have a bunch of NASDAQ degenerates on this stream.
That's what. Honestly, it's probably the biggest question I asked from trading futures. Like, why do I not trade NASDAQ? And it's honestly just gold for me. It just moves better in my time zones. You know, like I don't, especially in Australia, I very rarely trade the New York session. If I do, it's more so if there's news. And, you know, like I say, gold and Asia and London, fantastic opportunities every day. So I try not to
love it.
Reinvent much.
So we bring on traders like you, Aaron. You got to bring different perspective to us. You know what I mean? Everyone's trading differently. You're overseas trading gold, still making money. You know, you don't have to be trading NASDAQ for New York session to make money. It's 23 hours in the day to trade. Many markets to trade.
That's it.
So we're still eyeing this NASDAQ trade, Aaron. Not a whole lot going on.
We're not really.
Trying to get below these 40s.
We're stuck it to. I think when it does break, though, it's gonna have a nice move. When it does break.
I want this to break because I want you to explain to me and the viewers, how does this entry system work with the buy stop? I want to see this push down through 35s, and then let's see what happens here. Because if this works, then I might be stealing this little trick you got. I kind of like this idea.
Honestly, I mean, same as the one we took yesterday. It's kind of like it's good because not all the time, but a lot of the time, you don't go into like I hate saying drawdown. You don't go into drawdown very much. It's like pretty much with this one here, as it's like pulling up and creating that top wick, pretty much as it's kind of hard. I may have to zoom in, but as this wick is being created, that's then when I'll have the sell stop on the low, saying to myself, if this 5 minute can flip bearish, sell stop activated, and hopefully I'm in with the volume. Obviously,
speaking of
sometimes
volume,
it can tag you, but
okay, we're getting close to 35s. It's taken 15 minutes, but we finally got there. Congratulations to the Meek, just past 100K trading combine. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Congrats.
Okay, so what are you looking for for a bullish thesis here? We're down into 35s. What are we looking for? Ooh, this is good movement, right?
Yep, this is nice. So if we were, if I wanted longs, if we were to get back above here, as we're creating the bottom wick, that's where
What's here? What's the level?
Back. Yeah, this one. Now that we've we're kind of holding this level. If this was to close back above here, once it does close back above as we bottom wick,
40s.
Buy stop. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
About 40. Yeah. If we close back above 41.
Okay.
On this 5
I gotta stop.
which is,
I got a market order in for 41 evens. Let's see.
15 was quite strong.
Just a one lot, just a oneer. And then your stop would be, I'm assuming, like 20,000, 25.
Yeah, if we were to get back above here, I'd have a hard stop there. But pretty much you can, to be honest, if this was to close back above and not drive for the next 5 minutes, I'd be getting out pretty quick because I'd want to actually see it continue and not just continue to range.
We're already in right now. We're in 41 and a quarter, stops at 25 and a quarter. So moved against us like 10 points pretty damn fast. Let's see if this ends up getting stopped out. It's a cheap trade. I see what you're doing there with that stop order.
Mm-hmm. It was quite an aggressive. It's quite an aggressive 15 close in the previous.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so we're out minus 320. That's not that much.
Yeah, it's well managed. Well managed.
Yeah, no, I kind of like that system that you have there, because that way you're not like getting. Yeah, you're not even getting like smoked, right? So if you just like blindly get long like 40s or 35s, you're not really like accounting for what happens after you get filled. You're kind of just hoping that it goes back up. Whereas with the buy stop,
it
seems like you're hoping to get that, a different kind of confirmation, let's say.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's like you could even have a buy stop now on the break of this 15, basically saying to yourself, if this on the 5, if this 5 can reflip bullish, buy stop there, you get tagged in pretty well. If the 5 minute just closes below and keeps pushing down, well, you just cancel the buy stop.
So that's close? Okay, got it.
Yep, close. I'd say close back above this level.
Can you use numbers just in case someone's listening at home?
Sorry, yep, absolutely. Yeah, buys, if you were to close back above, say 41, close back above 41.
Okay.
Good for longs. Otherwise, if you keep holding below that, I don't see any reason why you either won't just continue to range or continue to push down.
So you're looking for longs. If a 5 minute closes over 41, or like a 1 minute?
Only because I've never really traded the 1 minute. I would say 5 minute. Just for me personally.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes to see where this candle closes, and if we're over 41, we'll look long. Yeah, nice little stop run there. Nothing too surprising. That's something with NASDAQ that happens pretty frequently that you have to account for. That's fairly frustrating because it's a fairly thin market. Ranges tend to get run really easily, and they tend to be deeper than you would expect relative to the time frame that it's occurring on, which is pretty annoying. So you really have to like add an extra 5, 10, 15 points sometimes outside of the range for NASDAQ, just because it can easily just scoop out some stops and then get right back in again. We touched the 41s on the 1 minute and came back down again. Let's see if the buyers come back. And Aaron, what do you have? You have some social medias, Discords, classes?
I do. I have my YouTube channel. It's probably the most active, just Aaron Trades, where I do stream 7 till 9 a.m. London time. If anyone wants to tune in and watch me trade gold and copper, more than welcome to do so.
Oh, nice.
We've actually got some exciting news we spoke about last time I was on for the trading retreats that we're doing. We actually do now have Topstep partnering with the trading retreats, which is going to be awesome.
Get out of here. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yep. We'll be giving anyone who comes on the trading retreats, they'll be getting exclusive Topstep merchandise, which we're still yet to confirm. 1 month's free access to Topstep, which is going to be awesome. We just kind of finalized that the past couple of days, actually. So super excited for that.
Amazing.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, congratulations. So what is that? What is the trading retreat? What's that like? Just a bunch of dudes just hanging out, talking trading?
Yeah, pretty much. It's something I've done for about a year now. It's just like, I mean, when I started trading, it was just, I know trading is a very stressful, lonely journey, and I don't think it should be. So I'm kind of trying to, people do fitness retreats, people do yoga retreats. Well, trading is probably one of the mentally as toughest things you can do. So trying to do something we can bring everyone together. So, we'll go stay at a nice place. In November, we're doing it in Vietnam. So I hire out a villa for a week. Everyone come and join me in Vietnam. We'll trade. We'll teach. We'll talk about psychology, and just bring people together and just get people outside of the lonely upcoming trading world, and hopefully inspire people to give it a good go. And it's all well and good trading online. It's always just numbers on a screen, but actually seeing real people in person, it just kind of makes it.
It is
more,
nice.
Makes it more
Topstep
real.
has done a couple meetups, and it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
They're really good.
So
much for our range, Aaron. It looks like our range has totally dissolved and kind of melted down from almost 60 points from the highs. The shorts, they look dangerous to take when you're up at the top of a range. But in hindsight, you're like, it's the most obvious trade ever. How do you deal with that, Aaron? Is that just FOMO?
Yeah, sometimes. I kind of look at it like, if I'm looking at NASDAQ right now, I'm like, did it make much sense to sell it once you've had a pretty decent break to the upside? Not really. So if it does pull back, I don't really get fear of missing. I just kind of think that's not my trade, and I'm pretty happy to miss that, because I kind of like to, if you miss this move down, you get emotional. By the time it breaks back above, you try FOMO into sells, your original trade idea ends up playing out. So, my original bias on this would be buys back above here. If I do see it break down, I don't really have a reason to go short. So I'm happy to. So sometimes I'm happy to miss them ones. Sometimes they're not my trades. It's kind of the way I like to think. If I FOMO into a trade, it never ends well.
It never does it?
Never.
It's too bad. Unless it's like a straight trend down and you just happen to sell it immediately. But even that trade's hard to take. It feels so wrong,
I know they sometimes can be the toughest ones when it's just ripping up or down and you're not in it, and you want to buy into it because you want to follow the trend, but you also don't want to FOMO into it. Then ones are like, I'm gonna have to come back later on. I'll come back the next day.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Tate, we're down by your 20,018s that we had from earlier.
Nice.
Looks like we are just kind of just limping into 20K. Is kind of what it feels like. I mean, we're not that far away, but 18 points away from 20,000. See what happens. Are we gonna get back into middle of range in NASDAQ? That would be funny and terrible.
Yeah.
That would be about 19,954.
Yeah, it gets tough in that range as well. It's very, very tough.
It does. But this is kind of what you're saying. We're talking cheap trades, big ranges. If you go to like a 4-hour chart in the NASDAQ, you end up kind of seeing this massive range play out. And, we went all the way down to 19,850s and got all the way up to 20,080s. And yet we're still range bound. So it kind of depends like what time frame you're looking at some of these ranges.
Yeah.
But if you were bullish and you anticipated that 4-hour range bounce and you had a target of the other side, and you're looking longs pretty much all day until you hit the other side, right?
Yeah, huge. And then once you start coming to pretty much where we have just been, it's like you could sell off from here, but you also could just go sideways. It's a very tough area, a very tough area.
Yep. And then I got ready for a fun question, Aaron. I got Eddie behind the scenes. He's been shaking the magic 8-ball, getting the best questions.
Let's do
He's
it.
going to ask you momentarily. Where's his angelic voice?
All
He's
right.
coming. There he is.
All right, Aaron, thanks for being with us here today. And I've got questions 1 to 24. And if you would like to pick a number, I'm going to ask you that question. You give us a short answer. That would be great. What do you want?
Let's do 14. I don't know why. Let's do 14.
Number 14. All right. Here is something that probably be able to answer us. What's the most memorable trip or vacation you've ever taken? Now, you've been all over the place, but what's the most memorable that you've taken?
Ooh. I'm honestly going to say the trip that I'm on now, because it's probably one of the best things I've ever done. But when I flew back from Australia to here in Europe, I surprised my dad for his birthday that he had absolutely no idea about. And it was just the best thing that I've ever done, especially from trading. Being able to fly halfway across the world to surprise your dad for his birthday is by far the best thing I've done. So that was absolutely incredible. I'll remember that forever. I'd say this one.
God bless. Good, great answer. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's a incredible answer and a great way to use funds from trading, and also a reminder to make sure you take payouts.
Absolutely.
So you can do stuff like that. That's a pretty incredible thing to do. I'm sure your dad was like over the moon.
Yeah, we must have cried for about 10 minutes. I hadn't seen him I never really see my family much when I'm in Australia. So when I come back, yeah, it's amazing. But that's what trading's all about. You know, you shouldn't make money you can buy materialistic things, but for me, spending money doing something like that is something that I'll remember forever. And as will my dad. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. What a great story. So we're about to wrap up here. Aaron, anyone you want to shout out? Friends, family, trading group, any plugs you want to do? YouTube, Twitter, let us know.
Anyone who wants to come and watch my YouTube live streams when you guys aren't on, absolutely more than welcome. Just Aaron Trades. I try and go on every single day, 7 to 9 a.m. lunchtime. Anyone's more than welcome. Even if you don't trade just gold, we can look at other markets. I'd be happy to have anyone tune in.
That is awesome. Aaron, thank you so much for tuning in. We definitely want to get you back, especially because you might be our gold trader going forward. We don't have too many people who are just focusing on gold, so we'd love to get your expertise on that. But we're going to wrap it up. Coming up next is Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben. Sometimes it's very good to be featured on this segment. Sometimes it's not so good to be featured on this segment. But stay tuned and we will see who gets a shoulder tap and who gets some kudos from the Risk team. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap with Jack and Ben.
What's up, you righteous dudes and dudettes? Welcome to TopstepTV's Shoulder Tap. It's time for his shoulder tapping. I am Jack, and I'm joined by Ben. Ben, what's up this morning?
Good morning, Jack. Feeling good, feeling energized. Got more energy now that I'm kind of getting out of this slump of taking painkillers and whatnot. So I feel great overall. And looking forward to this segment. We definitely have some shoulders that need tapping within our live traders. Been quite a bit of red on the boards today. So we'll jump into that. But yeah, first we can start with some P&L updates for the live traders. We got the house account, it looks like down in aggregate about $224. So pretty much a scratch day there. Rips up almost $3,200 today. Rips has had quite a nice start to the week, which is cool to see. Really want to see him lock that in, kind of ratchet it up on a weekly perspective. We talk a lot about, locking in and ratcheting your gains as they grow higher in a day-to-day basis, but also looking at that on the week's performance as well. So Rips is sitting up very nicely on the week. I want to make sure he comes away with a green week. Dakota up $70 in the live account. Looks like probably scratched a trade and left it alone. Dakota's also being protective of his gains this week, which is a really impressive discipline that we've seen from Dakota managing his live account this week, locking in the profits that he's got. So good on you, Dakota. And we've got a handful of other pretty darn profitable traders today. Hung Cheng is up 11,500. Michael's up $7,000. Jonathan A is up 4,000. Michael M up 2,300. Jonathan, spelled in a very unique way, is up $5,000, and Moses up 4,200. So a couple of people came out nice and pretty today, but overall, like I said, across the boards, quite a bit of red today. I think, after one of those impulse moves, kind of radical spike in volatility and a strong price move, I think a lot of traders get vertigo a little bit and don't quite know, okay, are we going to bounce after the sell-off? Or are we going to continue selling off? And, kind of just eager to not miss the move and jump in. I think there's been a tremendous amount of that activity today. So quite a bit of red on the boards, but a few traders that have read it the right way and capitalized. So that's what we've got in the way of live trader updates, Jack.
There you go, Ben, and good risk management on trimming that painkiller intake. Always good to, just like your risk limit, only reverse. With your risk limit, the more pain you take, the more you cut it. With the painkillers, the less pain, the fewer Vicodin you should take. That's just some good advice in general. So with that, we got some cards that hopefully won't make me want to take a Vicodin. What do we got here?
Yeah, let's start with Landon. First live trading card up today. Cover Landon's performance. Landon's been a live trader with us in this 150K XFA for a good amount of time. He's been in the trading account for 37 days. Trading days, that is. Trading with us from Elm Springs, Arkansas, and done pretty well in the account thus far, taking $10,500 in payouts in what is essentially 2 months worth of trading days is excellent. Can't really diminish that in any way. That's impressive. It's good. It's the entire goal of what we're doing here in live trading. But there's definitely some areas we can improve upon. And, I'd say particularly recently, there's been some concerns in the recent performance. So we'll cover that as well. But you can see through the statistics, we're sitting around 60% winning days, which is great, and then 67% winning trades. But that reward to risk ratio, we talk about this over and over again, every single trading card, every single shoulder tap segment. The holy grail of profitable trading is a healthy marriage, that is, between the winning trade percentage and that reward to risk ratio. If you are below 50% win rate, you need to have a greater than 1-to-1 reward to risk in order for that to work out and for you to have the escape velocity to, get past losing streaks and commissions associated with placing those trades. And so there's certain days traders have very high win rates, and reward to risk ratios, or both. Some days where you're not seeing it right, and you come out on the wrong side of it and the ratios look very bad. Blended out over 37 days, we've got a pretty good idea of what's going on here in Landon's account. And really it just boils down to improving that relationship. Of course, that's much easier said than done. It's very easy for us, you and I, Jack, to sit here and say, well, you've got to, bump the win rate up or, increase your risk reward. Much easier said than done, but there's ways that you can deploy, simple fixes even, or little kind of disciplinary improvements to try and etch out a little bit more margin within that ratio and increase your profitability. I think a lot of that, and one of the themes that we'll talk about today is you see on the trading card, we're talking about taking 2 steps forward and then 2 steps back. It's a very common theme that we see. Traders will do well across, a day or two, even 3 days in a row, and then, fork back half or more of those gains that they just had, and the following 2 or 3 days. It's sometimes that happens. That phenomenon happens when you're close to losing the account. You're approaching that max loss limit. Sometimes for people, interestingly, it happens around a certain, maybe big round number in the account balance. I've noticed a lot of traders in live accounts struggle kind of getting past that 20 to 25,000 account balance number. There's almost like a throttling that happens when you're, trying to get past that certain account balance. It's like, okay, I can get myself from 18,000 to 25,000, but getting from 25,000 to 30,000 account balance, feels near impossible. So sometimes there's, some psychological stuff going there. Everyone has different backgrounds, different perceptions of money, but ultimately, that pattern that I'm discussing of 2 steps forward and 2 steps back can manifest, at different times. It's a very frustrating affliction in trading. And something that the good news is you can pull yourself out of, right? Because Landon is putting on profitable trades. Landon's taking out profitable days in this account. It's just a matter of finding ways, and I think that's the biggest area for improvement, the quickest improvement that can be made is just minimizing that downside. When you're in a live account at Topstep, you have the ability to work with the risk management team, myself, Brett, Mick. You can communicate with us and say, hey, I'm not seeing the markets very well. I'm struggling, with X, Y, or Z. I'd really like to lower my contract limit. I'd like to, lower my daily loss limit, from $3,000 to $1,000. We were just commending Shifton yesterday about how that was one of the most positive things he's done is cutting that daily loss limit down from 3,000 to 1,000. So, Jack, if you're looking at that trade report, I think that could really help us avoid another string of, the 26th and 27th of September. Those were 2 pretty big steps back after, what was reasonably good trading over the prior couple of weeks. So reducing what you're able to lose is one structural way you can, increase the overall profitability of the account, by just limiting yourself. If you're not able to do that mentally, emotionally, and have the discipline to not click the keyboard, call us. That's what we're here for. That's what the risk team is tasked with doing. It's one of our responsibilities is making sure that traders in live markets, when they're not seeing things well, are limiting their risk. And when they're seeing things well, they're putting the risk on, they're maximizing those profitable trades. So, that's, I think, the easiest kind of low-hanging fruit to make an adjustment here for Landon, particularly where the account balance sits right now. We're not in the danger zone, but we could get in danger very quickly if we, hit another daily loss limit or 2. So those are the takeaways that I have from this trading card going all the way through the trade reports. Quite a bit of data to look over, Jack. I know it's difficult sometimes to look at it in real time from your perspective, but any nuggets or anything you can take away from anything I shared or what you're seeing on the trade reports?
Well, first off, he took out the 10,500 in payouts, which is great. I think the biggest one is Landon A. I can't say his full name, but it's an awesome name. Real classic name here.
Indeed.
Indeed. seems to be pretty confident about holding the losers. This is reflecting that reward to risk. Confident in holding the losers and lacking that confidence holding the winners. The biggest thing I see here is that the up days don't justify. Now, this isn't a club DLL card or something, but has hit the 3K drawdown many a times, and the biggest day in this account is 4,100. I'm seeing. Let me just check this real quick. The biggest day is 4,100. Right? And then besides that, there's a couple days of 3,000. What I'm getting at is that Landon is not in a position to be losing, especially now with the current account balance, is not in a position to be losing $3,000 in a day. All right. We gotta cut that down. And I think you have to have a conversation with yourself with the balance. You're eligible for another payout, whether you want to take another payout and size down to even more. Either way, what you can't do with this is, at this point, if you start risking 3K, you're really getting into the danger zone. I think there's an 11K balance in this account. Okay. Risk 1K a day. That's plenty. It's almost 10% of your available capital. Risking 3,000 is unwise, I would say. So cut down the risk and see if you can. I think even if you cut down the risk, I think that you can replicate some of the winning days you're having. Just stick away from that loss limit for now. So that would be my advice for Landon. But as I said, took out a $10,500 payout. That's all good. You've won the account. Congrats.
Yeah, absolutely. Love seeing the payouts. You know, it feels much better, you know, when you see someone that's maybe struggling or on a losing streak or kind of on the descent in the account balance. If they've taken a really large chunk of a payout already, you know, you're in a much better spot to emotionally, I think, to manage and build back out of that deficit. So good on you, Landon. We'll leave that card there and move on to our next one.
This is familiar.
Next up, we've got Kai Chun. Kai Chun's a name who has appeared very many times on Topstep, known for large P&Ls, and is usually featured for that. We haven't spoken about Kai Chun in a considerable amount of time because there hasn't been a large winning day in some time. And that's important to keep in mind for the people that, you know, want to go out there and swing for the fences, as we were talking about yesterday. You know, that comes with a lot of variability in that P&L curve across time when you were swinging that large. And you really have to knock the cover off the ball when you do connect in order to justify, you know, several daily loss limits in a row. Kai Chun's very fortunate. This is a 50K account because that daily loss limit's only $1,000. Had it been larger, we probably would have lost the account by now, frankly. But all of that being said, there are positives to pull away here. I don't want to beat up on Kai Chun just on a current losing streak. Kai Chun's taken $32,000 in payouts from his live account across 65 trading days. Can't say anything negative about that. That's excellent. That's what we're here to do. Ultimately, when we're tough on this type of a trader in our live program, it's because we want to see them replicate that longer term, right? We want to see those gains and those payouts across longer than just, you know, 2 or 3 months, right? That's kind of a flash in the pan when you look at, you know, a trading career or a lifetime. And certainly it's a good thing to take $32,000 in payouts. That's a lot of money, but to do so and then, you know, in basically we'll highlight kind of what we're getting at here. We'll rewind, Jack, to, I know there's a lot of data here on the trade reports, but on September 9th was our last really big winning day in this account from Kai Chun. Kai Chun was up $18,000, walked away at P&L highs, which is excellent. And then from that point to today has strung together 16 daily loss limits in a row. So basically, you know, when you account for slippage, you know, nearly vaporizing those $18,000 of gains from one day. So that is a whole lot of treading water over, you know, a month, basically, by not ratcheting up and keeping those gains. The trading behavior is very interesting, Jack. This is not one of those who's putting on a ton of trades and just kind of going until the wheels fall off. At the opposite, it's putting on anywhere from like 1 to 3 or 4 trades. There's a few outlier days that skew this average trades per day a little higher. Ironically, some of the days that Kaichun performed best had higher volumes, but usually we're trading very lightly as far as number of trades. And there's been just a losing streak. There's not much else to comment on besides that. And that's why I think there's such an opportunity here to turn it around, because you're having the discipline to put a trade on, let it work out for you for several hours. That's difficult to do for a lot of intraday traders. And that's how some of our best performers actually trade. We've talked about Rafa recently, someone else who holds trades for hours at a time to really capitalize on, trending move or a large, move to move trade. And so I love that element to this trading is present, because then I think we can just study recent price action, maybe the market conditions, and try and look for what would be a more precise entry or an execution. Because it, clearly, based on historical performance, there's 5 winning trading days that make up all of the gains in this account. And that means when you see it right, you're not scared to go for it. But we haven't been seeing it right for some time, or maybe we're just giving ourselves too much room or sizing a little bit too much on the trade idea. There's a number of ways you can diagnose this. Ultimately, that's an exercise that Kaichun needs to do internally themselves, because we don't know, how they interpret their own emotional thermometer, their day-to-day trading and lifestyle, and how all those things blend together. So I would invite Kaichun. I think we're right there. I think turning this around could be relatively straightforward. And I think it comes down to more precision in the execution of the trade idea, because Kaichun puts on winning trades, has nice winning days. We just haven't had one in a while. And so it's several hours at a time, ending in a losing trade or 2 losing trades on the day. And we hit the daily loss limit and keep moving. So got to find a way to turn that around, but I have faith that Kaichun can do that. Again, there's discipline within the trading behaviors that we're seeing. There's elements of discipline, I should say. It's just about instilling discipline in some of those other key variables of the trading strategy to really put on another nice winning day. Don't have to swing for the fences every time, but as I've learned over time, trying to tell a trader like Kaichun on YouTube that you don't have to swing for the fences isn't going to have much impact. So, we got to increase our precision and accuracy if we're going to remain profitable with that style. So, that's my big takeaway, Jack. I saw your reaction when you first looked at this trade report. I'm sure you have a good amount to say on the subject, so I'll let you run with this one for a bit.
Yeah. First, I'm looking up an old friend here. 1 second. This is something that I would call Susan-esque, so to speak. And thinking about that, I had to check in on Susan. While that's loading, let me just say that I accidentally closed this card, so I'm going to have to go from what I remember on it. 15 straight days. Our friend Kaichun has hit the $1,000 daily loss limit. And I was trying to do some quick math. I'll get it there for tomorrow, but it was too fast for me to do this while we were on air. But the payout profile for Kaichun right now is so similar to that of a roulette wheel. If you're picking one number, right? And even if you're beyond the odds, even if they're like in your favor, you're risking the lower the probability of your up day in the distribution. So it's like if you're spinning a roulette wheel and you're picking, I don't know, 8 every time, your kind of results from 100 spins are going to fluctuate quite a bit because they're so dependent on this low probability thing happening. And that's kind of what's going on here. It's every day down $1,000, and then one day where he made 18, one day where he had something else big like that. I don't. I guess I don't know what to say. It's hard to evaluate this card without seeing what the unrealized profit swings were, because just from looking at it, it seems like it's very all or nothing on the trade. He can't be that wrong on these. That the high P&L where he was flat is the whole story. I have a feeling that on many of these days he was up quite a bit and let it run all the way back against him.
And to that point, the style of trading, that's what I mean about, I don't know Kai Chun's lifestyle, family situation, work situation. There's a lot of trading is an extremely unique and personal practice that, has to, if it's going to be done successfully, has to conform with, your lifestyle and your, personality profile. There's nothing wrong with putting on, an OCO order for the day, walking away, and whatever plays out, plays out. I know Dakota does some of that trading overnight from time to time. Hey, I'm going to put these brackets on, let it play out, and we'll come back in the morning and see what happens. He's had some massive overnight trades, from doing stuff like that. So there's a million different ways to play this game. But what you're saying, Jack, I think is, the profit targets perhaps could be a little far out of reach or a bit unrealistic. And so when left to, the market fluctuations, we're hitting the stop loss, or in this case, the daily loss limit far more often than we are, hitting that profit before we hit that profit target, I should say. So, reeling that in, that comes back to studying, studying what went wrong. Were you too far off on your profit target? Was your size too large? If you're going to let it run to the daily loss limit, maybe you could cut the position size in half and give yourself some more breathing room. There's a lot of different ways to adjust, but I hear you on that. It looks to me like it may be some of that hands-off type of trading. Put the trade on and just see what happens. And that's why we've seen so often recently that it kind of runs to that stop loss.
Yeah, I think if you're doing that, you got to stop when you win too. Kai Chun has taken payouts. As I said, I don't have his card up in front of me right now. By the way, I did check in on Susan, and she has, since that 41K day, has continued every day to lose $1,000. Including one day where she was up $15,000 and hit the DLL. Another where she was up 7. God, that's impressive. 21 days complete. If Susan doesn't get to 36 days of this, she will have the exact statistical expected value of a roulette wheel, in that paid out roughly 40 to 1 odds and then lost the other times. Anyway, I gotta stop thinking about Susan, but Kai Chun triggered me with that. Is if you're losing, trade how you want to trade, but I don't know, just taking shots like that, you got to just try something else. We're all about adaptability. Like, maybe come up with a profit target that you're fine with. It'll just be more frequent. Like, I would rather see someone, if they're going to lose 1K all the time, I would rather them more frequently make like 5K or 10K in a day, because at least that's more predictable on one trade. The bigger your risk reward target, the less frequent that is to happen. And if you're trying to go for like 30 to 1 trades, you're putting yourself in a position where you don't have a lot of control ultimately over what happens to that account. We're running out of time here. There's a lot to talk about, and I want to make sure we stick around because we got David Green joining JD for group coaching next. You want to stick around for that. Plus, we got Power Hour, all sorts of great stuff coming up this afternoon. So, Ben, thank you very much.
Of course.
All right. We'll be back right after this break with the master himself, David Green, joined by JD. Stick around. It's Top Step TV. Let us go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day. It's my favorite time of day. This is when we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. Today we got one of the greats back. Our guest, David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy, is here to walk us through his charts, answer your questions, and just give us his take on the markets. David, how's it going today? How you been trading? Looks like you're up a little.
Going very well today. Thank you for having me as always. A couple good trades set up today. Guys and girls, please don't hesitate to any questions about anything. We can go over a couple of trades if you want to start the day. And then let's jump in and start taking questions and help as many people as we can.
Yeah, let's take a look at what you did already. You're up $1,200. Looks like you're copying trades across a couple accounts, maybe. Trading the ES or the NQ.
Correct. Yeah. So this morning, right down here, guys and girls, this is one of the favorite trades I look at. This is one trade that I'm going to be fairly aggressive on. I always look in the ESs, MESs, NQs when we get this really oversold position. And usually I'm looking for an RSI between 30 and 20. For those who don't know or don't use RSI, Relative Strength Index, it measures when something can be overbought or oversold, meaning we could get a reversal in it. You can see here when we got down to about a 25, 26 RSI, and this is the ESs, we had this major reversal here, and we went up 20 points from there. The way I execute this trade is when I see this happening, I'll go to my 1 minute chart. And as soon as I see a green bar form, I'm going to jump in. I'll have my stop order a little bit below the low sale. So it's kind of a trade that's going to either work very quickly or not. It works more often than not because we are so extended and oversold on the downside. And, so I was aggressive there. I had my full amount of contracts. And of course, I didn't make the full 40 points on it. It went up 26 points from there before it hit resistance. But that was the bulk of the day. And that is one of my favorite trading setups to look for, probably between 80 and 90%. You can't hesitate when this happens because even if you wait for a 1 minute candle to close, it might be up 10 or 15 points and you've missed the trade. So it's one of my favorite trading setups to look at, and it happened to work out really nice today. After that, it won't show on our charts, but we had a pivot point all up, way up here at 57.72. We made a little trade off that, and then we kind of just been floating around in nowhere's land. We will do a double bottom if we spike all the way down to the lows here, around 57.24. So that was basically it for the trading day. Kind of on cruise control now. See what the rest of the day brings.
Very nice. Looks like you're just a couple $100 away from passing some combines there too.
Yeah, so that's why I'm basically done in this today. I'd probably go to go to the practice account for the rest of the day and not push anything.
Yeah, we've got a new segment. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Pass with the Pros, where we bring a couple traders on who are very close to passing their trading combines, and we do it live on TopstepTV. Maybe we should bring you in tomorrow.
I did it. We did it last week. I was on there live last week. I think the guy, what was his name? Andre? I don't remember the guy who was doing it, but he had a really good trade. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'd love to join you guys again for that. It's great.
Awesome. And you are back again this afternoon with Dakota during a power hour. So we're going to get a lot more David Green today. All right.
For better or worse.
We got some questions from our friends in the chat. What do you say we dive into them? First question is a little bit about trading knowledge, risk management, a little trading psychology too. Michael says, hello, Mr. Green. I struggled to take profits. Today, I had a trade on that was 4R, 4 times max risk. And I let it come back all the way to my stop loss because I thought it would hold again for a rejection. This is happening to me quite a bit now. My profit targets seem farther and farther away, and it hurts, especially because it was a lot of money. Is this a mathematical rule or something I can apply to my trading to improve this? Thank you, Michael.
That's great. Great question, and probably a common mistake that a lot of traders make. I come from the school. 4x is a lot. I mean, to try to shoot for 4x on a trade is really a lot. Now, a lot of this is going to depend on your hit rate. Okay, so if you're journaling all your trades and you're noticing that most of the time it's not getting to your profit target, then your profit target is just too high, right? It's probably not going to get there more often than not, and then it'll go back and stop you out. I am a big believer in taking money right away when I'm in a good trade, period. So even this trade down here when I got in, right? So let's say I had a full 5 contracts. When I get 2 or 3 points, I'm taking some off. When I get 5 or 6 points, I'm taking some off, and I'll always leave a little bit of it to see how much of that run that we can get. But I'm a big, huge believer is when I get into a trade and it's a profitable trade, I am not going to let that turn into a losing trade in any trade that I do, ever. So once I have a 5-point profit, the worst I'll do is lower it to a 5-point loss so I break even on the trade. So I think you're reaching a little bit too high as far as your profit expectations. My advice to you would be, if you're doing multiple contracts, any trade that you get in, start taking some profit off and lower your risk. So even to break even, or certainly don't turn that into a losing trade. And don't get into a trade expecting, 4x is a lot. If I'm risking 2 points, I'm assuming I'm going to want to make 8 points. That's a lot. So again, any trade I get in, ES, NQ, I always take some off right away. And then I hope I'm wrong and it keeps going in my direction. And I'll never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. So, if you're journaling and you're seeing that, well, I could have taken some off for 2 points. I could have taken some off for 4 points. I didn't take any off and I ended up losing money. That is a gigantic difference in your P&L. I mean, gigantic, right? So any trade that I get in, give me some profit right away, raise my stop up so I can't at least not lose money on that trade, and then hope I'm wrong and it keeps going in my direction. That would be my advice. I think you're shooting for a little too much to begin with. but always put some money in a bank. To me, the best feeling in the world is being in a trade where I've locked in a profit and now I can't lose money on that trade. That's the best feeling in the world. And now I can sit back a little bit and see how much more I can get out of it. And again, everything I do, I'm doing for a technical reason, right? And Dave Green doesn't have the holy grail of technical analysis. Nobody does. What we use works more often than it doesn't. That's why we use it. And I've journaled hundreds, if not thousands of trades. And I just want to put some money in a bank in every single trade that I get in, and then not turn those winning trades into losing trades ever.
Yeah, that's excellent advice, and couldn't agree more. A little more context for this question wouldn't hurt. We're not really familiar with what type of risk parameters you have on a trade, but you're 100% correct, David. 4x sounds pretty high. You're not going to hit a home run on every single trade, so maybe it's time to scale back to more reasonable expectations per trade. And if trading multiple minis isn't your thing, if that just doesn't make you comfortable, you're just not comfortable with it, we don't know what size account you're trading either, maybe scale down to micros, and then you'll be able to scale in and out of that trade and hold some for the runner, just like David was talking about.
Yeah,
but
anyone who's struggling should not, go to the minis at first until you figure out a strategy that's going to work for you. We don't want to just keep blowing up accounts. Go to a strat. First, you got to find a strategy that works for you. That's number one. You got to have a plan. Beyond my strategy of my technicals, just as important, even more important once we get into the trade, is what you do once you get into that trade. That's what it all boils down to. It's what you do once you get into that trade and how you manage the trade. When I'm trading ESs, I have a 5-point stop. If I'm wrong for 5 points, I'm out of the trade. When I'm trading the NQs, and again, I don't recommend the NQs for people who are just trying to figure it out. It's just wackadoodle. It's all over the place. Usually the ATR and the NQs, yesterday it was like 50, 60 points at some point. And when I see that average ATR, guys, means just the average true range of the 5-minute candlesticks going back 14 candlesticks. When I see that, I'm not even going to bother with them. Don't trade them. It's too volatile for me. I'm not worried that I'm going to miss a trade. There's always going to be another trade, right? So usually if I'm trading the NQs, I have a 20-point stop. So if I'm doing one contract, I'm risking $400 on that. That's my general rule for stop orders. 5 in the ES, 20 in the NQ. Just my general rule.
There you have it. Yeah, someone in the chat, KG says she loves that, or they love that someone other than them loves moving averages. Most of David's strategy, especially what he shares with us here on TopstepTV, is based off those moving averages you see on his screen right now. He's explained that quite a few times.
And looking at multiple. Look also if you're using your moving averages, make sure you look at multiple time frames to find different levels that might set up. A lot of times what we don't have on a 5-minute chart, we'll have on a 30-minute chart or a 60-minute chart that will line up for one of our trades technically.
Yep.
Again, we don't have the holy grail.
Yeah, and different time frames will definitely give you different perspectives on the market that you're trading. We got a follow-up question from Ronald about TopstepX copy trading functionality. Ronald's question is, can we copy trading combine trades as a main and XFA as a secondary? The answer to that question is no, you cannot copy trades across trading combines and XFAs. You can copy all the trading combines that you want and up to 5 XFAs, but you cannot cross those orders. Hope that helps you out, Ronald.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to answer
that. I got that one. Don't worry. Here's a question from R. This is something that we've been dealing with a little bit lately. Things have been pretty volatile in the markets, but R wants to know, how do you identify trend days early on? What is your tip or your trick, if you have one, to spotting a trend day as soon as possible?
Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. It does not happen very often, okay? Especially in the NQ. Well, yeah, same thing. It just doesn't happen very often because of the volatility that we have. But it's a technical thing for me. It's all technicals. When I see something that's happening early in the morning, I will use my 9 and my 15 EMA to get into a trend trade if it's setting up in the morning. And that's what I'll go by. We were in a nice uptrend here, and then obviously we broke through everything. But I try to look for these trends as early in the morning as I can. and sometimes pre-market. It depends on whatever they set up. I'm not up at 4:30 in the morning trading these things, but it's one of the trades that I look for, and I'll look to enter on my 9 and my 15 EMA when things are in a trade. I can tell you it doesn't happen very often in the futures because of the volatility. It doesn't. When it does, and if you can recognize it early in the day, just based on our technicals, okay, you could stay in those trades forever until the trend changes. Like, let's say here, we got into this trend trade all the way down here at 57.50, and this is a trade we made today. We spiked up to the 70s. We pulled back to 55, which was both of my trend lines, my 9 and my 15 EMA. So we got into a full trend trade here, took the profits as it went up. And then when it breaks the trend, that's when I'm out the rest of this trade. So here's the trend setting up early, took profit. And then when it got below it right here around 60, it's telling me that the trend is breaking. That's where I got out of the last bit of my trade from 55. So here's a nice trend, started, pulled all the way back to the trend line, hit the 9 and 15, profit, and then we got out when it broke the trend. But they're hard, man. They're hard and they don't happen very often. But the way I enter them is just using my 9 and 15 EMA when I see a trend trade that is setting up.
We have another trader curious about your RSI settings as far as overbought and oversold conditions. Identifying overbought conditions, is it the same as oversold, just kind of a mirror image, or you're just looking for the complete opposite, right? Yeah.
It's the complete opposite, yeah. And you can look at any time today, and this is most days, and not every day, but any time we got to even a 30 RSI, we got to bounce. Here we got to like a 23 RSI, we got to bounce. Same thing to the upside. If we get near 80, and I'll usually look between 70 and 80. It's not an exact science, right? I'll usually look between 70 and 80. And this is why I don't have to average into trades. Because averaging into trades, if you can do a lot of contracts, I can get you out of like 99% of any situation if we're doing it the right way. But I don't like to be in a trade where I'm hoping something happens and it's going to turn around. But when this, same thing on the upside, if I get to an 80 RSI between 70 and 80, my signal will be the 1 minute chart, changing of the guard when I get that first green bar. And if we're up, it'll be when I get that first red bar. And then I'll get into the trade with a market order, have a nice tight stop. Like I said, it works a lot more often than it doesn't. But if I get into this trade here, I'm not risking more than 5 or 6 points. If it stops me out, I'll look for it to set up again. And sometimes it doesn't happen the first time. But more often than not, when we get that stretched out, either up or down, the trade's going to work more often than it doesn't.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to make sure that you use the price action to confirm your bias when you're looking at those RSI or any type of stochastic. Just because an indicator is signaling an overbought or oversold condition doesn't mean a reversal is necessarily coming. So you do have to let price action dictate what your next move will be. So like David's saying, if he sees an overbought condition, he will wait for that red bar before he gets in a trade, not just trying to pick random tops. So it's a very important lesson there, folks.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen the RSI and the NQs get to 30 or 40 before it had a reversal. So just because things can stay overbought longer than we can stay solvent, and they can stay oversold longer than we can stay solvent. So it's a trade. We try to trade, doesn't work. I get stepped out. I look to do it again. We're getting a big bop up now.
Yeah, getting a little spike in the markets.
Yeah. So what I'd be looking for now is if we do a double top in these ESs. If we get up to this 57.72, that would be a double top. I would short a little up there, expecting a pullback from there. So if I got in that trade at 72 and I did 2 contracts, my stop would be 5 points on the upside, and I'd look to make between 2 and 5 points on the downside. I'm okay even having a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio because I know, based on my technicals and all the journaling that I've done, that I'm going to make on more trades than I lose. So it doesn't even bother me to have 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 ratio when I'm trading because I use my technicals, and it works a lot more often than it doesn't.
Mm-hmm. We got a follow-up question for you on something you just mentioned. PBJ wants to say, or says, he's heard us mention trading journals before. What do you put in your trading journal? You've been doing this a long time. I know you weren't journaling trades back when you were on the trading floor, but since you've been sitting in front of the screen, You jot down a few notes every day. Yeah. What are those some of the important key things that you like to put in your trading journal?
Yeah. Okay. So I have a few different kind of trade setups that I look for. It could be a regular moving average trade, a trend trade, one where we get really stretched out, a momentum trade, double top, double bottom. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is write down what type of trade I did. So let's say I got into a trend trade here. I bought the 9, I bought the 15. I want to write down my prices. I want to write down my average. I want to write down where I started selling stock. If I get stopped out right away, I want to write that down. I want to write down where I get out of the trade, where I completely get out of the trade, no matter what trade that I'm in. So I write every single aspect of the trade down, okay? Why I'm doing it, what price I'm doing it, and what happened after I got into the trade. And I do that on every single trade that I do. And it's important to do that if you have more than one technique that you're looking for, because at the end of the month now, or however long you want to wait, I can go back now and I can see that, hey, Dave, you tried 5 trend trades this month in the NQs and you lost on 4 of them, right? Which has happened. So that's why I tend to stay away from those trades. David, when RSI got below 20 or above 80, you won 90% on that trade. Okay, those are the ones I'm going to concentrate on more. And momentum trade, whatever it is, double top, double bottom. So it also helps me to pinpoint the trades that are working better for me. And then I'll just concentrate more on them. So price, why, and then how it works out after that. I have to have a reason, guys and girls, to ever push a button when I'm trading. And if I don't have a reason, then I'm hoping something happens or I think something's going to happen. And I try to do as less thinking as I can when I'm trading, because that just gets you in trouble. And if I'm in a trade where I'm hoping something that's going to happen, I'm just in a bad trade. Period.
We do have a sample trading journal. Here it is. I just found it.
Yes, you guys
Hoag
do.
put this together. It's he calls it the emotional trading journal, actually. I'm going to put this in the chat right now.
Beautiful.
You guys can go ahead, take that, download it, and sort of use that as a springboard for your own journaling purposes. It's not the see-all, end-all, be-all, but that'll get you a good start to journaling.
So, absolutely.
Next up, we've got...
hold on one sec. I'm just going to see if we get a trade. Yep. We got 57.66 to 1 hour 200. All right, let's try a little short if we spike up there, 57.66. And I'll just do it in the MESs.
Getting on the market. Go ahead. Nice. I love it. All right, I think we got time for one more. This is a pretty deep question, or a pretty important question, especially for a veteran like you, David. But Shubham wants to know, hello, I'm new to trading, especially to U.S. futures markets. Can you guide me? What is the level of preparation one needs before sitting down when the day begins? And then he has some more questions about learning different indicators, but specifically, what type of preparation do you put into your pre-market routine or whatnot? Do you spend hours doing it? Can you just sit down and look at the chart and kind of have a good feel for what's going on or what you're going to do?
What was his name?
That was Shubham.
Shubham. First of all, Shubham, you're in the right place being with Topstep, right? Because they are all about educating their traders. So you're in the right spot now. As far as preparation is concerned, for me, I do absolutely 0.0. I walk in every morning. I'm a day trader. We're all day traders when we're trading futures, right? Well, I mean, you can hold some stuff overnight. I don't care what happened yesterday. I don't care where futures have been. I only care where they're going. So I spend absolutely 0 prep time. When I come in the morning, I open up my charts. I have all my technicals that I'm looking at on my charts, and that's going to make my trading decisions. As a beginning trader, trying to figure this out on your own is almost impossible. It just is. There's so many things that you have to learn and so many nuances, and everybody has their own trading system. I will tell you that you're in the right spot, all right? Because Topstep is the only prop firm that really cares about their traders and trying to get them to the point to be successful. They really are. So get on TopstepTV, stay there, just learn as much as you can, soak everything in, try to find the system that works for you. But I don't do analysis by paralysis. I come in, whatever's put in front of me, that's what I'm going to trade. Educate yourself, though. That's the most important.
Yeah, for sure. And Shubham, if you're on the TopStep X platform, we're doing a lot of the homework for you too. We have our daily levels indicators that you can set up so you see Hoag's daily levels right on your screen. They'll populate in the four most popular markets here at TopStep, which is the S&P, the NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil, and the micro contracts for all of those products. Also, I'm going to drop in the chat. We have if you're really new to this and you're looking to start getting into a little more pre-market analysis, here is a trading checklist that we put together a couple of years ago. This has been floating around for a long time. Again, this is not the end-all be-all of trading checklist, but it's going to give you it'll help you start a routine on marking important, possibly inflection points in the market before you sit down to start trading. You can put down your 3-day high, your 3-day low, your weekly high, weekly low. Where's your 200 moving average at? Things like that. Things that you should be aware of if you don't have them on your chart, and even just writing them down. Like for me personally, when I write something down, I have a better chance of remembering it later on. So take that. Yeah, go ahead and download that and use it. How are we looking in this trade right now? Kind of.
It's not getting up there. It's kind of hesitating.
Drifting away from us a little bit.
Kind of sitting. What I'd like to do also, if you guys will allow me, just pop my email in there, dgreen927@yahoo.com. Anyone who wants can come hang out with me all next week. Sit in the live trading room. We do a lot of teaching. Send me a request if that's okay with you guys, and you can hang out with me for 5 days and watch us trade. And we do a lot of teaching also.
Yeah, with Wall Street Global Trading Academy, you guys put on a free webinar every couple weeks too. You got one coming up anytime soon?
Next one will be October 16th. October 16th. Yeah, if you go to Wall Street Global, guys and girls, you can watch our last webinar also. We have a couple of courses on there. We have a 95-slide presentation on trading futures. Comes with lifetime mentorship at wsgta.com. We mentor all our students forever. We get together every Thursday night and go over trades and stuff. But, if you want, pop into the room. You can hang out for a week with me, and we'll take it from there.
Perfect. Dolby Time just dropped your email in the chat. I did also. So if you're curious what David's email is, just go in and scroll back in the chat, and you'll find it. All right, folks. With that, unfortunately, we are out of time. These sessions go pretty fast, don't they? But stick around. We've got a great segment coming up next. We've got a trading mindset with Sean Sawyer coming up next. Sean Sawyer is a trading coach, a psychotherapist, and a TopStep trader. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Hoag, Coach Dakota, and David Green is coming back for another hour in Power Hour. So make sure you stick around for that. All right, we're going to take a short break. Thanks, David, for answering all these questions. Thank you to all of you for submitting your questions. Oh, you got it. Love having you here for sure. All right, guys, we are going to take a short break, and we will be right back. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Trading Mindset. Backed by popular demand, we have Sean Sawyer with us. Sean comes to us from Sound Performance Psychology, where he's a professional psychotherapist. He spent many, many years helping traders, athletes, executives, and musicians. I didn't just read that directly off your website. I kind of remembered it from the last time, Sean. But and we got Hoag, John the Goat Hoagland here. We were starting off as a little bit of a Q&A. We had a question for him pinned in the chat. So we're going to read off a few of those. We're also going to do a little bit of live trading. Sean, how are you doing this afternoon? What's going on in the markets today? What are you seeing? How are you feeling?
Well, I came to the markets late. I didn't really look until probably 11:30 Eastern. So my feel is, I guess what it is, I took a trade off of, I'm a fan of trading off of VWAP and standard deviations of VWAP with a few different confluences. So I took a trade off of VWAP, and I'm still sitting in that now. Pretty much took a trade off of VWAP. And I don't expect us to do too much. I think we're going to probably be an inside day. I don't think that's a revelation to say that. Maybe test the 80s, but I'd be surprised if it did much more than that.
What market are we looking at right now? You're trading the ES?
I only trade ES. Futures-wise, I only trade ES.
ES and 150K combine, and you trade micros or minis?
I'm trading minis right now.
Minis, gotcha.
Or mini.
A mini. And are we short or are we long at the moment?
We are long.
We are long. All right. I'm pulling up an ES chart myself right now. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. Here we go.
We are long. I got to stop pretty much at settlement / the 30-second closing range from yesterday.
Settlement
and kind of watching this flag.
Very good.
It's a nice location there.
If you're curious about settlement, just pull up the daily levels on your indicators tab in TopstepX, and the light blue line right there is your settlement price from yesterday, 57.59, and the orders. All right. While we're working through the trade, again, Sean said he's a VWAP trader. That's why he got in the trade. We're going to be
pretty much
keeping track of that trade. But what do you say we dive into a couple questions?
Sure.
So, this is a mindset session. It's a therapy session. We're here to help out all you wackadoos. So, first question comes from Angie. Angie wants to know, is there a daily exercise to train my brain for better patience and confidence when it comes to trading? Some type of, I don't know, could that be meditation before you get started in your trading day? Could that be part of your morning routine? Spending a few minutes
Absolutely.
just peace and quiet? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a routine every morning to run through micro, meso, and macro level psychology issues and kind of get a proper assessment of what's going on in my life and reflect for a minute before I dive in. So I have a broad perspective and I'm not tunnel visioned to start the day. That's about the worst way you can start the day, in my opinion. But more specifically to her question, the couple things. One, I love a good Q&A. I like to have, when I do Q&As with my people, I like to have an open mic 2 ways so I can ask them follow-ups. So I'd be curious about a couple things that Angie said, but generally speaking, one of the best ways to practice patience is to delay gratification. If you want to have a drink, pour the drink, set a timer for 10 minutes, and stare at the drink till the timer goes off. You want to, so these are not intraday practices, obviously. Next time you're at the grocery store, pick the longest line. Be conscious that you're picking the longest line while you're in the longest line, and look at the shorter lines and know if you wanted to, you could go over to them, but don't. That's a great way to build patience, because the issue with patience, or impatience rather, is being impatient alleviates something. What it alleviates is going to be different in Angie and me and you and Hoag and JD. That's going to be different for everybody. But what is common for everyone is you're alleviating something by being impatient. So you have to take a good look at yourself for what are you alleviating. Are you thinking a lot about the future? Are you dreaming about gains? Are you feeling pressure to make money? Are you feeling bad about yourself and the way you're trading, so you're trying to alleviate that? There's a lot of things that could be, Angie. That's the deeper issue, and I'd encourage you to look at that. But delaying gratification, the the grocery store exercise, or any store where there's lines, are really good ones, because it just builds it helps you get a different relationship with distress, and you need a different relationship with distress in order to trade more effectively, in order to be patient, because patience requires tolerating things, including boredom, by the way. That's another one. It could just be as simple as you're bored and you have to work on boredom. There's actually a decent paper on that out there. Forget who wrote it, but about the role of boredom in failure amongst Wall Street traders. So, and it was pretty significant. So that's something you also want to look at.
Yeah, when you're talking about gratification.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to follow up, that grocery store exercise, I think, while we're on the subject of immediate gratification, standing in that longer line, I was just thinking about this, would actually give you more time to look at the items you purchased too, and maybe
totally
have a second chance at determining whether or not you really need that. How many impulse buys do you actually have in your cart?
That's a great
point. You need your milk and eggs and whatever. Did you really need that?
Right.
The bag of Snickers bars to go along with it too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
Put back one
coming from somebody who usually ends up in the longest line at the grocery store or in the slow lane of traffic, Sean, we want to thank you again for coming today. And Sean was kind of talking about doing Q&As in the green room, and when it comes to doing Q&As, I mean, I think he kind of touched on this. He's always looking for to ask another question, and we really appreciate you doing this Q&A. We realize it's really just kind of top of the heap here. We're not really able to get too into anything too deep here. And again, we appreciate you being here with us. I want to get this question. Pardon?
I appreciate you guys having me.
Mm-hmm. I want to get this question in because it was something that is really kind of top of mind, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I saw this was kind of mentioned yesterday during the day, and it's something I've dealt with in the past. Coming back to trading after 9/11, that there was a lot of opportunity, but it felt really strange trying to capitalize from something bad. How do you kind of deal with the psychology of profiting from bad world events like we saw yesterday? I mean, I think it's just a fascinating question. I've been pondering it since 2001, and I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts and feelings about this. And if you have any follow-up questions, ask them of me.
It's a great question. It reminds me of, in my traditional private practice, like my regular mental health practice, reminds me of people, like when they have these problems and they're like, oh, but people have it worse, and there's people starving, and there's, blah, X, Y, and Z terrible things going on. I'm such a baby. Why am I complaining about this? And, the reality is relative. I had a great friend who spent a lot of her life in public health, and she spent a lot of her life in Africa dealing with the AIDS crisis, especially in the 90s and early 2000s. And, she was explaining to me one time what things were like, and I was just like, well, how the hell isn't everyone just depressed or have PTSD? And she's like, well, everyone is depressed, so no one is depressed. And it struck me really hard. It was before I think I was practicing, because it was it was probably before I was actually in the business. I was still in school. And it's a really great point. Your experience is relative to what's around you, and when you compare it to things that are really far out of context, it kind of puts yourself in a really difficult position. So first of all, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes.
I think so. I think so. And we got a lot of folks in chat saying, you have to be able to detach from things that you don't really have any control over.
That's not always the easiest thing to do, though. When you see
not always
when you see people suffering and the markets are moving, yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say it's next to impossible. What I'm saying is, so in that example, the person is using a context that's so different from their life to compare to theirs, and then they're suffering because of it. They're beating themselves up with it, and it's the same thing. Profiting from. We're talking about the missile attack, right?
Right.
Or the flood. What are we talking about? The floods?
Yeah, the missile attack that happened yesterday, and I mean,
and the floods.
There's always uncertainties in the world. We have to know that.
Yeah, people probably bought Generac
to talk about. Yeah, go ahead and pick one.
because of the floods. People probably bought Generac or something like that. I haven't looked at that chart. I don't know if it did anything, but I mean, people do that every hurricane season. By Generac, and I forget what the other ones are. Those plays, but I think that how is it different than everyday trading? Look at the Foxconn factory. People were jumping off the roof constantly enough that Apple put nets around the building, and that was their solution to the problem. People couldn't jump off and kill themselves anymore. But did you think about that when trading Apple stock? I don't know. I actually don't think yesterday is really different than any other thing that we're doing in trading.
Mm-hmm.
There's companies wrecking the planet with lithium mining. Cobalt mining is a disgusting practice. They call it artisanal mining. That's because it's just poor people with no safety equipment doing it, dying constantly. But cobalt is in everything. There's a bunch of cobalt on your desk right now. So it's always going on. So why, when I think one of the big questions is so it flashes in the news with the missile attack, whatever. Why is it not bothering you in general is probably a bigger thing to look at.
Bigger question.
And a bigger question. And for functional day-to-day answering, how do I say that? The everyday answer for that, I think, is you already are detached from those things or not really conscious of those things. So, because it's in your face, why do you care all of a sudden? I know that might not be the answer you expected, but I think it's worth considering, because we're all profiting from companies that do bad stuff. Some of them do great stuff, don't get me wrong, and there's probably they do both. Apple's very innovative. They've but they don't pay taxes. People don't like that. So there's a lot of things to really think about with trading, and ask yourself, why isn't it bothering you in general? Oh, it's like I'm about to get stopped out.
Just got a little dip in the S&P there. I'm watching it right now. Did you get low tech there?
I think it's a huge question. I mean, deep philosophical question. I don't know that I could wrap my head around. What do you think, Hoag? I mean, you were there days after 9/11. It had to be brutal. I mean, that's different. That is not out of context. That is not what I'm saying. Like that's happened to us.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was definitely a strange feeling. But I think really, what I would suggest for everybody is to become so successful that you can make a difference.
That's ambition right
You know,
there.
ambition. Yep. Make a difference. All right. JD, do you have another question that you've got lined up to ask him?
I sure do. Let's check in on this trade that we were in real quick, though. We were showing us long the S&P. We traveled down. Did you have your stop right at settlement price? You didn't get low tick there, did you?
It just ticked me out. Yep. Like a second ago. When I just looked, I thought I was still in it.
You did get it, though. All right. So low ticked on that. We're just kind of drifting sideways. We were in a nice little 3-minute range there. Dropped down to settlement price, and now we're right back to where we started 15 minutes ago. So not a whole lot of action, but we'll keep checking in on it.
Nope. Yeah.
All right. Here's a question from Eduardo. Very interesting question. Eduardo says, I used to be an extremely confident guy. Whatever I put my mind to, I could do. After a terrible experience with a group of psychopaths, quote, psychopaths, I was gaslighted and a big seed of doubt was planted in my brain. I've been trying to reset my brain to my old self, but I'm really struggling with it. Do you have any suggestions?
I do. And if you're out there in chat, tell us how long ago that happened. Because that could make a difference in how to deal with it. But you sound like you have, you sound like you have, at the very least, have some trauma-genic symptoms. I'm not saying you have PTSD. You might, but you definitely have some trauma-genic symptoms. So if it hasn't, if what you're explaining was very recent, like if it was in the last 6 months, you have a great opportunity to take care of it swiftly with a proper therapist that knows a proper trauma treatment like EMDR.
Eduardo just said he's 5 years ago.
Eduardo is active in the chat and listening. 5 years, he says it was ago.
Oh, it's been 5 years. Okay. So it is settled into your nervous system then. It's probably seeped into some other areas of your life, I'd imagine. So in that case, first answer is similar. You probably need you might need some professional help with it. Because look, and I'm not trying to say like you're crazy or you're whatever, but trauma is a different animal than any other mental health issue, because there's no nature versus nurture argument, and there is with everything else. But with trauma, there isn't. It's nurture. It's something that happened outside your skin to you, and it is now settled into your nervous system and affecting your competence and confidence. And basically, it sounds like you don't feel safe in the world, existentially at least. So why would you feel safe in the market? You need to work on getting to feel safe in your skin, safe in your neighborhood, safe in your house, safe in your relationships if you're not feeling that way, and then that'll start to seep into your trading. But it sounds like if it's been 5 years, there's definitely something significant that is settled in that you have to address. I would say that that's probably something that needs to be addressed professionally. But if you email me or DM me, and you can find it on my website, I can point you in some directions. I can even find someone locally for you that does EMDR or a proper trauma therapist. But I think that is pretty significant. I mean, psychopaths, gaslit, you're noticing how is this person pre on this person post. It does sound significant. I'm not going to sugarcoat that for you. So I would look towards those things. But safety, building safety is really important. Building in daily routines to soothe your nervous system, to try to take yourself out of fight, flight, or freeze. You're probably in that quite a bit. So grounding exercises, write this down. I think it was Eduardo. Grounding exercises, Google those, how to do them, or email me. I'll send you some. Mindfulness exercises, breathing techniques, square breathing, Wim Hof breathing. There's a lot of evidence that yoga helps with stuff like that if you don't want to go the talk therapy route. And as for the literal getting back in trade tiny, trade 1 micro, and see how that feels. The sizing could be a huge factor in this because, again, the more you size, the less safe it is. I mean that quite literally. Every trade is a threat. That's why risk management exists. It's actually, in my opinion, it's more threat management that's important, or a way to frame it that's important. So you need to reduce the threat. And if you trade smaller, there's less threat. There's less threat you'll lose real money. There's less threat you'll blow in a val. There's less threat you'll fail again and start negative talking yourself or whatever, and reinforce those. So all of those would be places to go with that.
Here's a follow-up question for you too, Sean. Would you respond any differently, or how would you respond if we were to say that maybe the cause of these emotions and feelings that Edouard was going through were caused by trading and not from an actual other person? Would it be any different if these feelings of losing confidence and
It's a really good question. It is. I'd probably tell him to come see me, to be honest with you. Because I do EMDR. I do EMDR myself, and I do EMDR on trading traumas all the time with people. So that's what I would generally recommend to somebody. I would recommend, this, and generally speaking, I'd recommend the same thing I recommend to everybody is make sure you have a trading psychology plan so that you can execute your trading plan. Make sure you have a trading psychology plan. So when you get punched in the face by the market, you do know how to respond. Mike Tyson had a great point with all that. And, you have to prepare for that because the market. Look what the market just did just now. When it sell, the ES just sold off 7 points in 10 or 12 seconds. That is that going to trigger somebody? Maybe, but if you've got things planned, if your expectations are adjusted properly, it won't. But big losses, traumas that come from trading are real because money and the loss of money is the loss of safety. It's the loss of choices. It's the loss of options in your life. It can decrease the quality of your life. It can affect people you love. So don't sleep on, it is a threat. That it is traumatic. Money makes the world go round. We all know this. And it's not who's biggest, fastest, and strongest anymore. It's who's richest. Elon Musk is going to live longer than, the health, some health nut out there because he's got access to the best care, the best whatever. Just generally speaking, Bill Gates, all those types. That's who, evolutionarily speaking, is the best off these days. Not the biggest, strongest, and fastest. So don't sleep on how significant that stuff is. If you want to do some stuff on your own, you can, this is a bit rough, but you can, write down in great detail the worst part of that traumatic trade, and you can read through it, make a recording, and play the recording over and over to desensitize yourself. It's kind of cruel, but it can work. It's not what I would recommend first, but it's cheaper than seeing someone like me, and it can work. And as long as it's not, and by the way, disclaimer, do not do that for regular life trauma. Don't do that for the psychopath stuff. Do not. But if it's trading trauma, you can do that. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about Sean, we did pin his link to the top of the chat right now. So if you're just curious about what he's been talking about, who he is, what he does, go ahead and click that link and check him out. And for clarification, Mike Tyson's full quote was, "Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face." And
absolutely,
you're not wrong there. A lot of action. We just missed a lot of movement in the ES right there. Your stop placement was ultimately justified. Nice out. That's risk management right there. But we got people behind the scenes checking on the news and whatnot. So if anything of significant newsworthiness pops out, I'm sure we'll have someone jumping in to let us know about it. Hoag, what are your thoughts? What's next?
All right. Cheyenne has a question here. Has been trading for a few years and a couple years with Topstep. Took a few payouts too. Recently lost 7 XFAs in a row, and it was heartbreaking. Now it scares me to even get in a trade. I'm very stubborn and let my trade run into the negative. How do I train my mind or get past? I think what they're really asking for is how do they get past this fear after taking some losses for a period of time?
So the first thing you got to figure out is what exactly you're scared of. And that can be tricky. You know, a lot of times people want to know how to deal with FOMO. And I'll always say to them, you got to figure out your F, because your F is different than others' Fs. And that applies to this too, because your fear is going to be uniquely yours. And the thing that you're fearing by returning to trading is uniquely yours. So, you got to look back at your life and think about, why might I fear failure? Why might I make meaning out of failing? And what is that meaning I make? Were you criticized a lot when you were young? Were you criticized a lot in a job or later in life? What's the content of your negative self-talk? Are you calling yourself names? Is there a theme to that might give you a clue as to what your fear, the thing that you're fearing, is specifically? And so that's one. And so she was scared to go back and trade.
Yeah.
And what else?
Just scared to even get into a trade. Very stubborn. And when they do get into a trade, they just let it run into the negative.
Yeah. And if you are out there, I don't know if you want to answer this, but if you had a critical environment when you were young, I'll give you a different answer, because that's a deeper thing. But because you could be fearing anything from reliving some old experiences that are baked in to your psyche. You could be recreating a dialogue or a belief of you're a failure by, in fact, failing those 7 whatever
XFAs.
trials. And that could be reinforcing or recreating some belief system you've got about yourself being an imposter, being a failure, and basically you're maintaining your psychological homeostasis by failing those. And then you're maintaining this psychological homeostasis by not trying to fix it, by being fearful. And then are you making meaning out of being fearful? I'm a wuss, I'm a blah, blah, I'm a blankety blank, whatever. Again, you could be reinforcing long held beliefs. It might be not that deep. It might just be that you're a more anxious person. I'm anxiously wired myself, so I have to be very, very mindful of that. It could just be avoidance of anxiety. So any of those things might be at fault, and solutions to those are going to be pretty wide ranging. Sometimes awareness takes care of it. Sometimes being aware and sort of talking yourself through and thinking about the values and the things that you care about that are first to those failure beliefs. Think about the things that motivate you, that the reasons why you trade, the reasons, the things you want to do with extra income or trading income or whatever, and use those to sort of dilute the fear. So you can be scared and you can be conscious of, I want to achieve X, Y, and Z. And when you're conscious of both, or when you're holding these opposing ideals, it's called dialectical thinking. You can oftentimes desensitize yourself enough to get back into the trade. So I would try any of those.
Sean, you mentioned something here that kind of struck me, and that's was it psychological homeostasis?
Yeah.
And if you're constantly haranguing yourself with negative self-talk, that kind of creates that psychological homeostasis of failure, then, doesn't it? So you really have to dig and take care of, however you can, that negative self-talk. And we've talked before, and you said, just talking back to it isn't going to be enough. You have to actually accept it, digest it, and then let it go. Right?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Challenging those thoughts does not work in the long run. It does give you short-term relief, but it makes it worse in the long run. And there's a lot of there's some older trading psychology out there that says to challenge the thoughts. I would definitely say ignore those sections of those books. Most of them were written before we knew this stuff. But yeah, you what you need to do is, that voice that says I'm a failure, or I'm going to F this up or whatever. You got to hear that voice and notice it, and notice, hey, my mind is telling me that I'm a failure. My mind is telling me that I'm an F up. My mind is telling me, I am noticing right now that my mind is telling me that I'm going to screw this up. And what you do there is you create some distance, and you create a different relationship with that thought. I think I did this once before. It's this thing and this thing. Did I do that in here? It's if those thoughts, when they have all their power, when they have their full weight, it's like
they're right inside,
right here in front of your face, and you can't see much else. It's hard to see other things, but when you add in other things, when you, like the thing I just said, things called cognitive diffusion techniques. I'm very big on having people use those. It creates more room. Very rarely in psychology is anything useful that tries to get rid of stuff. You can't,
so it's creating distance from it that you're doing.
It is. And it's creating more room. I mean, if you try to get rid of something, it just thought suppression makes it come back stronger. And this, the easiest example is for everybody in the audience right now. For the next 15 seconds, whatever you do, don't think about oranges.
Yeah, right.
Don't do it. You got like 13 seconds left. Don't think of oranges. Do not think about oranges. Let's wait 10 more seconds of dead air. I'm sure you guys love that. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
too late for me. I immediately thought of oranges. Yeah,
I'm already peeling it.
It's
I want
the
an orange
same
so
logic
bad right now.
Yeah, it's a little counterintuitive, but you want to embrace the damn thing, because when you do, more space opens up. And and look at the size of this water container here. I mean, if it's filled up to here with negativity, you could fill it up the rest of the way with other information, and the water tastes better. It isn't as contaminated. It's still in there, but it's much more palatable. It's much more usable. So
not as bitter.
Exactly. And that's why self-compassion exercises are important. A lot of traders kind of roll their eyes at that type of thing, but screaming at yourself and beating up on yourself and all that stuff, that doesn't work. We know that. And so try being nice, try being understanding. You're going to take in more information. You're going to be more receptive. So
what about the people would put a rubber band around their wrist, and then when they start thinking bad things, they snap it against their skin so they get that pain?
That has its uses. To my understanding, and this I might be wrong, to my understanding, that's more of an intervention for obsessive compulsive disorder, or it's an intervention for self-harm, to stop self-harming, or you basically you harm yourself in a way that's not that harmful. So you snap a rubber band against your wrist.
Quit smoking that way. Every time they thought about having a cigarette, they snapped it.
Yeah, I mean, it's aversive stimuli. I would say that's going to work for a certain sliver of the population, probably not most people. But I wouldn't discourage anyone from trying it. If it works, it works. Especially if you're an obsessive thinker, because the reason that works is there's that visceral component of the snap. It forces your nervous system to focus on something else. You can't not notice a rubber band hitting your skin.
Right.
The other common intervention like that is holding onto an ice cube until it hurts. You're not going to really hurt yourself with that, but it is very, very uncomfortable, right down to painful. But it's an alternative way to reduce that stress that isn't going to cause damage, but you also can't not notice it. You just can't. You're not going to not notice an ice cube melting in your hand. And if you don't notice that, you got deep, there's some deeper issues. You're probably pretty dissociative. So be warned.
Be afraid of the person who doesn't notice that.
Yeah, right. Here's a good one. So a few minutes ago, we were talking about the markets and how the S&P equities kind of dipped and ripped real fast. So I mentioned we have some people in the background eyeballing the news for us. And this headline popped up a few minutes ago. I don't know if you guys heard this morning, but it's pretty wild. This is from CBS News. It says, a bomb dropped by the U.S. in World War II exploded at an airport in Japan, causing runway damage and cancellation of 80 flights. Can you believe something like that could happen nowadays?
That's crazy. That's scary.
A bomb dropped in World War II just exploded on a runway in Japan.
Oh my God, really? Right, talk about buried feelings.
Yeah, right.
I guess it's like those minefields that have been left behind by the Korean War and Vietnam and stuff. That is really scary.
Yeah.
Freakish though.
All right.
Anomaly.
Checking back into the markets again. Pretty flat for the moment. So let's I think we got time for one more question. Yep, right back to settlement. We got time to squeeze in one, maybe two more questions. You guys up for it? Anything
I'm up for it.
Rolling through the chat? All right. Next up is Leon. Leon's got another interesting one. He says, I might be experiencing bias of loss aversion, where the fear of losing drives me to hold onto losing trades longer while quickly taking profits to avoid regret. Any suggestions there? Thank you.
Human nature.
Well, Leanne is not following a very strict risk management policy or plan right there. What could that be all about?
I'm going to guess Leon's a perfectionist, and I'm sorry, Hoag, you started to say something.
I just said that's human nature. Nobody wants to take losses, so we avoid it.
Yeah, and
and the old joke was, it's not really a loser until you get out of it.
Until I get
right?
out. That's right.
And shameless plug, my blog post this week was about the role of avoidance in trading. So if you're at my website, check Clear Mindset magazine for a whole article on avoidance, because it's way more common than you think. But anyways, for was it Leon? So similar answer to what I was saying before about the fear. You got to figure out what you're scared of. You have to figure out, what that's rooted in. Why do you fear loss? Do you fear retributions from someone in your life? Do you fear retributions from your own psyche that's hard on you when you do that? Do you have trouble tolerating not doing things perfectly? If you do, you got to work on that big time. You have to forget, what was the other? Oh, regret. You have to change your relationship with regret. Like that's huge. And if you notice the theme of kind of most things I've been talking about, and most things I've talked about when I'm on here the past few times, it's the change the relationship with. And that changes by when you do feel regret, lay in it. like it's quicksand. Does anyone know how you get out of quicksand?
You just lay flat, right?
Why?
Isn't that the trick?
Yeah.
Oh, I really don't know. I don't know why. I don't know the physics behind it, but I've heard that.
So,
yeah, you just have to
yeah.
lay down flat.
So if you're in quicksand, you want to lay out flat. You want to get as much of your body, the surface area of your body, in contact with the thing that might freaking kill you. So it's very counterintuitive behavior, but that's what you got to do. You have to touch as much of that quicksand as humanly possible so it doesn't pull you under. You do not fight it. You let it be, and you touch it, and that's how your burden, the situation with quicksand changes. And it's very similar with emotions. Regret, lay out in it, feel it, notice the little nuances and details. Where do you feel it in your body? What does it make you think? Where are the sensations? What kind of action urges does it give you? What do you want to do to avoid regret? One thing we already know is not take the loss. And the better relationship you have with regret, you'll take the loss sooner. That's probably the biggest thing is really getting acquainted and be like, what's up, regret? Me and you are going to go trade today, homie. Don't, stop all this BS about getting rid of stuff. It isn't going to happen. It's just going to make it stronger. Don't hate work. If you hate regret, work on loving regret. Work on understanding that you're a human being. You want things to go a certain way. And when they don't, you're upset. That's fine. Use that as motivation. What's not fine is beating the crap out of yourself with it, because that's just not effective behavior. Yeah, I would start with those things.
Is there really still like quicksand out there? Do people still get stuck in quicksand?
I believe so. I think there's quicksand. Although I don't know. Good question.
My goodness.
Don't know how
Beats
common
me.
it is.
Yeah.
Hey,
I've never been stuck in it, nor do I know anybody that knows anybody that's ever been stuck in quicksand.
Either.
But
Work
I
in
get the
nature.
analogy.
But at least now I know what to do if I get stuck in it.
Exactly.
Lay flat.
We might be
Lay
saving
flat.
lives today.
We are definitely saving lives, Sean.
That's what we
Let's
do
just
at
do one
Topstep.
more question here. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, fire away, Hoag.
All right. Omar, I passed combines and the practice account always in 2 days, but the XFAs are a different story. Never had a payout. How do I break the mental block or hindrance keeping me from trading different in XFAs versus trading combines? XFAs, of course, is where you can earn real money. The trading combine is the what is it? The only thing I can think of is rehearsal. Sorry, I'm losing the evaluation.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, JD. Thank you. So, yeah, it's different, right? When you're in the evaluation and when you're in the real game, it's a little bit different. What are your thoughts on
The
that,
mindset
Sean?
changes, yeah. This is a question we get almost daily during our group coaching sessions. It's going to be a nice change of pace, getting someone else's perspective on the answer to this question, because we do run through this. We get this question a lot, and we run through it quite a bit. But yeah, what's your take on it, Sean? The mindset shift from having actual skin in the game.
I think hope is probably one problem with that. Look, in that you got to think contextually. So the context is you passed, or you finally passed. Context is you hit an emotional high by passing, and then you're I don't know, is there then there's that period between passing and then getting the XFA assigned, right? So then there's all this anticipation. Hope is building, fantasies might be building, dreams might be setting up. all kinds, basically all kinds of stuff that you're thinking about the future, and you have left the present moment in the dust. And so you get in the XFA, and you're basically, it's 9:30 a.m. Eastern. In your head, it's like next week, or it's the end of the day, and you're
already spending the money.
Yeah, exactly. You're already spending the money, and you have to develop a relationship with yourself that you're able to know: am I in the future? Am I in the present? Or am I in the past? And that happens with mindfulness practice, becoming a real mindfulness practitioner. Look to John Kabat-Zinn for information on mindfulness, or my website. There's a whole section on it and a whole bunch of mindfulness exercises for traders you can download and listen to that come from our group.
There's no such thing as a shameless plug.
I know I know.
No
I just feel dirty. Yeah.
You
But
got
anyways,
it. It's all right. It's
but
all right.
it's
We can
all
delve
free.
into that later.
There's no profit room for that. But I think that, and honestly, part of the reason I say that, I think traders kind of like mindfulness. It's some hocus pocus, some navel gazing BS, and it's like, no, it is difficult. It is very hard to be mindful. And it's what's being mindful is the zone. By the way, for all of you that think you're trading in the zone, I mean, you want to trade in the zone, get mindful. But anyways, you want to be able to identify if you have that where you are, past, present, future. So I think that's a thing. And you got to ask yourself honestly, are you, I don't know what size that account is, but like, if it's 50, should you be trading anything but a couple of micros? Or micros. Are you scaled properly? Does that urgency to make money, that fantasy we're talking about, is that having you size up? Are you letting your stops? Are you moving your stops? Are you setting stops? Are you ignoring stops because there's just that hope of keeping things alive, and this thing goes the way I can get a payout and all that kind of stuff. So those are the things that come to my mind initially, when you transition. But I think you got to really pay attention to the period between passing it and when you get assigned the account, and do not jump into a trade. In my opinion, you get assigned that account, don't even trade it that day. Stare at it, torture yourself.
Stare at it.
Yeah, watch the market.
Tell people that all the time.
And if you can't do that, think about why to do that. What are the things that you care about in your life? Why are you trading? Who do you trade for? Your kids, your partner, your family. Like, what is it that you're trading for? You want a Lamborghini, whatever. None of that's going to happen with hasty trading. Not ever. Trading's it's like, what's harder than trading? So
yeah,
that's all.
And then also it brings up a good follow-up question, like, why are you actively trying to pass trading combines in 2 days? So this is another question that Hoag addresses all the time. If you're practicing sound risk management, account management, money management, trade management, 2 days is not a lot of time. Even in a 50K trading combine account, it's not a lot of time to be going through there. You're putting on a decent amount of size, probably making a decent amount of trades. Is that, the right trading mentality to pursue? Yeah. Is that going to maintain you at the next level? Hoag, you can speak more to that than I can. Yeah.
No, this was excellent, Sean. I really enjoy the time that we have together, and looking forward to getting together for that beer when you drive through Chicago.
Yes.
When is that happening?
Probably in the spring. I'll probably be heading out west.
We'll take it in a series, and you won't be driving anywhere after that.
There's a lot of truth to that. A lot of truth to that statement. All right, folks, we are we are just about out of time. Sean Sawyer, thank you for joining us. Sean from Sound Performance Psychology. His website link is still pinned in the chat. Go ahead, check him out, see what he does, get more familiar with his work. It's been great having you here, Sean. Always a pleasure. Thank you for taking those questions and answering them. I know that's a little not what you normally like to do, but thank you for humoring us and doing it anyway. You put on a trade for us too. That was great. We did get stepped out on the trade, but we all learned something in the process, right?
Yeah.
Sean, anything else you want to say before we get going?
No, just, you know, I appreciate you guys having me on. And for traders out there, take half the time you're putting into charts and put it into trades. Like,
very good.
It'll change things.
Read Sean's blogs. They're great.
Yes, for sure.
100%.
I missed that part. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break, but we're going to be right back with Power Hour. We got Andre Hoag, Coach Dakota, and David Green is coming back. The house account will be open. They'll be slinging going into the close. Eddie's going to be coming out with that MOC data. So stick around. There's plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Sean, once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for answering those questions. Thank you for speaking to all of us. We appreciate it so much.
Absolutely.
All right, folks. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with Power Hour.
Yes, every Wednesday, Power Hour, you know what it is. David Green in the house, Dakota in the house, and Mr. Hoag. Let's get right into it, guys. We were talking in the green room, looking at the ES and the NQ. I'll throw it to Dakota. I see you got the bear behind you.
Yeah.
Bearish.
Yeah. I'm pretty much done for the day, to be honest. If you switch to my screen, I'm going to go ahead and hit this manual lockout. And I'm locked out of my XFAs. I'm up about 20,000 in those. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it to my live account. And yeah, let's get it going. We were talking in the green screen a moment ago. I was talking about those port strikes. I've been dealing with that all week. Everyone knows I deal with supply chain, and everyone's feeling the pressure. Shipments are being stuck. Freight rates are going up. Getting ready. Worst timing, right in time for the holidays. Everyone's rushing their freights and product right before the holidays. So talking about inflation going down, this can put a wrench into the fire. Are we going to see a rate hike?
Oh boy. That would, yes. Well, all right, Dakota, let's talk about this real quick. So how'd that play? You talk about inflation, right? But it probably takes some time for that to cycle through. Obviously, the East Coast, I mean, it's a big deal. How long do you think that would take? I mean, you're into logistics. And so how long will that take to get in, kind of seep into the markets and eventually make its way to, the shopping shelf?
I would say within a quarter, to be honest. It's holiday season, and that's where it's the worst timing because there's a lot of bottlenecks anyway during this time of year. And everyone's just rushing all their freight to get in, get out. And then Chinese New Year is another big one that's, I believe, in February. And with all of this going on, everyone's going to be playing catch up. And yeah, I had this conversation, throughout the entire week with my teams, and then even my girlfriend, where we was talking like, just because the cost might increase doesn't mean that the company's going to eat it. They're passing that on to everyone who's purchasing the product. So Black Friday, throughout the holidays, everything online is going to see a bump just because of what we're seeing. So hopefully it doesn't last long, but the longer it is, the worse it's going to get. And so, we're seeing some choppy markets, and I'm expecting, more chop going into this upcoming week or two until this is resolved.
Love it. Right. Let's get right
Yeah,
into it.
Look, the market. One thing the market doesn't like, which we all know forever, is uncertainty. Right? You can tell us bad news, you can tell us good news. We'll soak that in, but uncertainty is the one thing that makes it very, very difficult.
Yeah, right before election too. I seen that Biden said he wouldn't intervene in the port strike, and so there's a lot more uncertainty today than there was Sunday night. And so, yeah,
and geopolitically too.
Yeah,
and we got so much going on geopolitically with Iran and Israel, and that's why sometimes we're sitting here. And yesterday, I think it happened when they actually did a strike, and we saw a 100-point move in the NQs, a 30-point move in the ESs.
I'm sure NQ from 32 just jumped in one as we were talking. So go ahead.
32 NQ.
Is this a house type situation, or do you want to just talk about why?
Yeah. We can get into it.
I'm okay with having a house account trade. On a short,
32.
targeting a push back towards maybe 20,000 on the longer target. On the shorter term,
Working an offer at 32 now.
Build.
We're in.
All right, short 5. Right, short
What's
5.
the risk on this?
Risk is going to be above 45.
Okay.
And house account short 5 from 20,032.
The order that shall remain unspoken is at 47 right now.
Yeah, fine. I'm okay with. If you're going to do 47, can we do 47 3/4?
Sure.
Let's go. I like it.
Yeah, everyone. I locked out of my XFAs, but this is just one contract. Sorry to cut you off, David.
We are short 5.
All righty. Yeah, David, I was going to ask you a question. How do you trade? You've been in these markets for a long time. How do you trade? How do you navigate the markets when there's a lot of geopolitical and headline risks that could come in and just completely reverse the entire price?
Yeah, I mean, very carefully. I mean, it's hard to recognize them when it's first happening. And if I can't get on the same side of the trade when I see these things starting to happen, it's okay not to trade. I mean, you don't know when these things are going to stop when something like that happens. I look for certain trade setups. My the far from moving average trade where we get the RSI really stretched up or down, and that's when I'll jump in. Otherwise, it's okay to sit on your hands. We don't have to be in
Dakota,
trade
can you talk?
all the time.
Dakota, can you talk a little bit about your mind, your thought process behind this short?
Yeah, so this is a range bound trade where you can see ever since about lunchtime, about noon, we had that massive sell off. I mean, massive compared to what the chart is, where we went from 20,050, 20,060s all the way down to 19,980s. And we've rallied up and we've been kind of in this channel ever since then. So this is kind of a channel that I'm watching and looking at. And the idea is we're consolidating, and I could see us rotate down to the 20s. And, with an opportunity, if we do start to break that, we could see a test of that big round number, 20,000, which seems to be the line in the sand. I mean, it's a big round psychological number. And if we do start to test, that gives us a good risk reward where we could close, a couple contracts off in the 20s and then the bottom of this range. And then, maybe hold a runner or two to see if we can have a bigger sell off down to 20,000.
Bigger sell off. Got it. All right.
Let's break the 27s. Let's break 27 first, then we can maybe see a little follow through, hopefully.
All right.
Yeah, that 27's acting as support.
Very good. Hey, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see hashtag Power Hour. Do this every time. For those that are new, hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Use the hashtag Power Hour if you'd like to share anything you think would be cool. We'll turn that around to everyone. 30, 40 minutes or so. Let's get back into it here. Let's count short. Wow, already.
Yes, we got some comments from Barry Larkin. I mean, FOMC Barkin. Talking about the last milestone of inflation may still be will still take longer than expected. Says I'm worried price pressures could get stuck next year. Also saying that he sees 2 further quarter percentage point cuts this year as a reasonable path if economy evolves as expected. And he does see a renewed tight labor and demand spurred by the Fed rate cuts is possibly keeping inflation lodged above the Fed's 2% target next year. This coming off the wire. Hot biscuits out of the oven. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Barkin.
All right. Sell them off on that. Let's go.
Right? Let's see what happens here on those Barkin comments.
Whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing. Last trade then Q 20,035. Look at the ES. Last trade 57.64. Half. High of the day 57.72 quarter. Just kind of chopping around a little bit right now.
It is Wednesday, hump day.
Yes, it is.
I seen you guys were talking about naming your accounts.
Oh yeah. What's yours called? Money printer.
Yeah.
Money maker.
Well, I don't have my live account named, but I do have these thinking about naming it after my ex. So you know that when you have a daily loss limit or a max loss limit, you can look at it and know that, if I went through that, I could get through anything.
There you go. Like that. Hey, question for you, Dakota. When you and your lady friend are talking inflation, that's a hot topic when you guys are just talking inflation and port strikes. Is that, yeah. Just whispering sweet nothings into each other's ear, talking inflation. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Dakota. But yes, I gotta talk to somebody about it. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, when you're driving on a nice car ride or whatever, I mean, sometimes it's a late night conversation talking about inflation and what's going on in the world.
Absolutely. Pillow talk. There you go. Yes, pillow talk. Talking about inflation. Anyways, look at the tilt here. It's 50-50 across the board for the most part. Coming in here, we had ask Hoag what Delta is. And NQ is about, it was plus 1,800. How are we looking right now, Hoag?
Still right around 1,900 positive.
Thank you. It's the NQ, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
A little positive now in the S&P is only 1,000, but there's nothing that impactful there yet. Not looking for any squeezes.
Oh man, this is what I'm kind of expecting in Power Hour. Chop and
grind
mess. But I like it. Like I said, this is kind of what we're looking for. We could, there's always an argument where, like Stanley last week or the week before, where you demand better pricing. Maybe there's an argument that we could have waited to see if we retested those upper 30s, which we did. We could have got like 37, but you could always do that with every single trade where
right.
You always wish you could have had a better price. You always wish you would have closed for a little bit more profit, but take what the market.
Rarely do you ever get the high or low tick on any of these things.
Yeah.
Correct.
Last night when I was with Nick for a tick, I was talking. I learned a lot of my trading from Tom Sajnoff, and in terms of options, and then a concept that's always stuck with me is that you will never expect to catch the full 100% of the move. You never be able to catch the bottom tick or the top tick. That's very unrealistic. And what I've always liked to do is saying, here's the moves. That's like the average true moves or ATR. And for example, on this 5-minute chart, if you was to say that this is a move to the long side and then this was the move to the downside, it is very unrealistic to assume that you can catch this. And what I truly believe is if you take about 20% off the bottom, 20% off the top, and if you're able to catch the middle, you should be extremely happy. And so that's all I've always looked for. Just be happy with being average, being happy with the base hits.
Dad told me a long time ago, bears make money, bulls make money, hogs get slaughtered. Just be happy with your bite out of the middle.
100%.
Absolutely.
Even when I worked on a floor, singles and doubles. That's all I ever wanted to do. No glory, just consistent. Put a couple of bucks in the bank.
Yep.
All right, guys.
We have
I'm
a lot
seeing
of
this.
price action up right around
Keep
this
seeing this
39.
this Bank of America headline. I don't know if we touched on it yet, but seems to be some outages. Some account balances are showing 0. Unexpected. Yeah, I don't know. Keep an eye on that.
That's scary.
It is. It is. Yeah.
Andre, I'd say the most fishy part about this so far is that any debts under accounts are still showing full debt balances, but the debit or checking balances or savings balances are zeroed.
How convenient.
Oh, okay.
Pushing above 20,000 outages reported or users reported through some third-party websites.
Wow.
All right.
Here we go.
Pretty
NQ's
close to stop here.
Yeah, NQ's bouncing. It's one of these days where stop can be ticked out and then the market turns around in this type of a market. I like
I
the
did-
stop position.
I did put the stop one tick above where you said to.
There you go.
Nice.
Maybe we'll.
Well, there was a ton of price action right around 39.40, so we need to get that below that.
All right. Let's trade 20,042. 40's
The
trade.
order that shall remain unspoken is at 48.
All right.
Great.
We have a price target.
Outside. Yeah, I do see if we get to 20, 20,020s, the lower 20s, we could close out a couple, and then the longer term price target is going to be 20,000 even. Big psychological number of 20,000.
That's where I've got the exit right now is 20,050.
Okay, great.
0.50.
Getting better than a 1-to-1 risk reward on this. 1.5 maybe.
200 EMA is
almost 2 to 1.
2 to 1. Okay, 2 to 1. Yeah, you're right. 2 to 1.
19,996 is a 200 EMA.
996.
Let's spike down there.
All right. 200 EMA. Cool. All right. Last trade 20,038 in the NQ. Everything else pretty tame right now. Gold turning higher a little bit. Last trade 2678.
Yeah, getting a little pop gold.
A little bit.
About oil.
Within oil, yes. Yep. David, you said you did perhaps have a price level you're looking at in crude. You got up there?
Yeah, I have a little short out right now at 70.90. That's my 200 EMA resistance to the upside. Now we're a long ways away, but that's my 200 EMA right here. See, I got a couple out there if we spike up there.
Crude.
Yeah.
And what's gold doing?
Gold's getting a little pop now.
Yeah. Yes. Look, yeah. He's trying to figure
Gold
out
has
what
just
do we
been
do.
in one heck of a rally this year. Just
Yes.
To say the least.
I don't think it's over.
Do you think we could get to
Yeah, it's not,
3,000 by the end of next year in gold?
By the end of next year? Yes.
3,000?
Gold and
Wild.
silver.
Guys on Bering Sea Gold are happy.
Yeah.
They're raking it in.
I see.
You still liking this trade, Mr. Dakota?
I do like this trade. If I wasn't in it, I would want to get in short here. So
Yes, trying to sell off a little bit.
Yep, my direction's to the short side, even if I was not in this trade.
Well, you have a huge grizzly bear looking over your right shoulder, so.
Like, yes. Yes.
You're on the right side.
We're on the right
We
side.
need to power through those 27s on the downside.
27s. Like that. Yep. All right. 50-50 on the
up at 58. Let's not talk about the
Rusty golfer. Yeah, last night during slow markets, we was talking about how many ounces were in a gold contract, how many ounces were in a silver contract, and what are the odds if we could convince MP to take delivery of one of them?
Gold?
Gold or silver? 5,000 ounces of silver or 100 ounces of gold. I know. What? Have you guys ever taken delivery of any products?
Have you guys? I have.
You have?
Yeah, physical gold
Yeah.
and silver. Yeah.
Kidding.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the apocalypse. And, you gotta have
There
some
you
put
go.
away.
How does that work,
You still
David?
have
Does it
it.
just show up at your door one day? Do they just know your address,
Yeah.
or do you have to go down
Yes,
this
FedEx.
rabbit trail of details?
FedEx, UPS, yes.
So how is it taking 100 ounces or 5,000 ounces of gold or silver? I'm so curious.
From UPS.
1,000 ounces? It ain't coming.
You sure it all shows up? I was about to say, you sure it all shows up in one piece?
I thought they keep it in the Fed, or they keep it on the Feds. New York, perhaps.
Fort Knox.
There, man, they got a bunch of gold there. But yeah, man, $3,000, man, that'd be insane. Shout out to everyone hanging on to the gold bars. Yeah, I think we could talk to MP about taking delivery.
Yeah, that would be interesting. It's maybe I take my next payout. See, MP, can I get my next payout in a silver contract?
Gold. Physical delivery, though.
Love it.
Yeah, physical delivery. I know we were there. We had a conversation on Fast Markets about taking delivery of like cattle or
corn.
Something.
Oh yeah.
You made like 10 ounces today, Dakota. Have it delivered.
Oh yeah. For silver, yeah, silver, gold.
In the vault.
What a choppy market.
Yeah, it's just drifting right now. Let's trade 20,044.
Just hanging out in these 40s, back and forth from 40 to 47. Yeah. This is a market where
volume, no volume.
Yeah, this is one where
the drift.
The probabilities of it hitting our stop loss and then turning around are greater in this type of a market. And usually this type of a market calls for a wider stop and smaller position size. This is still a great...
There is a lot of price action in 57.
57?
Yeah, but we don't want to talk about that.
No.
There's a lot of price action at 20,000 too.
Yes, there is. About 8 times.
Stop's in a good place though. I like to stop that order.
VWAP at 19,984. NQ, yes. VWAP 5754.
Here we go. I could, if we break through and hit it, I could see us getting into, like you said, David, those mid 50s and then turning around.
All right, we're out.
Yep, I'm out. I'm out as well.
Stop hit. All right. The upper end of this range here, somewhere around the 50s. Looking at the 5-minute.
If this hesitates, I'm going to get back in it.
Okay.
This is exactly what I got to fear for.
We'll start a little if we spike up to the 58s, maybe.
There. All right. 58s. Yep.
Speaking of gold,
30 minutes left.
Forever.
This is not a power hour to remember.
That's just right.
Hoag closes in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let's update the house account P&L.
Minus 1640.
Okay.
Gold making higher highs here.
Yes, it is. Last trade, 2678. Thank you, Eddie.
More like power nap.
Power nap. I saw that.
Power nap.
2884 would be a double top in gold. I will short some if we spec all the way up there.
84 is okay.
Came and got us by a point.
Yep. I'm back in. I'm back in at 40 and a quarter.
All right.
We are too, but we got worse trade location. 37.75.
All right. 5.
Got us by a
Plenty of time. Let's break the 31s now. And we can accelerate a little.
There's about 5 seconds difference, and we got worse location there. The order that shall remain unspoken?
Yeah, I'm okay with it being... right now, I have mine at 55. I'm considering putting it at 59 for right now. And then if we continue to have a bit of, 59. And if we have a bit of a sell off, then I can move it down to like 50 and a quarter.
All right.
This is the issue: is where do you put your stop loss, right? For this exact thing, and the crappy thing about it is you talk about it, and it freaking happens.
I see what you're looking at is that last swing high up there on that 5-minute chart.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, and if we get a sell off down to like 27 that we were watching earlier, then I'm okay with moving my stop loss to like 50 and a quarter. But that's what
I know.
Ran us by a point, Hoag.
Yep, it did. They came and got us.
All right. And back in, right?
Yep, back in. Built milk.
Yeah, so break the 31s here.
Break the 31s, break the 27s, right, David Green?
Yep. Well, 30. It actually all moved up to 31 now, so that's a pretty big level. Let's break this right here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if we break 30,
What do you do for an encore? Fall asleep?
Slow market right now, Eddie. Slow market. Trying to see if this thing wants to grind lower.
Where's my slow markets intro video?
Oh, yeah. Speaking of slow markets, Dakota, who do you have on tonight on slow markets?
Coach Jay. Coach Jay is going to be joining me on Wednesdays. I have Nick for a tick on Tuesdays. So it's super fun when the markets have been a lot more consistent to trade than what we're seeing right now.
Yes, I'm hearing that.
How have overnights been, Dakota?
They've been amazing, David.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of opportunity that over the past few months, to be honest.
You know, Dakota, what do you think's behind that opportunity? I mean, obviously, you know, night trading is known for its sort of flat line. What do you think's behind that?
Question.
I think volatility, Eddie. I mean, headlines, of course, things going on around the world, elections, and it's just been pretty consistent. It's been consistent for a very long time. Everyone, it just comes in waves, just like seasonality. This year's been a little bit different because of that spike in volatility at the end of July, beginning of August. And I mean, there was a period of time where we was moving, 100 points in minutes. I mean,
here we go.
And this is overnight.
Thank you.
Come on, break these 31s, 30s.
31s, yes. Breaking a little bit as well. 31s. In the NQ, again, house count short. 037 in the orders. Break 31s. Could be targeting the
lower 20s and then 20,000 evens.
All right. Power hour. A little slow right now. All good though.
Yeah.
So we can see the markets.
You guys used to play cards, right? You guys used to play some cards when it was like this on the floor.
Hits they did. All right, here we go. New 5-minute candle.
Seeing a little bit of volatility pick up here.
I like this question.
Like to at least see a lower high, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing volatility pick up right now. The past 30 seconds.
Hi, darling.
Liars. Yep.
Love you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, David Green, they got a question for you here in the chat.
Yes, sir.
What still motivates you to wake up every day, log in and trade and coach?
Yeah. Hoag will probably give you the same answer. I love it, man. I love every minute of it. To me, it's like playing in the Super Bowl every single day. I've always felt that way. I've never done anything else. I don't know how to do anything else. This is the only thing I know how to do. And I love it. It's just, it's getting into a good trade. It's executing a bad trade properly, whatever it is. It's just, I don't need any motivation. It's my life. That's it. It always has been.
I love that last part you said. It's executing a bad trade properly. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I'm not going to win on every trade.
Yep, beautiful. Yeah, if you follow your rules and you execute it, it's a good trade, regardless win, lose, or draw.
Yeah.
As long as you follow your process, you're a winner.
It's in my blood. I'm also one of 4 brothers, and all 4 of us worked on the Florida New York Stock Exchange together.
No kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the first time in the history of the New York Stock Exchange where 4 brothers who didn't no nepotism. We all started about as low as you can go, and we all became partners of our firms. Different firms, too.
Wow. Very cool. History,
Yeah.
man. Love that. Do you guys ever get in a fight on the floor?
Oh, yeah.
Love
Absolutely.
it. Yeah. Thanksgiving must have been
literally worked
interesting.
we worked 20 feet apart for 19 years.
Oh
Amazing.
my! Did you guys
Come on
do
now,
some?
let's break this now.
Did you guys work together where you guys could read the markets a lot better than if you guys were not brothers?
Could we read the markets better?
Yeah, as in like each brother would have. It's almost like a team, right? Or am I thinking of that wrong?
Yeah, we all had different styles too. You know, we each had everyone had their own panel of stocks. I would trade like 6 or 7 stocks. Some of them were much busier than others. We all had our different styles as far as trading is concerned.
Okay.
Hey, speaking of family trading, tomorrow on Topstep TV, Power Players. We got tomorrow. Yes, we got Carlos and Miguel, the father-son duo. They're both in Topstep.
There you
Them
go.
coming on. Also, don't forget
That's gonna
Fast
be
Markets
fun.
tomorrow. We got Man versus Machine. Got Tom coming back on with the algos. See how that goes during Fast Markets tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. Also, maybe taking trades with the algos. Tune in and see how that goes. First time we're doing something like that. Should be very exciting.
Nice.
That'll be cool.
Got the father-son
What
on.
time is that?
8:30 Central, 8:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That's Man versus Machine. Fast Markets tomorrow. Topstep TV, baby.
That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be really fun. Yeah, if we would have moved
Look,
that order, Hoag, that shall be named to where I originally wanted to, right at 20,050. Yeah, 050 is where typically I would put that order, and we would have been ran again.
Yeah.
Need to break these 32s. It's a brick wall. Come on.
32
time down.
Yeah, it is. 32s and 27s.
Just gotta break this lower trend line. We'll be good.
Yep.
Yeah, that one was a nice rejection. It was almost 15 points up and 15 points right back down. 20 minutes left.
Yeah. Here we go.
Plenty of time.
So 10 minutes till MOC.
All right, everybody. We got 10 minutes to game time. Let's all gather around.
Like it.
I don't want to hold a trade in the MOC.
There we go. Come on.
There we go.
Continuation bar now.
Yep.
Stop loss. Order that shall be named. Move to 52 for me. 052.
Right.
52.
Them 27s.
In the 30s,
Andre, here in the chat, you are getting a compliment that you might be better than Tony Romo.
That's
commentary. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Emphasis on the might be.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Definitely better than
we got
19,998. Next support level.
what's his name?
Hey,
Come on,
Hoag,
Hoag.
could we get out of one contract at bid when at my signal, if you don't mind?
Yep. Hey, man. Ready when you are.
Let's see if it will give it to us. I was looking for 020s, 019s, maybe like As soon as I said
Did you
that,
say 27 originally?
27 was where I wanted it to break. We broke through that 27, and we got down to 21, and I was going to signal to get out of a couple contracts in the teens, and as soon as I opened my mouth, we started.
There it is.
So.
Andre, I was going to say you're better than Tom Brady.
Oh, wow. At football? Appreciate that, Hoag.
At announcing.
Oh, I thought you meant football for a second. I'll take that. He's still new, but yeah, he's the GOAT.
Now let's stay below the 40s. Worst case.
Yeah, push.
Yeah, if we get another move down, it's going to be join bid. That's how I like to get out.
You know, guys, earlier today, we were talking about jab, jab, jab. You know, never give up. Even the smallest of punches will get you where you want to be. But earlier today...
Oh, wow. Oh, man, here we go. Yeah.
Jeremy Miller lost a combine a couple of weeks back, took a few days off, came back with a new one, passed the 50K this morning. Good job.
Ooh.
Our good
Great
friend
work.
Dan Emmons passed 5 XFAs, ready to go. Now, he started yesterday, and if you we were talking with him earlier in the week. He had a morning blunder, grinding, jabbing back. Funded again for the second time in 20 days. So congratulations, Dan. And we did have RW, sorry. So glad I locked out today because I would have been trying this right now. 510 from passing. So good job. And Meek passing their 100K combine today. Congratulations on those. Remember, keep jabbing. And jab, jab, jab. You get to where you want to be. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Great job.
Love to hear it. Love to see it.
Keep my eye back into the 40s now.
Yep, right into these, right at 40. Let's see how we react here. Might be able to just bell at scratch depending on how the market reacts here. I'm looking for us to have similar to what we just saw, where we bounce 15 points up and see if we could immediately reject back down. Yep, in this really messy, choppy price. But we do have only 16 minutes left. And what is it? MOC's in 6?
In 6.
Okay.
Yeah, upper end of the range.
Ain't liking us.
Go ahead and sell it up here.
That's gonna. What's that order at, Hoag? 52?
52 and a half.
Okay, yep, that's where mine's at.
Nothing on the tilt right now. This is kind of drifting. A rudderless ship right now.
Mm-hmm.
Gold just drifting higher now. Last trade, 26.79. Again, high of the day, 26.84. And we'll see in 5 minutes.
It's a mess.
Yep.
What's the entry price, Hoag?
We are in at 37.75. We did not get your good trade location.
Okay.
It was about 3 seconds difference, and it costs about 4 points. Don't you love the NASDAQ?
The speed, yeah. Man.
Slippage.
Coach Hoop, Bitcoin trying to take a run at breaking 60,000. Thanks, Hoop. Coach Hoop, that is. We got close there. Man. Close. We got some fast markets. Yeah, we got to catch up on some fast market stuff. We'll let this trade play out.
Is humming Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, Rocky, man. Yeah. Yeah, hey, we got 3,500 people watching Power Hour right now. Click like, click subscribe. See, we've got 122,000 subscribers now.
I'm out. Yeah, that was
We're out. Nice.
Got us.
minus 500 for me. And there's a break.
They're pushing.
We touched the high of
Minus
day.
31.30.
No, that's not the high of day. We touched the high of that last pivot. 57.
What did it bottom out at there? 20s, 22s?
21 and a half.
Yep.
Yeah, 21 and a half. And I was looking to close out some right at 20.
Yeah, we were gonna hit the bid on that, but we never got.
I know. A lot of people had the same idea. They got there before we did.
Came in and just ran away.
Yeah, that was the trade.
All
The
right.
rest is just a mess.
It is. Well, all right, let's bring in Gabe. I know Gabe's got some stuff he wants to share with everybody. Gabe, come on in. I'm eager to see. You said you got something special for me.
I do. Well, not necessarily me. I didn't create it, but I figured we'd show it.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Carl Hungus. You knew this was coming, man. I mean, you could just foresee this.
Oh, man.
We covered some major news earlier this morning. Danielle found just this absolutely hysterical story.
Unbelievable.
Of course, surveillance video captured a couple guys hiding under some vehicles at a car wash to stare at women's feet. Apparently, one of them was Andre, and then you also have Nick for a toe there. So,
Nick for a toe.
Not sure exactly.
Nick for it. Well done. That's
Not
pretty
sure
good.
how they managed to get out of jail that quickly, because
here we are.
Had them on today, but here we are.
Wow.
Hungus.
Hungus.
You got another one here. Quick shout out from
Carl.
Steven. The top step turtle in me is right at home this power hour. Wanted to share that because we don't see a lot from Steven, so I figured I'd share that from Steven. We also have a little brief shout out for a payout. Let me zoom in on this real quick so I can see the name. We got Smallville. Thank you, Topstep, for having the best platform in futures trading and supporting traders to become the best versions of themselves. Payout requested at 7:40 in the morning. Hit the bank 4 p.m. same day for a total of $1,430. And you see a little screenshot from our Discord so you can verify the payout as well. But shout out to you there, Smallville. Keep up the great work. We do have another one from Driven Latino here. This leg move reminds me of Dakota. If you have not caught Dakota's sessions, he typically likes to measure out some previous impulse legs and takes that to potentially forecast another move in the future. And played out really well here in this screenshot. So I love that. Nice and easy tool for some quick forecasting. But shout out to you, Driven Latino.
Good job.
There's
Also
power and
have
simplicity.
sorry, Dakota, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say there's power and simplicity.
Absolutely. I love that. We got Tiro Trader here locked out for the day just after opening open trading YM, making some moves on the Dow. Going to finish up this combine by the end of the week. Wish you the best of luck there, Tiro. Be safe out there. But that's what I have for you guys for Power Hour / Fast Markets. Back to you.
Thank you. All right. Eddie, you got MOC coming now in 4 seconds. Let's see what this has to say. Let's do it.
There we go.
Coin flip for me.
All right. We've got, oh my goodness here. Hold on a second. Still adding up. All right. 740 million buy side, S&P. 244 million buy side, NASDAQ. Dow, 161 million buy side. And our Mag 7, 269 million buy side. So buy side across the board. Remember, these numbers do fluctuate, and I will be watching.
Thank you, Eddie. So about $1 billion there. Not much there, right, David?
No. Borderline.
What do you consider a lot? What's big to you?
2. Anyway, anything approaching 2
billion.
10 minutes left. 9 minutes left. Catching the short. Looks like we're just
What
going to be in the
messy
range here.
Hour.
Yeah.
What happened? Really nothing. Up, down, up, down.
For the next move, I guess. Yep.
Yeah,
Hey,
chop.
Dave, if you want. Hey, really quick, David, tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy, if you don't mind. It is Wednesday, so what do you guys
It
got?
is Wednesday. Well, we got our next free webinar on the 16th. We're actually going to have Dan Ives is going to join us.
Oh, nice.
Big,
Tell them who that is.
And it's the same day that Tesla earnings come out. So he's going to give us a good read on that. He's going to join us that night. That is on the 16th. And, anyone who wants that's here joining us tonight, want to give everybody a free trial into my trading room for a week. You want to come hang out, just post my email, come hang out, have some fun, learn some of the techniques. Room is open to everybody next week. Anyone who wants to come and hang out with us.
What time is it next week, David? Just throughout the day, or?
Yeah, throughout the day. We start at 8:30 in the morning. We go to either we hit our goal or later in the day. But we're teaching all day also. I have a private trading room that is extremely private. I have 50 people. That's it. And we hang out, trade the markets live every single day. Disclaimer, everybody pushes their own buttons. And we have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of downtime.
David, do we want to share your Wall Street Global Trading .com, or did you say email?
You can do both. WSGTA.com. That's where our courses are available. They come with lifetime mentorship. We have a huge section on just trading futures with Topstep. And if you want to come and hang out with me in a room for a week, it's dgreen927@yahoo.com. Send me an email. I'll send you a link over the weekend. And thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, bro.
You got to get us in touch with Dan Ives one of these days, David Green.
Yeah, come to the free webinar that night.
There you go. Hey, well done there. I
He's
see what
one
you
of the
did
biggest
there.
Tesla analysts that they are.
I see what you
He's
did
one of the
there.
biggest Tesla analysts there are, and their earnings are coming out that day. So that should be fun.
Ooh. Well,
yep,
we're right where we kind of started.
You know what? Net, it was just a powerless hour.
Yeah.
We had a 10,
You could
15
say
point
that.
range, and that was it.
We got stopped out twice at the top, but it's just one of again, like you just said, David, where it was a good trade. Any trade where you follow your process is a good trade.
Do we have one more trade left, Dakota, or is it just
No, 7 minutes. It's nope, not even gonna touch it.
live to fight?
Minus $500 in my life. Yeah. Even if we do just sell off here, it's just no way you would have been able to take advantage unless you were just happened to sell the rally for whatever reason.
Choppy.
We did hit all that price action up at like 57, 58.
Yeah, we did.
Almost to the penny.
Hey, David, one more time. What's your email? They're asking one more time in the chat.
D as in David, green, like the color, 927@yahoo.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's your birthday, September 27th?
Is that what that is?
Yes, it is.
Oh, happy
How about that?
belated. Yeah.
Yeah, last Friday. Last Friday, I was 39 again.
Ah,
Feels good, doesn't it? Look at this, Dakota. Come the sellers. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,023.
Wider
David,
stops. Yeah, I know.
I was 39 in September as well, but that's the 39th anniversary of my 21st birthday.
There you go.
All right, so figure this out real quick. I got you by 4 years.
All right, incentive 5.
Yep.
Hey, we got a couple shared birthdays with you there, David. We got Tony K and Rory. So, I mean, obviously that's if they're telling the truth, but happy belated birthday to all of you.
Yes, everybody. Happy birthday.
Right, Dakota. They want to push us into the teens. Last trade, 20,023.
Yeah, I know.
The buyer stopped
bottom
in
of that
last
range
time.
is.
So what could we have done differently?
15 to
Just wider,
20.
obviously.
Nothing.
Quick
Just
answers,
wider stops. Nope.
Yeah, okay.
Wider stops. That's the only
Yeah,
answer.
If we left our stop where it was originally, we'd still be in it.
Yeah, I
What,
see
the
that hope. But
58s?
we
Yeah, right around there.
59, 58.
I know it doesn't help, right?
No, I mean, we had that breakdown through the 30s and even broke through the 27s, which is valid to move a stop and not risk as much. But then you get something like this, it just is what it is. Like, that's the reality of trading.
End of day BS.
Yeah, there's no way we would ever hold a trade into the. I mean, I would never hold a trade into the last 10 minutes of the day, unless we're already in like good profit. And
look at this. That's trading for you. Hoag, you know what I'm about to say. This trading thing.
It's tough.
It's tricky.
If the spike quick down to the 70s before we shut down, I'll buy a little bit.
All right. See if you want to give the 20,000 evens a test.
you could join bid now on that, Hoag. Close out of our profits.
Right around here. Oh, boy.
This is where we were looking.
At least we're laughing. Love it.
Got a request here from Robert Hertzak. He says, no Madden today? Well, here you go. Here you go, my friend. Boom. There you go. Good enough?
Boom.
Yeah. Like that.
Boom. Here's your Madden for today.
Thank you, Eddie. Just going to, stumble across the finish line here. In the market, yep. Weird trade today. What? Part of it. What else do we have? What do we got coming up for the rest of the week? Just got non-farm on Friday, right? Yeah.
An enjoyment on Friday. Yep.
Yeah, enjoyment, yes.
Friday's
clams tomorrow.
Pretty crazy day.
Yeah. Jobless clams tomorrow.
Yep.
And the unemployment numbers are Friday?
Oh, yeah. Taking on greater meaning since they seem to say inflation, they got it under control. So we can keep an eye on the employment situation now. Take that for what it's worth, but they're keeping an eye on job numbers now. 90 seconds left in Power Hour / Power Nap. But hey, shout out to all the Bellers. Still 3,100 you guys watching. Cannot thank you guys enough. Yeah, and tune in for Man vs. Machine tomorrow, bright and early. Those here in the States.
That'll be cool.
Yeah.
Who's the man is the question. Who's the man? Did you say?
Who is the man, Dakota?
Yeah,
that's a greater question. Yeah, who is the man?
Who the man?
Tune in tomorrow to find out who is the man. I'm the dude.
Andre,
man.
you're the man.
We are all the man. I'm just the dude, man. Yes, tune in tomorrow. Nice setup there, Dakota. Yep, Man vs. Machine. Then we got the father-son right after that. So jam-packed morning here at TopstepTV. Bringing you guys new stuff early and often. We got At the Buzzer.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coach Jay. Stay tuned for that.
Coming up.
Go.
Oh, yeah.
These sellers. Here come the sellers.
Right to the 2000s.
Here come the sellers.
Top of the hour.
That's okay. Hey, you know what they say, right? Winners don't make excuses when the other side plays the game.
Is that what they say? I like that.
Is that Vince Lombardi?
Yeah. Is that
I
might be a
don't know.
Dakota?
I like that quote.
Vince
though. I
Dakota.
always like that quote.
5 seconds left. I like to watch the ES ladder right into the close. You see a lot of volume come in here on the bid and ask. Here you go. We're back, man. Here we go, guys. Just want to say thank you to Coach Dakota. Thank you to Mr. David Green. Hoag, as always, you are the man. But right now, we throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
All right, my friends. Once again, a very eventful day. A little slow at the end, but this is where we learn. This is where we sort of sit down and Knights of the Round Table discuss plans and what's going on. And I hope you learned something today. Tomorrow, we do have, we mentioned we did have the clams. Coming up at 7:30 here, we do have the initial jobless claims at 7:30. We will have continuing claims also. A little before that, at 6:30, we got Challenger job cuts, very minor numbers. Scrolling down here right now, 8:45 S&P Global Composite. That's going to run. 9 o'clock, we do have the durable excluding defenses. Factory orders at 9 o'clock. ISM back here also with 9 o'clock. Natural gas at 9:30. Bostic, Raphael Bostic, will be speaking at, was that 9:40? Yes, 9:40. Got a 4-week bill, 8-week bill auction. 10:30 unemployment rate for Russia. So if you're in Russia, I'm just letting you know. Fed balance sheet a little later in the day. And that's going to be it as far as what we've got on our all-star menu. Now, this is going to be cool, man. I'm really looking forward to this. It's Thursday the 3rd. Okay, Thursday the 3rd. Coming up here for Fast Markets, we've got Tamikaze, Anne-Marie, Coach Ray, and Stephen A. Power players, we got the family trading, Carlos and his father, Miguel. Ben's going to be with us for Shoulder Tap. Keenan P., Coach J, Deanna for the 1 o'clock session, and Francis Green, yes, our all-star Francis Green, be with us here for Power Hour. Don't forget, coming up here at 3:15, we do have At the Buzzer with Coach J and Coach Paul. And nighttime, we do have Coach Dakota, 7:30, Sunday through Thursday, slow markets. Be here early tomorrow morning for the London Open with Deanna at 3:30 a.m. And Coach Ray at 6 o'clock in our Discord. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock in our Discord. And it's your time right now. All right, log off, relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow, okay? And orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy and have a fantastic rest of your day. So until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.